Hello everybody out there, welcome to the Magic Beans October Arena League Finals stream. Wow, that is an absolute mouthful. As you can see, I am completely surrounded by a whole bunch of beans. How's it going, guys?
Good.
What was that pose, Chewy?
Right.
I think he's pointing.
I'm pointing to beans.
Beans everywhere.
Very good. So hopefully everyone out there can actually hear all of us. And yeah, we're not just talking into the void. I think it was at the last league finals we started and we talked for like 3 minutes before we realised we're all muted.
Honestly, I think it's every stream any of us have ever done.
Right. True. I'm usually just going through a single channel.
Yes. Very good. All right. So yeah, as you can see and as you know, if you're here joining us, we are here to stream the finals for our October League. We've been playing these matches over the last 6 weeks, and yeah, we're about to kick off the stream. So we've got a lot of matches lined up for you. Plenty of great Magic to be played, and yeah, a couple of small announcements, a few little bits and pieces, and of course prizes to give away as always. So before we get into that, Chewy, you're going to tell us who our lovely sponsors are.
So as you can see right next to the Beans logo beside me here, our sponsors are Josh and Pat's MTG Bazaar, and they're a Facebook auction group for like actual Magic cards, and they have auctions every single night, premium auctions on the weekend. And when I say auctions every night, like I'm talking 3-4 lots. There's a lot of cards that go up every night. And yeah, you can find those guys just by searching Josh and Pat's MTG Bazaar on Facebook. And yeah, jump in, get bidding. They have some really good bargains. They have everything from your kitchen table commander staples right up to some nice high-end sort of polywaffle level cards. And they are they run a really tight ship. They sponsor our leagues. They allow us to do this and to have such good prizes. So make sure you get in. Give them a like, give them a follow, and get bidding. And when you inevitably do pick up a bargain, tell them that the Beans sent you, because then they'll know that it's worth sponsoring us.
That's right.
So, Josh and Pat's MTG.
And then they'll continue sponsoring us, and we can continue running awesome events like this. So, yeah, as I said, this is the final stream for our league that's been running for the last 6 weeks, and yeah, we're going to be playing off quarterfinals, semi-finals, and then bronze match and finals for tonight. So we might get into what people are actually playing for. So, Chris, do you want to give us a bit of a rundown on this awesome prize structure?
Sure thing. Start with the good stuff, the wooden spoon.
That's what everyone wants.
Last place, you get something. Everyone gets something. You get a 1,000 gem code for Arena, which is sweet. That's gonna get you something. A part of a draft. 9th through 12th. That's where we start getting into physical prizes, the good stuff. Zendikar Rising boosters, you get 3. 5th to 8th, you will get 6. We move up into 4th, and that's where you're cashing. You make 4th, you are cashing this event. So you get 30 cash and a $10 voucher. That'll be for MTG card sales.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Cool. So you can go and get some sweet physical cardboard, which for Melburnians you can now start to use. Third, 50 cash and a $20 voucher again. Thank you again to mtgcardsales.com.au. Second, 90, and for first, you are taking home a cold 130 in cash. So pretty sweet for a free event, even if I say so much.
Yeah. Can't complain about that. Yeah, it's like $500 in cash and prizes. It all adds up to be. So that's pretty good for free entry. So if you're just tuning into this for the first time, you've missed out. But there will be many more of these next year. So make sure you get involved in those. My wife's leaving, so goodbye. she's had enough of me talking garbage, and she's out of here.
3 minutes in.
All right, so Cracker, do you want to give the viewers out there a bit of a rundown on how these leagues work, the structure, all that sort of stuff, and sort of how we've gotten to where we are today?
Yeah, absolutely. So we started off by doing the draw that we've done the last couple of times now, where I literally have everyone's names printed out and shoved into a bucket to Fury's puzzle box. And we draw them live on stream, and then they all get broken up into groups. This time we did it a little differently, where Shorty, Chewy, Stu, and myself all had a group assigned to us, so we played in those, and then we had players that were drawn into those groups. And it was a round robin event, so it ended up being 49 players, and we just had everyone play over a 6-week period, one match, best of 3, standard, against each other. You could queue up the games whenever you liked, and we've got people from Northern Ireland, from America, from Germany, from the Philippines, all over Australia, even some people, New Zealand. So it's freaking us out that we have people from all over the world that come to play with us, but it's been awesome. So that's basically been the structure, where you just tee up your matches and battle it out, and from there we have had it shrunk down to the top 3 from each group. So that all happened in the last couple of days, where we had some real nail-biter finishes, particularly in Group Cracker, where it came down to like 3 people on the same score, and we went to like second-level tiebreakers to work out who was actually going to make it. For Benny R, I'm sorry that you missed out, my friend.
The reigning champion got picked at the post.
Yeah, he really did. Yeah, I think it was his loss to me that ended up doing him in. But yeah, I mean, I got last, man. So like, I got not much to brag about here at all. But yeah, so that's kind of where we ended up. And then over the last day or so, we've had all of the initial round of matches played. As you can see here, there we go. So we've had our first round gone through, and that's brought us to where we are today with our top 8. So very exciting.
Yeah, so yeah, we've had a few matches played. So the like you said, the first top finisher in each group got a bye. So that was Yanray, the AV Cable, P-Jaw, and Lab Monkey. So they all got to have a day off and enjoy not needing to play the game, but they had to sweat and see who they were playing up against. So yeah, as we can see, Aragoth, JDS Walker, Sinister Duck, and Rocky H all progressing into this quarterfinals round. So yeah, it's been fun, but we've got there and we've got to this point, and now we get to go through the exciting stage of actually playing these matches, which yeah, is good fun, and hopefully there'll be some good games there. So
well, there's some pretty sweet lists. Like,
Chewy, is there any specific matches from that the sort of first round of finals that you wanted to talk about?
Not in particular. I didn't have a chance to jump into the stream. A few of the guys ran them in our Discord. So a benefit of being in our Discord is a lot of the players will just stream to there, and you can have a chat, which is good fun. But there was some really close games. Not having seen them though, unfortunately, but the sort of, there's normally well played GGs happening in the Discord at the end of those games, but there was a lot of, I was really sweating there. I was, they seemed really tense. So just like a lot of the last few matches that we had in the group stages, particularly in Group Cracker where things were so close, there was a lot of like mini finals already happening where people needed to win or somebody else to take the win. And I know, shout out to DeBroom, I'm not sure if he's in the chat yet, but DeBroom was actually our first international member
Competitor.
of our Discord competitor, and has gone from the wooden spoon in our first league to just missing out one win away from making the finals this time. So he was sweating. It was really close, and unfortunately the results didn't go his way. But definitely, if we have a the most improved trophy for the end of the season, it'd definitely go to DeBroom there.
The Mars Bar Award.
That's right.
I think Yanray's got to be a contender for that as well. He got the wooden spoon last league and went 11-0.
Incredible achievement.
He crushed everyone. Everyone.
Hey, thank you, JDS Walker.
Everyone in his path. So he's representing Group Cracker, and was having a chat with him before, and he's not very confident.
He should be.
But I think
He really
he's just he's slow rolling. I think he's got a good shot.
He's got to play. He's got to be like short odds for favourite, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we'll get into his deck list, but I think he's just chosen like a good deck as well. Yeah. So we'll see how that goes. So we had 12. We're down to 8. So what's next? How are we going to consume
Yeah,
this?
so we'll be streaming the quarterfinals. We may not get to watch all of those matches, just sort of, due to time constraints, that sort of thing. So we'll get as many of those done as we can. And we'll be having Chris and Cracker kicking off the commentary today. So those guys will be doing well and hopefully, I don't know, doing a good job. know what you're talking about. There's a lot of confidence there in the way I'm saying that.
Love it. Shorty's the narrator. They will not.
So we'll watch the quarterfinals, and then the winners of those will progress until we into the semi-finals. Play the semi-finals. Winner of the two semi-finals will play in the grand final, and the losers will play in the third and fourth match. So effectively, it's single elimination, just with an extra match for third and fourth place to decide those all-important prizes. So before we get into it, we're going to have a bit of a chat about what other events we've got coming up. So Stu, what else have the Beans got happening this year?
So we've got a few things coming up, and we'll start with the first one on the 7th of November, so next weekend. So we'll have just gotten over the October League, and then we're straight into a no ban list standard event where we'll get to come together and play all the cards that are banned in an unbanned scenario. So we can be turning things into elves once again. Same as all of our events, free entry with prizes. We can register on Challenge. There's a link, to be a link on here somewhere, or maybe not. Join our Discord, there's a link for that. Following that is the all-important Magic Beans Invitational on the 5th of December. Have you got the current standings?
We'll get into that in just a second. So
we're looking at over $1,500 worth of cash and prizes.
That's pretty good.
That's huge. That is huge. And we've had, once again, Josh and Pat, MTG Bazaar, who have sponsored all our leagues. They're sponsoring this as well, but we've also had some really generous donations from some friends of the Beans that have put up some prizes of their own to go towards this. So thank you very much to them as well.
So the invitational standings, we haven't actually released that information yet. We did the numbers the other night, updated the ladder, but haven't released it yet. We've kept everybody in suspense, and here we are now. So let's transition over to this one, and we'll get to see who's in the top 8. So.
Can you give us a try?
No, too late. I already clicked the button.
Anticlimax.
Well, there it is, guys. Everyone can see it.
Oh.
So, everyone there in green has managed to qualify. So we were a little bit worried if we were going to end up with a bunch of tied points, but we ended up with a clean cut for that top 8, which is pretty handy. And old J Mudd was sweating big time, crossing his fingers.
He was sweating.
Trying to make sure that he got in, and he's made it in there with equal 6th finish. So massive congratulations to all of those people. And it was pretty close in the end there, and it came down to a few people that were sort of sitting in the top 8 not getting any points in that final league and dropping out. A few people below them, going up. So we got there. Pretty cool, and it should be a good event. So we might have a look at the prizes for that event. So Chris, do you want to run us through these ones?
Before you do, Chris, J-Mud's asking how that happened. Just coming second below J-Mud. Probably how that happened, mate.
So speaking of sweet prize pools, we've got over 1,500 in cash and prizes for the invitational here, and this is a huge shout out to Josh and Pat's MTG Bazaar, again sponsors of everything that we're doing, but absolutely would not be possible without the support of Josh and Pat's there. So thank you again to those guys. It means that we've got this awesome event and a huge amount of cash and cardboard to give away, which is going to be awesome. So we've got custom Magic Beans playmats. Everyone gets one. Everyone gets a prize. We've got tokens, a custom art token. Now, is this This is going to be
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
It's
winner.
for the winner. Yeah.
Yeah. So you will actually get a say in a custom token that Josh and Pat's MTG Bazaar will
Yeah,
be
with your likeness on it, no doubt as well. So
Yeah.
This is
Pretty
like
sweet.
Wizards level
So,
prizes here.
It's unreal, man.
This is
It's-
next level. We will have some kind of trophy for
It
the
will
winner.
it will look very
be
similar to
there.
that one that's right there, because that's that's off the online store that I took it from.
It won't be digital. It
Yes.
will be physical.
That's
Uh,
awesome.
May include ball pixels.
We've now got some generously donated prizes. So we've got a foil Horizon Canopy, Iconic Masters. So very nice card there. Also a Nationals promo Flooded Strand. I happen to know that.
Yeah. Yes, you did, didn't you?
uh,
The
was a
last
good one.
Nationals.
Last Nationals. 100 in cash. So big cash prize there. We've got a double Masters Mana Crypt. Probably up there with one of the best EDH cards. So that's an awesome get. 4 Zendikar Rising Collector Boosters. Also a huge prize there. $200 in cash. And then 8 Zendikar Rising Collector Boosters. So getting hotter again. And then right at the top of the list, we've got a revised Plateau.
Plateau.
So original dual length. And these prizes are going to be awarded in a draft style format. So
I love that because
Yes.
back in the day, like drafting F&M in store, it used to be everybody at the end of the draft, everyone puts their rares out on the table, and if you won the draft, you got the first pick, right? And there was things where there's things of equal value or close to the same sort of value. You might go, I don't want a plateau. I would rather 8, booster packs, right? So we can have a bit of tension there. I think it's pretty good. So whoever thought of this, well done. I think it was your idea, Shorty. I think this is a bit of a mini game at the end.
Yeah. Yep.
So, good value.
yeah, no.
Yep.
Very cool.
Pretty cool. And yeah, like I said, the fact that we're doing a tournament where we've got $1,500 in prizes is insane, as we've mentioned multiple
Blows us
times on
away.
the podcast. So yeah, we massively appreciate. There's no way we would have been able to do this without the number of viewers and listeners that we get that show support that someone's actually willing to sponsor us. So yeah, thanks to everybody out there. So before we get off of this giveaway train, we have a couple other things to give away. So as we did in the last one of these streams, we'll be giving away some individual card awards as well as some, as well as one. What's it called? Yep, gem code. That's the one. That's.
We've lost Shorty's audio
Shorty,
there.
Shorty muted himself.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry. Yep,
so,
sorry. I
yeah,
clicked the wrong
we-
button. Yep, that's fine. I'm trying to mute. I've got Lab Monkey's noise coming through, and I can't mute it. So just bear with that noise in the background while I'm trying to talk. But yeah, we will be continuing some giveaways. We've got some individual card rewards and a gem code to give away. So you'll see a little thing pop up in the chat. Just type in #beans giveaway in the chat, and you'll be in the running for those. We'll draw those throughout the stream. You don't have to hang around to claim them, but we would really like it if you did hang around and watch the rest of the stream. And once you've entered once, you are in for the rest of the event. If you are a sub, you do get bonus entries. So yeah, just another reason, get on that subscription train. And if you do have a Amazon Prime subscription, then it's free. So why not? So yeah, get into that. As I could see, chat's going off already with the #beans giveaway. So that's cool. So while we're talking about that, there is one other giveaway which you guys don't really even know about. I sort of mentioned this briefly in our Discord chat, but we've gotten involved in this thing called 31 Days of Christmas. So this is something that somebody's running. I can't remember exactly who it is, but it's a whole bunch of content creators that are all doing giveaways through the month of December for Christmas. And yeah, we've gotten involved in that. And there's a link there, as you can see on the screen. If you go and follow that link, you just got to put in your name and your email address, where you're from, that sort of stuff. Then yeah, you go into the running to win any of the prizes for any of the draws that are going to be done. Not just ours, but if you follow that link specifically, you will obviously we'll get to know that you've entered thanks to us. So that makes us look good. And yeah, for us, we're giving away. I've had, it's actually from Chris. I've had some pre-con commander decks from, I don't even know when they were, like 3 or 4 years ago now, Chris.
Those prizes
Sitting in my cupboard for a long time. So I haven't decided which one to give out yet, but we have a 2 or 3 year old commander pre-con deck that's actually probably worth a bit of money now because they tend to go up.
Shorty will give away the highest
I will
value.
definitely give away the highest value one.
There it is.
So yeah, get in on that, and our announcement will be on New Year's Eve, so we'll be pre-recording that most likely and doing that video. But yeah, follow that link and yeah, sign up for that. Again, more free stuff, more free giveaways, and it's all good fun and in the Christmas spirit. So we're pretty glad to be involved in that. So yeah, that's I think that's enough.
I think, yeah, that one's more like a prize to celebrate the end of the year that was. We're all pretty happy to see on the December 31st that year go. So yeah, hopefully you can do that with a
Definitely. Yep. All right, so I think that's enough of us farting around. I think we've got hey QBegs, thanks for the sub. I think we've got our players pretty much ready to go. So we're going to head over to Chris and Cracker. They're gonna take us through the first match or the first lot of quarterfinals, and we'll get this thing underway. So stay tuned for that. We will be back in just a minute.
Hey.
Hey.
All right, so we are getting ready for the first of our quarterfinals. We have Lab Monkey versus Rocky H. And I was going through the order we were going to play these in, and these decks jumped out at me, man, because these are some spicy meatballs, as we like to call them. So what are we seeing here? What is our good mate and consistent finisher, Lab Monkey, brought to the table for us today?
Lab Monkey, I think before we started the stream, I was pointing out to the rest of the beans how much I'm looking forward to seeing this deck in action.
Yeah.
So this is just like Abzan good stuff, right?
Yeah, basically, it looks like Pod from back in the day with Fiend Artisan trying to chain up just a bunch of value creatures to good effect.
This is value train 101. We've got Lab Monkey on a deck that I haven't really seen a lot of, actually. I'm not sure if it's his own brew or
I wouldn't be surprised that he does play a lot of different stuff that he builds himself and streams as well.
Yeah, but this is just a solid, good cards list. It's what you expect from a rock deck.
Yes.
And so we've got everything from Fiend Artisan right through to some Luminous Broodmoth Spice and some recursion shenanigans that we can get up to there. Skyclave Apparition obviously is just a house. That card has been doing some amazing work in holding down boards, and then going through the whole stack right up to Eerie Ultimatum, which I'm hoping we get to see hit the table. Yeah,
we were chatting just before about the just huge level of recursion that this deck has got, right? So Fiend Artisan and Skull Prophet are both, and Maya Triton are all filling your graveyard early for just value. And then you've got the Nethroi of Apex Death. So if you get to mutate that, you get to bring back like 10 powers worth of creatures. Agadeem's Awakening brings back a bunch of stuff. And if you can pop off with Eerie Ultimatum, if you get to that level of mana, then like you just refill your entire board. So this deck looks like it's ready to go long.
Yeah, it looks like it's pretty well set up to battle some rogues. But yeah, definitely very excited for this one, very interesting to see how this plays out. And of course, we've got Lab Monkey up against Rocky H, who's going to be playing some big red. haven't seen much of this kicking around, but I'm excited to see this one in action too.
So I actually played against Rocky H in Group Cracker, and I played against this. It looks like they've made some tweaks here, and the version that I played against was playing the Fiery Emancipation, which is the enchantment that triples your damage. And let me tell you, Solon Simulacrum, not a scary card until it attacks for 6. And I'm like, I don't want to kill it because then you get to draw a card as well. So
that is a happy robot.
This is archetype that you see occasionally in Modern. There's like Mono Red Tron is kind of one of the builds there, but it's a big red control deck, right? They're just looking to ramp, gain value, control the board. An early Iron Crag feat to drop an early Ugin the Spirit Dragon will dominate a lot of games, a lot of board states. So,
yep, and particularly Ugin, I think, is going to be such a key card in this matchup. When we're talking about a bunch of cards that can be pulled out of graveyards and recurred, the ability to exile things is obviously huge there. And looking at Lab Monkey, obviously playing in Abzan colours, there's not a lot of ways to keep Ugin from resolving. So,
Lab Monkey doesn't have any Murderous Riders, do they? I'm just looking. No, they don't have any in the sideboard either. So looks like they'll be looking to either Duress or Agonizing Remorse that in the post-board games, but it might be early flyers and hope that you can keep things under control to start with to try and get under Ugin. So this is going to be really interesting. I have no idea how this is going to play out or any of that, but I'm excited. A couple of cards that I think are interesting here is because Rocky is playing a mono red deck, they get access to some really powerful lands in Crawling Barrens and also a lot of the double face cards. So they've got the Shatterskull Smashing and also the Valakut's Awakening and Kazoon's Fury, which is the Fling land, which I thought was interesting. Because they're also playing Ox, right? Is another big part of this. The engine card here is just, kind of empty your hand early, jam an Ox of Argonis and draw 3 cards and refuel and kind of get that train going. So this is going to be exciting. I'm really looking forward to this one. I thought be a nice, spicy way to start our finals off.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Sure thing. So I guess maybe looking at this, what things do we see in the sideboard for Rocky here? I mean, the Soul Guide Lanterns at the top immediately jump to mind as being really key cards when you're dealing against a graveyard recursion deck. So I expect to see all of those come in.
Yep. Do you think the extra Ox will come in?
Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised. It's interesting to work out what's going to come out. There's a couple of things like, I mean, I was going to say you cut the shredded sails, but you really want to make sure that you can keep that Broodmoth under control because that will run away with the game. I don't expect we'll see a lot of the creatures coming in. Like, I don't think you're going to see the Phoenixes or the Tectonic Giants come in, but I mean, the other Ox is definitely a possibility.
Yeah, I suppose it's going to be how long either player's going to be wanting the game to be going on and how much we're going to need to refuel there. I was talking earlier before we kicked off the stream about the Brash Taunter as well. Shout out to DeBrum who smashed me with that card. Thanks, man. But Brash Taunter is an interesting card as well. So don't know whether we'll see that brought in, but certainly very good if you've got a clogged up field with a lot of fatties. So
yeah, if Fiend Artisan gets huge, then it's definitely something that you could see happening. But I believe we are ready to get underway, so let's do that and get going.
Let's go.
Maybe. Here we go. All right. I think we're ready to go. Perfect. So we are currently viewing Lab Monkey's screen, and we should be able to see Rocky's hand as that comes up. So I'm excited.
Yeah, it's going to be cool. So we'll resolve mulligans.
Oof. Lab Monkey off to the winning start. Snap kick.
Yeah.
What a And
lands.
I appreciate, yes, buddy, I appreciate the pretty forest you've got going for us there, Lab Monkey. Also, we should mention that Lab Monkey is the owner and operator of MTG Card Sales. So we were talking about the fact that they're kicking some of the vouchers forward for this, our prizes here, and you can get some really great stuff from them. So really appreciate their being active in our community. What have we got over here? Chris, are we looking at a turn 4 Ugin?
It's
Turn 5?
Turn 4 or 5. It's looking pretty likely.
Because you need Ironcrad adds 7, so you need an extra land.
Yeah. Turn 5, I think, is the earliest they'll be able to get that down.
Wow, that's exciting. So we're going to see a Maze Mine Tome here, and just kind of get this value train rolling.
Yep. Find that 5th land. Well, I mean, they've got the 5, but
yeah, no, they're
right at the way up.
This is a really good setup. I wouldn't be surprised to see a scry out of this thing rather than looking to just draw cards. I think they have everything that they're looking for right now. So let's see if we can get this beatdown plan going over here. And by the same time, if you look at Lab Monkey's hand, they've got all the tools they need to start really chaining their value. They're just looking for additional mana source, but Fiend Art is into Mothra, as you can see it's called there. I mean, you start sacking creatures, they come back with flying counters, and you just continue chaining your way up. So that's going to be interesting to see. But,
it'll be interesting to see how much Lab Monkey is or isn't playing around Ugin. I get the feeling you'll want to commit to the board and try and get in as much damage as you can, but we'll see how the next few turns play out. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I don't know that particularly in game 1 that you have any way to play around it, and I think you probably should just look to play to the board and get your game plan online and just do what you can.
So not a lot of ability to control the board here from Rocky H. So flooding out here, and that Shredded Sails is only going to hit an artifact or a flyer, so it'll be pretty timely once the moth hits the table. But
yeah, look, I expect to see that them draw a card here. Well, not anymore. Setting up for that, there were a couple of lines here that Lab Monkey could have taken. Sorry, I was just thinking about what choices there were, and it was to deploy multiple threats. Interesting.
Yep.
Shredded Sails deals 4, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
But they can do that this turn. So
They can. That's true. I was just wondering if there was Yeah, look, I guess you're just looking at, wow, that is unfortunate set of draws here. But I mean, you get to deploy another tome, you get to Shredded Sail, so they're not in awful shape.
Yeah, Mono Red, one of those colors that can't really regulate its draw, but the Tomb is doing a lot of work here.
Yeah, it's a really powerful effect. Drawing extra cards and being colorless, obviously, pretty great. I would have popped Mothra on my turn, I think.
I don't know if it changes, but we'll have to see Mothra taking that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything you're trying to play around there. Wow, just taking the damage. Okay. I'm intrigued by that. I wonder whether Rocky just feels that drawing the extra card off the Maze Mind is actually just more useful than this. The Ugin resolving next turn is their only path to victory.
Yeah.
And look, Lab Monkey has no haste threats, and as we said, no way of directly interacting with the board, with a resolved Ugin. So
I also think we know that there's only one Broodmoth in the deck.
That's true.
Getting that exiled and out when you can
Yep.
pull stuff out of the graveyard, I think, is really key for this deck to be able to win. So holding off there,
Yeah,
and
that's fair.
removing that permanently rather than getting it in the bin, I think is pretty important.
Storm's Wrath as a follow-up is pretty nice here.
It is, yeah.
So, just to be clear, if you're viewing the stream and you're not certain, we have open deck lists. All the players have known about these for a day or so. So they've both known their pairings for a little while and also what everyone is playing. So this is all known information, which is why we're talking about the fact that we know that there's a singleton copy of the Broodmoth in the main, and you can kind of sit behind a Ugin quite safely here. So that will certainly be informing some of the decisions that our players are making at this point.
Oh, another land! Wow.
And they scryed to the bottom there, right? So I imagine that they're putting lands away. But I mean, this is effectively a ramp deck, right? To some degree. So they're playing a lot of lands, and it can happen. They've got.
There's Big Boy Ugin.
Boy Ugin.
Wow.
And this just is going to make life nearly impossible for Lab Monkey to win.
Yeah.
They have no onboard sacrifice effects, so they can't, get rid of a bunch of stuff in response to this, to the Broodmoth trigger, to get them back. And not that really helps. I guess it saves them from being exiled, where you can hopefully like Eerie Ultimatum instead or something like that. But yeah.
That's pretty tough spot now. But two very good cards still in hand.
That's true. Oh, and a great card on top. The problem with both of these cards is that they are just Ugin upticks, right?
They have less than 3 toughness.
Yeah, just 3 toughness. You just get to bolt them and kind of keep going. So, wow. I mean, if Rocky doesn't draw anything but lands for the rest of the game, we might have a match. But yeah, this is going to be tricky.
Yeah, one card in hand, an Ugin on 5 now.
Mm-hmm. A Storm's Wrath as well.
Yeah, you've got a Storm's Wrath in your back pocket. It's a tough one to dig out of here.
Okay, just what you need. Solemn, draw some more lands. Doesn't even. I was going to say it doesn't even combo with your Ugin, but it doesn't get hit by Ugin. Importantly, it's one of the great things about Solemn is it's colorless, and Ugin only hits colored permanents.
Yeah.
So I expect what we'll see here is an activation of Crawling Barrens, and Rocky start to apply some more direct pressure here.
Not going to see the big brain play of Ugin dealing 3 to Solemn to draw a card.
I doubt that. I don't think that they're in that desperate a need of being able to do that.
Yep. Eerie Ultimatum really one of the best things to dig you out of this.
I mean, it would be if your graveyard wasn't all exiled.
If it was more stacked for sure.
Yeah, but it's still the play. You still have to continue doing it. And look, part of what this will do is keep Ugin from going ultimate.
Yeah.
And look, you gain some value from Skyclave disappearing. All right. Interesting. I didn't.
Hitting the tomb. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't realize it could do that. I thought it was only creatures, but there you go.
Non-land permanent.
Non-land.
Unfortunately, converted mana costs 4 or less. It's not going to get rid of Ugin.
Yes. So close. And it's whenever it leaves play, right? So it leaves the battlefield. So yeah, an Ugin minus here.
Will give
Again,
Rocky H a 2/2.
Correct. But we only have to minus Ugin for... In fact, there might have been just Storm's Wrath.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I like that better.
Interesting.
I suppose you're really locking up the game there, right? You're just preventing, a top deck pulling stuff back out of the graveyard again.
Yeah. And I think that this is basically just game over at this point. I think that Lab Monkey knows that as well, and is starting to use some of the emotes to show how much fun they're having here. We appreciate them not scooping early. It's kind of just. Yeah, I mean, you don't really need the mana source, but there's not a whole lot else we can do here. And yeah, okay. So what does Garrick do for us?
Makes a lot of wolves.
He makes a bunch of wolves, but destroy creature. Yeah, it's just not going to do what we need it to do, is it? Interesting. So, look, the post-board games are definitely going to be much more interactive. You know, there's a bunch of cards that Lab Monkey has access to. We were talking about the fact that there's both duress and agonizing remorse, and if they can take an early Ugin, then they should be in a really good position to fight through all of this. You know, they've got a lot of creature removal built in, a lot of recursion. So, yeah, that was what we said from the outset, was like, if we can get an early Ugin, then that will end the game. But let's see what they're doing here.
Yeah. Shout out to Shorty for getting the overlay here, where we can see both players sideboard. I don't think we had that last.
It's brilliant. All right, so what else do you think is likely to come in here for Lab Monkey, seeing as we're sort of seeing them working through the options at the moment?
I think you've obviously got to commit to the duress, and I assume the agonizing remorse will come in. I don't know what else I'd be packing here.
Right. Okay.
I don't think the Brontodon is.
I don't think the Brontodon is. I don't think you want to try and fight on the Maze Mine Time or the Solemn Axis here. I don't think that's on.
Neither. So what have we got? What have we seen in and out so far? So remorses, they're in Massacre Worm. Massacre Worm has come in.
That's an interesting choice. I don't know what we're looking to hit here. I mean, it pops Solemns. I guess if Rocky is going down the Brash Taunter plan, then it will get rid of that. I mean, it is just a big threat.
I mean,
if they can chain up to it, then it's also going to be at the point where it's hard for Ugin to exile it. So I guess there's that. And maybe that's the plan here. We're just trying to like outsize if possible. From Rocky's standpoint, I mean, we talked about the Soul Guide Lanterns coming in. It looked like they didn't bring in the extra Ox yet.
No, it looks like it's still the 3.
Yeah.
Into that. I didn't catch the full sideboard there, but
no.
We'll see how this plays out. Alright, so we'll have Lab Monkey on the play here.
And just... Oh, they don't have the black mana.
Need black.
Oh, that's super unfortunate. I think you have to ship this. I mean, you need a third land to play anything out of this, and yeah, that's not going to get the job done.
I think the right thing is to ship it. You've also got a Garrick and a Massacre Worm and 2 lands, and basically you can't play anything else. So I think
look,
you're really
Visionary is good. Oh, that's gross. Oh, man, that is super unfortunate.
I mean, he's got black mana.
They have their mana. Skull Prophet sort of fuels your plan, but man, this is just... That's not what you want to see. And, I mean, Rocky has kind of got not quite the same hand as before, but they've got an Ugin and a Maze Mine Tome, so they're just going to be digging for a Ironcrag feat to get them going.
Yep. Got the Storm's Wrath, which can come down on turn 4 if the ball gets too out of control.
Okay, well that's a good draw. It's basically what you want to see here. Either that or a Fiend Artisan would be kind of the ideal draws, but the fact that you can immediately gain value off your Visionary is pretty nice. So hopefully we can draw out of this. Or, you know,
We're
lands.
getting a series of lands here. So hopefully we're not subjecting everyone to flooded matches for the entire finals.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate. Look, Lab Monkey's got some decent pressure here. They've got enough lands that they can kind of just keep playing to the board. And look, you can't just take 5 a turn for all of the turns. Or you can look to play a Garruk this turn, right? So what do, Chris? You attack for 5 or do you play your Garruk? Make a wolf.
I'd be inclined to play Garruk. I mean, it's going to give you protection against the Storm's Wrath, and give Garruk a bunch more loyalty to drop more wolves and apply more pressure. And you've got the Aghanim's Awakening in there as well to be able to pull more stuff out in a turn or two.
Yeah, look, Aghanim's again it scales just so well into the late game, but this double Bone Crusher or Stomp Draw is
yeah, it's gonna take your board in short order.
Yeah, I mean it's a hand of 3 lands and a Planeswalker versus what 7 spells. It's I think I like running out Solemn here, gaining my land, blocking the 3/1. You know, like there's not much that can happen to Rocky here to be punished for that play. He's not going to lose in the next couple of turns from damage, and the way he does lose if he just never hits another land drop, right? So I would be looking to guarantee those. I guess you could look to activate your tome instead and do it that way, but you know, Solemn alleviates a little pressure, kind of goes from there.
Yep, I like dropping Solemn. I mean, if we look at obviously
Interesting
information. Ooh, drama.
Okay.
So we see the Bone Crusher stomps.
So do you think that they stomp both here, or do they just do one and draw a card? I think I'd be alright going to 10 and drawing a card here.
I'd feel comfortable going to 10. Yep.
Yeah.
Also noticing that that Soul Seer, which came in from the sideboard as well, deals in one swoop, in one foul swoop with Garruk if Garruk hits the board. So
that is true.
That can also deal with Drama.
So Duran is a sideboard card that's coming as well for Lab Monkey here. Right, okay. Again, just trying to kind of outscale what Rocky can get up to here. Unfortunately, the Storm's Wrath in hand is going to do some work, but I mean, Rocky is in a position where they are stumbling on mana a little bit, and we can see an Aghanim's for 4 next turn.
Yep.
Is that right? No, 3.
For
Do they have the other black source?
no,
It'll be an Aghanim's for 3 if they do have triple black. I don't remember all the pathways well enough yet to tell you.
It's definitely for 3 now that the Visionary's been wiped off the board.
Sure. Oh.
So,
Yeah, this is a tough spot.
this is a tough spot. Yeah.
Really, really difficult decision here for Lab Monkey.
no doubt
you want-
thinking back to last game and seeing what 5 mana equated to.
Yeah, absolutely. It's tricky because it's a horribly mana inefficient choice that they have,
Yeah.
or they just, I mean, effectively from his perspective, he could lose on the spot. So we've got 3 choices. We can Agademes for 3, which is the play. So that's going to let us draw a card and mill a couple. So yeah, it's some decent value. But I mean, Rocky is just a feet away from from locking this one up again. So let's kind of, I imagine we scry at this point. That's all we're looking to do.
Yeah, I think the advantage bar is pretty solidly in Rocky H's corner at the moment.
Definitely. And I mean, even if they whiff, they've got 3 removal spells sitting in hand, ready to go. So plenty of interaction available. 4 removal spells. I think I'd play that as a land at this point.
Yeah, I think. You've got Solemn. You've got Solemn to pull out another land, but certainly need to find that 8 mana in the next few turns.
So let's think about what. So they did play it, wasn't it? Okay. Oh no, they haven't yet. Okay, so you can Solemn and Spikefield Hazard to hop the Skull Prophet is an option, or I guess you can just play. They could have played a Bone Crusher, and there's a lot of different lines that they can choose from. So curious as to why they decided to stomp the 2/2 on their turn, and I think you just stomp the Skull Prophet now, right? So it doesn't get taken.
I think
you
so.
Not care.
I think I'd fire it off. I think if you're staring down, I mean, Lab Monkey's not going to like what he sees.
No, of course not. And look, I think you just have to take the Ugin and hope that you can draw another discard spell before Rocky draws into the mana.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Lab Monkey has got a huge buff life total here, and this Gilded Goose coming down, I would actually be wanting to remove that.
Remove the goose. Yeah, I can see that. There's actually some pretty good mills. He didn't really want to draw those lands here, so it's kind of played out there for Lab Monkey.
Oh, another Ugin, but not the mana to hit it. I mean, at the end of the day, Rocky H, they can just drop Bone Crusher Giants all day, though. 4/3 is a completely fine body to be swinging with at this point in time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, I like this. Just getting on the board and starting to hit some pressure. It's a good hit. So he knows about the
Soul Seer, he does. Yeah, I like this. Just killing one outright, drawing a card.
Hey.
Oh, and he's going to see the sad news of the sad news of the fact that Rocky has drawn the third one.
I love how quick Lab Monkey just snapped that off.
I mean, that's the draw you're looking for. Yeah, exactly. And the nice here to just kind of signal how pleased Lab Monkey is to.
And we've now got a Solemn into that 8th land.
Yes. So we have a draw step basically.
Yeah.
And we've got 2 outs, I believe. We've got another Agonizing and another Duress. Okay. Let's see what we can do. Ooh. I mean, it's going to flood the board. But I just don't... Is it actually going to flood the board? No. It's going to bring back to Skull Prophet, Adrana, and a Llanowar Visionary.
Which will all get swept up by you.
That's true. What's the mana on the Nethroi? I always forget the mutate cost. Mutate cost is 7.
7, yeah.
So he's actually a mana short. Okay. I was just wondering if you could get lucky enough to go like Nethroi into Duress into like get the Ugin, but there were a couple of mana short from that. And obviously like the top deck, Duress. Well, I thank you, Mr. Producer, for bringing up the Nethroi of Apex of Death. It's a sweet card. It you know, like 10 power of creatures is amazing, but I mean, here we are. We're in the same position where Rocky has managed to like control the board well enough in the early game and just finally got to Ugin mana, and it's kind of just done at this point, I think.
Yeah, and look, Lab Monkey has played as good a game.
Yeah, really well for sure.
Having to deal with that third Ugin it's painful.
Yeah, that's definitely like a. Well, I mean, that's why you put 4 of them in your deck, right? So you can draw them all. But yeah, I mean, you would think with a couple of discard spells that you might be there. But that's wrapped it up. This is played out pretty quickly.
Yeah. Look, and credit to Rocky H. I mean, their deck just looked
and look, and it was interesting because I saw J Mudd was saying earlier on in one of the comments that the fact that you didn't have Ironcrag Feet was, you know, really showing a weakness of the deck, but it actually didn't really matter. Like, you don't need, like, Ugin on turn 5 is unreal and like unbeatable, but you know, Ugin on turn 8 or 9 is still just Ugin on turn 8 and 9, and like it's a house. That card is, you know, been huge in every format that it's been played in. I like the fact that it's not coming in on turn 4 from elementals builds, you know, like that's okay by me. But yeah, congratulations, Rocky. Unlucky to Lab Monkey for bowing out already, but really well played. That was it was great to see some of our spicy decks, and we will see Rocky again later on as the perfect. So let's keep things rolling, and we can talk about our next matchup, which is Yanray versus Aragoth.
So Aragoth from Group Chewy representing here, and we have got a rogues list effectively.
We do have a rogues list.
So Aragoth here with a slightly more controlling build.
Kind of. It's interesting. Like the rogues, I've played a lot of rogues. That's basically what I played all the way through this league, and I've been paying quite close attention to kind of the evolutions that it's undergone, and it feels like this is a few weeks old, if that makes sense. So with the Zareth Sands particularly, there's 3 copies across the deck, but also with the 4 Nighthawk Scavengers and the 3 Brazen Borrowers. So we should actually mention that Yanray is playing a Lurrus Rogues build, which we'll look at in a moment, and there's some subtle differences there between the builds. And this one is leaning more heavily into the actual rogue element rather than the mill plan of the other deck. So,
yeah. And notably here, the Into the Story is a fantastic reload.
Into the Story is a brilliant card. 4 mana, draw 4, instant speed.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Obviously, Lurrus is missing out on. So
no, Lurrus is playing 4. Yanray has 4 in his board. In the main, because it's an instant.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So, sure. I guess, look, some of the key cards here will be the graveyard interaction. So both of these guys are playing Cling to Dusts, and Drown in the Lock will basically be active for everybody all of the time, which is interesting. And also the Ventress Gargoyles in the sideboard will be active very early, so I expect to see those coming in. So this one's going to be interesting. I'm not quite sure who has the edge. I think it might be, and if we can hop over to Yanray's list, I think it might be Yanray. So this is the Ruin Crab version, and the recursion that this deck has is filthy. It's just gross. So Lurrus coming in as your companion, but also playing the 3 copies Call the Death Dweller, the Agadeem's Awakenings. This thing just goes for days, man. It just does. It's
Yeah, I agree. I think the reach that Lewis is going to give just to keep stringing this out and to pull things back up. Yeah, it's looking slightly this way, but like any match, it's going to be very much dependent on what the guys are pulling off the top of their deck. So
yeah. In no way is Aragoth cold to this. They are very much still live. They've got a bunch of interaction with Cling to Dusts in the main. They've got Bloodchief's Thirst. They've also got I'm trying to see what removal spells they've got. They've got Eliminate. So they can certainly control Lurrus and the things that they're looking to bring back there. So this is going to be really interesting, and a lot of it will come down to how many times they've played the mirror match. I guess in just a moment we should be able to move across to that, and hopefully we'll get this game underway shortly. Another card that is I found really strong, and I noticed that Yanray doesn't actually have as many copies of, is the Lol Mage's Domination.
I was going to say there's the one extra in Aragoth's sideboard.
Correct, but if you can steal Yanray's Lurrus, and
Yes.
and like 3 mana steal your Lurrus, get to go off, man, that's a swing. That's definitely like having to kill your own creatures when your opponents have them feels bad. So let's go. Yanray, what do you mean? See you later, then. Shorty, are we about ready to go? Sure thing. All right. So Chris, actually, I mentioned just before, we should talk just very quickly about Josh and Pat's. So they run premium auctions on the weekend, and with premium auctions, you can buy or win such cards as this, which is a whiteboarded 8th edition Raised deck.
Oh,
which
man.
Chris is like the hugest fan of whiteboarded cards. He absolutely loves them. But talk about recursion. That's kind of a classic. I was looking for something for Estella, and it was in one of my drawers, just stashed away. So I thought I'd pull it out just to show you.
Yeah, that certainly tilted me. I think I prefer to see one of these guys in a premium stream though.
Yeah, no, that's I mean, I've cast a couple of those. I do like myself a Jace the Mind Sculptor.
You're pretty good mates with Jace.
Yeah, we're buddies. His text says draw 3 cards.
That's true.
Love it. All right, so what else is there to chat about here? Mystical Dispute, obviously going to be a really important card for both of them. No, that's okay. So we've got Yanray's got 1 in the main and then a couple in the board, whereas it looks like Aragoth has got a full 4 in the sideboard. So I expect this matchup to slow right down in the post-board games, and we'll see a lot more draw-go kind of control playing, which will be interesting to see how that goes. And here we are ready to go. It looks like we've got Aragoth's view, and hopefully everyone has some good opening hands and we can see some good magic.
Notably, this is the only semi-mirror that we have,
Correct.
and even then they're quite different builds. But
They-
we've got
they
a
are.
really unique final set here. 8 very very different decks, but these two are the closest.
So here you see the awkward temple into castle combo. The one of the challenges that you find with this deck, and Aragoth is actually playing a couple of triomes to try and help mitigate this, is your castle Locthwains need a swamp. And this deck actually is only playing 4 swamps in addition to two of the triomes. So yeah, that can certainly be a challenge.
Yep, this color combination not getting quite as good a mana fixing support as others.
Sadly not. And we're going to see a ruin crab into a swamp. And a cling to the dust ready to go.
And the train has left the station.
That's it. We're all aboard. Cling to dust is actually a really interesting card here, because obviously we're milling our opponents a lot, but it also draws cards. So not surprised to see that that Blood Chief's Thirst get snapped off there and get rid of that crab. But you know, like, there's just value here to exile a spell and, you know, just draw an extra card, right?
Yep.
So
And
perfect.
that's exactly what we're going to see.
Exactly right. This is one of those times where I wish we could see all of the cards in our opponents in the players' graveyards, but unfortunately not. So
Thieves Guild Enforcer coming down here.
mhm.
I've been beaten to death by many a Thieves Guild Enforcer.
They get
this
big.
week.
They get
They
big.
do.
So I expect that we will see this get. Oh, it's a Soaring Thought Thief. Ah, never mind. I was going to say I expect we'll see this get counted on the way down, but it's not going to happen. We might see a flash blocker.
Yep.
Okay, there was no attack step. So obviously Aragoth very aware of the Thought Thief, and the Cling to Dust is probably going to draw us another card at this point, I think.
Right, into a land here.
Yeah. So I expect that this, the Nighthawk will not be long for the world. That thing is just really fast at closing out games. But we may see Zarath Sand. And you can see that we're checking our opponent's graveyards to see what we can value back, and it may be a crab, right? We may actually get like the
Yeah.
counter mill plan underway.
Got some ninjutsu action here.
Yeah, some rogue jitsu. Hey, we're going back to Kamigawa.
Are we?
Yeah,
I haven't heard.
yeah. So that'll be interesting to see what they do there.
Cool.
Very polarizing set. And Yanray has flooded out. This is not the sort of draw that they're looking to start with here. I don't know what they've got in the graveyard, but I think it's just the Thought Thief at this point, as far as creatures go. Thought Thief, maybe 2. But this Zarathan is a real problem.
Yeah.
With no way of getting it off the board. Oh man, and just mono lands.
Really
This
shouldn't have mentioned the flooding earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I mean, you hope that with all of the double-faced cards that we have now, all of these, like Academ's Awakening and those kinds of things, that we can kind of mitigate that. But unfortunately, no good plan here. And Ganray's going to take 4 and have another creature disappear from his graveyard.
Yep. And here we've got Aragoth just getting on the board. Not a lot of ways to bulk control the board. I don't think
No,
there's-
not pre-board, but certainly post-board. Yanrei has extinction events, as opposed to Aragoth, who has Eat to Extinctions.
Yes.
So, look, I think it's pretty firmly in Aragoth's favour at this point. It's going to be pretty hard for Yanrei to be able to come back. The Brazen Borrower there, chilling out, ready to go, with that petty theft for some more. In fact, I think you would just cast it as the creature at this point. Get an extra 4 mils in, and it's just another threat that you have to try and deal with. I'd be really surprised if Yanrei attacks at this stage.
Yeah.
Can we get enough to? Oh, we could
We've
see.
seen an awakening. Yep.
Yeah, we are.
That's a way to reload your board.
It definitely is. Yeah, there was some question there as to whether you would want to. The other option that Yanrei had was the Lol Mage's Domination. I think he would have been close to being able to take the Zarath Sam. 3, yeah, should have been able to have that happen.
Yeah, yeah.
But look, I mean, this is also, you know, a really good turn in terms of, you know, re-establishing himself.
Going from one creature facing down 5 to evening out the board and getting in with the swing. I like
Mhm.
it. And also sitting back with that second awakening in hand as well, in addition to the Lull Mage's Domination. So ways to kind of flip the board state again. So it'll be interesting to see Brazen Borrower.
Yeah, so at this point, you're basically priced into throwing the crab under the Zarath Sam and taking a bunch.
Yeah. It's down to 2.
Yeah, this is probably over. I actually think it's probably been over for a little while, but let's. I mean, Agadeems will do some work here, but
Yeah, look,
The-
to Yanrei's credit, certainly staying in it.
so the choices they've got are to do an Agadeems for a bunch. They can domination one thing. They could go. I think they can play Heartless Act, Thought Thief, and Enforcer this turn. So we do have enough mana for that.
Yeah, it's a
So-
look. It's a tough spot here.
Oh,
I
for
think
sure, for sure. Yeah,
Almost almost anything you commit here, you're basically going to be soft to a removal spell from Aragoth's side.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, the ability to flash in another flying attacker in step is causing, you know, Yanrei some huge problems. Lethal attacking threat, more the point, I guess.
I don't think there's a lot of outs here, unfortunately.
No, but that's clearly the lines that they're thinking through as well.
On the board.
Yeah. Oh, actually, so they can still. Interesting. They can still domination. So they could take the Thought Thief here,
Yep.
and that would actually be pretty strong. I guess they're just gonna Heartless Act. And look, obviously the borrower is all known information. You know that the bounces have already happened
Yeah. Yeah,
previously,
I think,
but it was just yeah,
I think Yanrei's seen the writing on the wall there.
yeah, absolutely.
Oh, come on, swing it with the crab.
Send a message, man. I have attacked with a crab a couple of times this league, just to let people know what's up.
It's like the grazer attack.
Correct. And until they play a mountain, and then I'm like, no, we're not attacking anymore. Hasty threats. Get out of here with that. Okay, so to the sideboard we go, and this is where it's going to get really interesting. So as we mentioned, what do you bring in?
Gee, Mystical Dispute looks good, but there is there's so much
it just
black
comes in.
removal too, though.
Yeah, it just has to come in.
I think so.
Yeah, so I was chatting to Yanray just before we went live, actually, about. I was like, oh, I have to look up what Necromentia does. Then Yanray basically told me with great confidence that it would not be coming in. They're like, it was a concession to the Rakdos matchup, which is pretty hard for the Rogues build.
Pulling out Croxa.
Yeah, basically, just looking to exile all the copies of Croxa that they can get their hands on. So, look,
What do you think of Thassa's intervention?
I don't think it's what you want to be about here. I like the card. I mean, the duality of it, the fact that you can either, scry a bunch and then draw, or use it to counter something is pretty good. But it's also quite mana hungry, and I don't think you can afford to be that in this. Like you saw that, like every mana mattered in every turn of that game for both players. These decks are running really lean.
It feels like the player who can start double spelling first starts to creep that edge.
Absolutely. And so you can see here that we've got the Vantress Gargoyles coming in that I suggested would probably happen. We can't quite see all the rest of the cards. Did the Disputes come in then? I'm not sure.
I did not see.
Yeah. I guess we'll see what happens. Oh, wow. That's not what you want to see. I mean, Yanray's hand is okay. You play your first Agademes as a land. Oh, this is really unfortunate for Aragoth here, though. You decided to keep? Okay. I like it. Yanray's going to be pretty happy with this. I think you'll just see them... Do they bolt themselves? They do. Okay.
Didn't hit a land on the first draw step.
No. But they're both going to have, Thieves Guild enforcers. Let's see what gets milled. So importantly for Aragoth there, no lands were milled.
Yes.
Which is good news for them. I think Yanra will play the Island. I like to hang on to the Clear Waters for a little while till I'm certain what I'm going to need more of as far as my sources go. At the moment, it looks like you probably need more black for your Academes, but that's not necessarily true. And we've got a couple of different options here about either Blood Chiefs or Drown. And I actually like passing here with Drown up, I think.
Yeah.
Oh dear. And this is unfortunate.
Not like this.
No. I mean, obviously Yanray doesn't know that Aragoth has missed the land drop for this turn yet, but that will become very apparent in just a second. Looks like a quick graveyard check to see what's going on. With this deck, you do tend to play out all of your lands in your first main, simply because the threat of flash, right? Particularly when you've only got a swamp, you want to be able to, put a, flash in, a Thought Thief or something like that. Yeah, absolutely. Or removal spells. And look, I mean, this is just kind of, yeah, it's almost done at this point, right? These Thieves Guilds are going to get big. And which also means that the Wind Robber is now going to be active to draw a card. So, yeah, this is just...
we stays in that deck. Whew.
Yeah, I mean, this is just super unlucky, right? There's just unfortunately, look, I mean, we'll get a game 3, which is nice. I'm happy to have a game 3, but yeah, just this. Yeah, this is rough.
Those enforcer beats. Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, poor Aragoth. This is sadly the way that this goes, and I mean, Yanray's draw was really good. Like, regardless of what Aragoth had here to try and do, but yeah, it's not really going to matter. Yeah, that's kind of just. Sadly, the variance element of Magic sometimes will get you, and it has it has come to play. All right, so game 3.
So we move on to game 3.
Yeah, let's see. So what can we see is in here?
So it doesn't look like the disputes did not come in for Aragoth.
Man, that's interesting. Because countering it into the story for a single mana is what I would be living for in this matchup. Seriously, like that's one of the key cards to be able to get your opponent back into it. And even if you have to pay 3 mana to, like, you know, dispute a Call of the Death Dweller or like an Agadeem's Awakening. Like,
yeah, 3 mana to hit an Agadeem's Awakening.
That's great, right? There are a lot of things that, you know, you're wanting to kind of take out here. So what can we see from Yanray's side? They shaved a couple of crabs, which I'm not surprised by. Did they bring in the negate? Like, same thing. I would have a negate in. Like, why aren't we doing that here? So a couple of disputes coming in there, I think. Interesting. All right. Right, game 3. Let's see how we go here. Come on, Rocky, have some Okay, you can keep this. You got
a black source, got a blue source.
Yeah, and you've got 3 1-drops and a 2-drop.
Yep. It's a game of Magic right there.
That is a game of Magic. Okay, and wow, I mean, Yanray's hand looks like a legacy hand. Look at that average CMC. What is it? 1.5. Love it.
There we go. Gargoyle down.
Yep. So the Gargoyle can't do anything just yet. You don't have enough cards in hand, and your opponent doesn't have enough in their graveyard. Is that?
Yeah, can't attack.
Correct.
Then if I had 7 or more.
Yep. And can't block unless you have 4 more. Okay, sorry, I miscounted that. Yeah, okay. So interesting.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether I would drown there or not.
Plenty of answers to the Gargoyle even when it comes online.
Correct. Yes, lots of different options there, and look, I guess that at this point they're just hoping that that nothing too scary gets deployed now, which is why I was a little surprised about the counter spell there. Enforcer's fine, but I don't know that it's worth fighting over that hard. And Drown is such a powerful effect. It's
yeah, considering there was a lack of negates and disputes brought in, there's not a lot else left on the table to kick things off. Or to keep
yeah.
Resolving. I think I'm not too worried about losing my permanence if I'm Yanray with the Lurrus sitting off to the side. I'm more worried about resolving Lurrus.
Yeah, correct. And that's why you want things like, Mystical Dispute, because, casting Lurrus for 4 and having a dispute up is pretty tidy if you can do that.
Yeah. All right, so we have a bulk control hand here.
We do, but missing land drops. Sure. Yeah, I was going to say, I think I would put Lurrus into hand here, which is exactly what we're seeing.
Yep.
And everyone's going to mill a card. And Yanray milled the swamp, which they won't be happy about. So, Chris, part of what we're doing in the stream as well, giveaways.
Giveaways, what we're about.
Let's give away stuff, man. So let's it's hashtag Beans giveaway. You can see it in the chat. Cool. So it'll be 2 ICRs. You can claim them in Arena. You get a random card. If you've already entered with the hashtag Beans giveaway, then you are good for the rest of the stream. You don't have to keep spamming it in chat. But if you haven't yet, please go for it. And in just a moment, Shorty will make a draw for us, and we'll see who gets lucky there. Okay, so what are we seeing here? Borrow as a threat. I would just... congratulations, Wonga Sith.
ICR code coming your way.
We will contact you with that shortly. Yeah, I like just using one of your Heartless Acts here.
Yep. No shortage of removal there.
No, and you really need to save your drowns now. I mean, Arcturus.
Arcturus. Shorty will hook you up.
So, where are we? We're...
Alright, so we are in the attack zone for the gargoyle.
Yeah, and okay, there's another land. Okay, great.
It'll
So, are they... Oh boy. Oh yeah, of course it only costs 2.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, cool. So, I was just going to say, I wonder... This is an interesting turn.
It's a very interesting turn.
Super interesting.
And the Aragoth's going to try and fire this off.
Yeah, it's going to be met with a drown.
And they're just highlighting the importance of the counterspell in this matchup.
Yeah. I mean, it's... Look, Aragoth's in a tricky position where they know they have to hang on to something to deal with Lurrus. And a resolved Lurrus is a real problem, which is why you can't fight over these other things. And, I mean, if Yanray can keep hitting some more land drops, or, something else here, yeah, and you can see they're checking the graveyard to see, like, what can we do? And a call, man, what a card here. This is the recursion I was talking about with this Lurrus build, where you have these just recursive threats over and over again that put other decks in a real squeeze.
Ooh.
This is fine. I think Yanray's expecting this.
Yep.
And, the problem here is Lurrus is going to be exiled. I don't think Yanray considered that part of it. Or are they going to draw a card? No, they're definitely getting rid of that. Okay, interesting.
Well,
Zarathan, he has flash. You can just cast him for 5 mana in an instant.
it's true.
This Cling to Dust is doing some work.
MVP.
It's really strong in the matchup. You can, we talked about the fact before you can just kind of fire it off to keep things under control. You can draw extra cards. It does a lot. It's obviously mana intensive, but the fact that it actually lets you control your own graveyard is really useful against the mirror, right? It shrinks all of the other cards.
Yep.
It makes their Into the Stories cost more, which is just what you're about.
Flipped over another Cling to Dust.
Okay.
So we've got Got a hand of flash creatures and a hand of removal spells.
Mm-hmm. I would just take the damage.
I think so.
They're on 26. Like, the one doesn't matter. And as we talked about before, there's potential for blood, particularly with the Thieves Guild Enforcer. You know, when you flash in another creature, it mills them for 2 and can put them up to, you know, it's got Death Touch, I think, is the other thing that they've just... Oh, and Menace as well, actually, now that I look at it. So there was no way of ever blocking that card.
Right. Firing off the Eliminate.
I like that.
Fast, yep.
And do we see a value cling at this point? It looks like we are just going to see drawing a card. All right.
Drown the Lock, good to have up your sleeve here. Happy to see that.
Yeah, we're really into some top deck wars.
It
And look,
is,
the
yeah.
fact that they can defend this is huge.
Ooh.
So, what does Yanrei have that Zareth can steal? Let's find out. Actually, nothing. They can take a land, and look, you know,
Wow.
taking a Fabled Passage is it's a pretty feels bad. The best thing I've stolen with the Zaratan is Embercleave.
Oh, wow. Seems good.
Yeah, it was good. Game didn't actually last any more turns, and I was going to say I expect to see that this thing is just going to get stolen.
Yeah, he's going to lose that.
But again, there's not much in Aragoth's graveyard because they've been able to control it with a Cling to Dust. So what's Yanrei considering here? Oh, right, of course. That just makes the spell cost less. That's mill 4. Okay. Deciding not to do it. Okay. Really interesting matchup.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that drown,
Oh,
man.
wow.
That
That's a
drown is...
great draw.
It's such a good card. I would be holding on to that thing for dear life.
Yep.
I cannot think of a reason to snap this off now.
No.
Because if Yanrei resolves, you know, any of those big recursion spells that we talked about, or this, then, you know, ooh.
Not what we want to see, but
Do you remember this is the game that we started with not very many. Didn't have much mana. That's not quite how this has ended up.
wow. It's not a bad top deck. I don't know how much is in the yard, though.
Yeah, I mean, this Cling has really been just doing some excellent work. But does Aragoth have enough in the graveyard to escape it again? Because it's currently not showing up as being active. So I don't know that they do.
Big
yeah, you just block. And this Agademes is gonna. Okay, so it looks like Cling to Dust isn't. Oh, and a Dispute as well isn't active. So I'm guessing at this point they just don't have enough in their graveyard to escape it. I mean, from Yama's perspective, this is just a forced play. There's, lethal threats on board. X equals 2. I'd be curious as to whether there was anything else they could have got back there. So what are we seeing exiled here? Oh, what a draw. What a draw.
And managed to pay for the dispute.
Yep.
Well,
what a
there's
lot of
more
lands. Oh my. Kind of doesn't matter. It's just getting through it, right? And at this point, I mean, you've got another Nighthawk, you've got forced blocks from your opponent. The fact that you're able to get your graveyard under control has really been kind of the story here. No pun intended, Chewy, with Into the Story. But this Cling to Dust, apart from the fact that it's been able to kind of interact with Yanrays in a couple of awkward points, it's really been able to control the sizing of these other creatures, which has been just a huge deal. And Yanray's just been squeezed out. Yeah, this is done. The domination will take whatever we need to, and that will be the end of this.
Aragoth getting the clear signal there.
And Yanray has scooped it up. Wow, that was
Well done.
yeah, well played by both
Grinding
parties.
matches.
Yeah, look, it was a shame that game 2 was such a non-event, but I mean that game 3 certainly made up for it. We kind of got to see both decks really do what they were meant to do there, and I wouldn't have picked it. And at the start we said that we thought the Lurrus build might be able to go longer, a little better, but well done. Yanray's completely unbeaten fit run has come to an end. What a shame for Group Cracker.
But happy to see Group Chewy moving forward.
Yeah, are we though? Are we?
Yes.
Chewy's head's big enough already. Unlucky Yanray, that was some tough games there for sure. Well played by Aragoth too. Congratulations. That was I mean that game 2 was just gross. But yeah, really well done.
Yeah, I think that key turn with the Lurrus and then picking the Lurrus out of the yard, I think was very key to just keeping that match.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be interested to hear Yanray's thoughts about that turn as to whether that was kind of the line they were expecting and they just forgot about the Cling being in the graveyard and available. If that was the case, then yeah, definitely the call would have been the play there, but just tough choices kind of either way.
Very hard choice.
You did forget about the Cling. Yeah, that's what we assumed. Anyway, okay, so I think we've got our next set of matches lined up and ready to go. Chris? Okay, so what have we got here? This is Sinister Duck. So Sinister Duck has played a bunch of different decks through this format, through our tournament, and we have got a hitty card deck here. So we are seeing Yorion, Abzan, Doom Foretold, Trail of Crumbs, Food Stuff. I don't quite know how else to describe this thing, but it is a pile of value cards. So some notable inclusions, I guess. Wicked Wolf make your return. There's a bit of a food package going on here with Gilded Goose and Trail of Crumbs, as we mentioned. Trail obviously providing really good food to sack to the Doom Foretold if we can get that online. And then there's just a lot of synergies, right? We've got, the Skyclave Apparition, we've got ECDs, just a lot of really good stuff to be blinking in and out with your Yorions. And I really like the fact that Sinister Duck here is, in fact, playing all 4 copies. So they've got the one in the companion slot, but then they've also got 3 more in the main to just hit, because the deck is built around that. And we've seen this at different points in the format where, people have kind of just played more of a controlling game, but that tends to be more the blue-white versions here. So, we can still do the Charming Prince Yorion loop, but we've also got a bunch of, interaction with the acquisitions expert and so on.
Yeah, definitely very cool. I actually got taken out pretty quickly by the Sinister Duck playing this exact deck, and very, very, very strong. Bouncing the apparition is filthy.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, just a lot of really good targets for the Yorions. Yeah, and so what are we seeing this playing against here?
So we've got Sinister Deck matching up against Sinister Duck matching up against.
It is a Sinister deck.
It is a Sinister Deck matching up against Pijor, who is a very, very competent player, as we saw from our last league.
Indeed.
And Pijor
okay.
in on Gruul.
Yeah.
I like the look of Gruul, Cracker.
Just get him dead, man.
Yep.
Right? This is just this is the premier aggro deck at the moment. I think is probably a pretty good way of putting it. I like the plan of Innkeeper for a bit of extra go long factor, but look, dude, just questing beast Embercleave, GG's.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Like it's just a lot of damage, a lot of reach, a lot of 5/5s. We've got the Lovestruck Beasts and also the Mammoths. Okay, and apparently Pijor actually took out game 1, so we're going to be joining the and look, we might as well just do that right now. We'll jump into the sideboarding and we'll see kind of what is going on. I wouldn't be surprised to see. It's always tricky with these kind of matchups as to whether you bring in. Like, I'm just looking at the Henge, right? And Henge is such a good card, and it usually comes in control matchups. But I always find it interesting as to whether you just want to be lean. Do you just go, I want to be like the most aggressive version of this beatdown plan that I can, or do you want to have some staying power, knowing that your opponent's got like a bunch of glass caskets and eliminates and things like that? So,
I like the idea of just getting on board and beating them, just deaden them as quick as you can.
Mm-hmm.
Once the Yorion deck starts pulling shenanigans, very, very hard to keep up. But Embercleave is a card, right?
Yeah, it's true. And look, there are a couple of really good catch-up tools here. Like Ox, as we mentioned in the first round, being able to refuel is obviously a really powerful effect. And also, if you can get the Great Henge online, making your creatures that little bit bigger, drawing extra cards every turn, like that is an engine that if you don't have a really good Yorion start, then it can struggle to keep up. I don't think that's a keep. Nothing till turn 3.
Yeah, I don't like.
Doesn't feel good.
When my deck says the word aggro, I don't like keeping a mono 3 drop.
Yeah, I think I would keep this and bottom the mountain, I would assume. And what have we got over here for Sinister Duck? Trailer Crumbs, Charming Prince, Lanoir, Visionary. Some Scrylands.
Great hand to keep.
Just a value hand, right?
Yep.
Especially on the play. Being able to go Trail of Crumbs into Visionary into Charming Prince seems great. Seems exactly what you want to do. So Pijor is going to be looking for Lovestruck Beasts, things to start trying to gain some value from this early Innkeeper. And Glass Casket is a great draw here as well.
Yep.
Snapping it off straight away. Be interesting.
Really wanting to constrict that any kind of snowballing advantage early here.
Well, you've got the late game locked up.
Yes.
So I kind of like shutting off the engines when there's no pressure. I mean, Ooze is great, but I mean, it's just 2/2. There's not going to be any creatures in the graveyards for quite a while here. So a lot of,
A very easy target from Apparition too.
That's a good point. Yeah.
It's another Charming Prince for Sinister Duck and more lands.
More lands. So you can Shatter Skull, take 3 Phoenix, get in, which looks like is going to be the play. I like that. Putting another 2/2 on the just another bear isn't going to do anything, so you might as well just like try and aggro them out, right? And if Sinister Duck wants to trade, then I think you're just happy with that.
Yep. Extinction event.
Yeah, I mean they've got a mix here of both odd and even.
Yep.
But I'd just be getting Doom for Toll online. Yeah.
And that's what we're going to see.
Yep. And look, this isn't going to win the game single-handedly like we've seen other, like Esper Doom from a little while ago, where this was kind of the full win package. Really, we're just looking to get some value here, right?
Yeah, this isn't an all-in Doom for Toll deck.
Not at all, but I mean, you get to, eat a creature, sacrifice a glass casket, you get a couple of turns where you can just grind some value, and then it dies, you get a 2/2. I mean, just good, right? It's just good value for your mana.
And really, that's where, like we said a few times, Sinister Duck wants to take this into the late game.
Absolutely.
If they can control the board enough here to get it into turn 6, 7, 8, they're going to be in a pretty good position.
So we've got some choices here. I think I would... I'd actually be tempted to sack the Doom to itself. I think this turn I want to go Yorion into hand, Charming Prince, Blink, Lanamai Visionary. I don't know that giving the Innkeeper back is...
Makes the Extinction event interesting.
I mean, you put it on odd, but then you lose your Visionary. Which I guess is okay, but...
I think I'm okay with that as a trade. The Phoenix of Ash is going to give this deck a lot of staying power.
That's true, and the fact that it obviously is exiling. And look, you can play a Trail of Crumbs here, so it's definitely. Yeah, and look, I guess the ooze gets cleaned up by Doom. Yeah, no, all right, fair enough.
Scry looks good. Not sure what's going to the top of the bottom here.
No. There's an Eliminate sitting on top there.
Yep.
Thank you, Arena, for showing us that. And look, Pijor is just going to try and gain some life while they can, right? Just understanding that this ooze is going away, you might as well use your mana and... I mean, you take it.
Yep.
As someone who has played a bunch of Yorion, Chris, how do you feel about Charming Prince Yorion loops?
Look, I'm a fan, but nothing like blinking your blinks.
As someone who's played against you in Commander, can confirm you do enjoy some value nonsense.
Ride that value train.
Yeah.
Speaking of value trains,
Trail of Crumbs. And this thing is just going to die.
Yep.
But, obviously no need to do that on your turn. And Pijor is out of gas.
Yeah, and this is really not where the Gruul deck wants to be.
No, they should have won by now in their ideal world.
Yeah.
So we see Yorion go to hand. I imagine we see Charming Prince. Oh, okay. I'm going to start doing trail things. Fair enough. Sure. Probably looking for a land there, actually.
Yeah. Is that another eliminate?
No, that's an enchantment. That's
Yeah.
the oh, I forget what that's called. Hang on, I've got it. Treacherous Blessing.
Yes. Yep. It's actually that's a great draw for Sinister Duck.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can start getting some value off that. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's the wombo combo with Doom for Told where you can sack it, but
It's perfectly fine to blink with Yorion.
I mean, it's just this is really getting away from Pedro at this point. It seems, you know, Goose making food, you feed the trail. I mean, yeah, this is what you're about with this deck. Maybe we can make a 1/1 and a 5/5, but. Are you priced into killing Goose at this point, Chris?
It's a tough spot, right?
Oh yeah, it's awful. But like your choices are either play, you know, like both halves of Lovestruck Beast, or no, I like this line. I think this is correct.
Yeah. Yeah, Sinister Duck here with plenty of gas.
Lots of different options. And that's why you put the extra copies in your deck, man. Sometimes you just get to draw them and cast them. And did they just blink their food? They did. I think Sinister just got a little bit excited with their position here, and has in fact exiled their food. Look, I don't think it's going to matter, but it's still kind of funny. There's no draw trigger off that one, buddy. It's not sacrificed to anything else. There's no trails. Trail is gone at that point anyway, so that's not going to do anything for you. And look, obviously, this is where Edgewall would get you back in the game, to some degree. But this is
Skywall Apparition here is just going to eat you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, double apparition. I mean, double glass casket, ECD. Like,
yeah.
This is going to be all wrapped up fairly quickly. This card actually, Skyclave Apparition, kind of slipped under my radar during the spoiler season and the early part of this format. But man, that card is a reason to play white again.
Yeah.
Which hasn't been there for a while. Yeah, okay, that's just
super strong.
Understandably, P-Draw has kind of had enough. The value train a bit too strong. So let's see. We get a better look at the sideboarding now and what's going on. Obviously, we're missing about half of Sinister Duck's deck, but that's fine.
But we get a game 3. So
we do get a game 3, which is fantastic. Pedro having a bit of a think. So Shaving of Phoenix. What do they have access to? Just having a quick look at their sideboard. So Primal Might. Ah, interesting. They had cut Questing Beast by the looks of it. How many Questing Beasts? They got 3 in the main. But I just... Did I miss that? They didn't have any in that game, did they?
I thought, yeah, I'm pretty sure
I think
Pedro
that
just
wasn't
brought in.
But 1. That's interesting. I mean, you're not getting a lot of value as far as like hitting planeswalkers, but it's just a hasty threat that punches through almost all of their creatures. Like if you look, apart from the actual Yorions, they've got Sinister Duck has got like acquisitions experts, charming prince, visionaries. Wicked Wolf is the only thing that can actually block.
Yep.
So I'm surprised that you don't just keep those in.
Yeah, I think, especially when you're getting into top deck mode, it's nothing like ripping a questing beast. Wears a cleave pretty well too.
Yeah, it does, absolutely. And look, hey, we see a cleave, we see a brushfire elemental. This is a much better looking hand.
Yeah.
Much better. And Sinister Duck's going to need to find some land drops for this to come together. They've got 2 in hand still, but the goose can't block the brushfire.
And we've got we've got plenty of lands from P-Jaw. We've got the Rimrock Knight that can buff in there as well. It's nice. I like the way that hand's turning out.
Yeah, I think that this is looking interesting for sure. So we should see a forest into a mammoth next turn, and then the turn after that we could see cleave.
Yep.
And in the meantime, we're attacking for another 3 here. So this is a strong turn for sure. So Sinister Duck's really going to need to find some instant speed interaction, or they're going to be taking a lot of damage. Because Mammoth into Fabled Passage.
Yeah, I mean they can Doom Foretold, and that's going to.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're saying. We're talking about the fact that cleave next turn. Sorry, Shorty's just talking to us. So you can Doom, but it's. I mean, it's the play, right?
I think it has. There's no real other.
But they don't know about it, so they may just think that like Charming Prince into Trail of Crumbs is good enough here. And what do they take? So the Mammoth gets +2.
Yeah, so with the Fable Passage, it's going to be 2/2, so that'll become a 7. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be a 7/7.
7/7 with a cleave is going to be filthy.
I mean, you still just do that, right? You still sack the Brushfire. You attack.
Yeah.
Is that? Oh man, it's going to be an 8/8. Is that just lethal? Oh no, they can't do it now. They're mana short for actually casting the cleave this turn because they don't have enough attacking creatures. Right, they've only got 5 towards the cleave.
Still, Rimrock Knight to pump, I like, and then you can edgewall
Sure.
Innkeeper and play and draw a card, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a great turn.
So you don't win this turn, but wow.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's a real turn there.
And with the Doom Foretold down, you've got plenty of sack fodder, so...
Yeah, you just sacrifice the Innkeeper and play a land, and that's...
so
This
only
is
option
interesting.
here
This
to-
is an interesting spot.
Sinister Duck.
Needed to find those lands.
Yeah.
They can't make anything with the goose. They can shock, or they can bolt themselves. They can't afford to bolt themselves here. With the Agadines, is it Charming Prince gain life? You just have to scry, right? You have to scry and hope that they don't have cleave. No, they've gone for life. Interesting. Okay,
That's going to be it.
so you sacrifice the Innkeeper. You play a land. And depends whether they block with Goose as well or not, I think. Oh dear. Okay. Which creature do you put it on, Chris? Just maximum damage?
I think so, yeah. I'd just be wanting to get in here.
Oh, it's just lethal. I was thinking I thought they were too short there, but no, wow. That's unreal. Well done to Pijor. Unlucky there to, well, not unlucky, that's just the way that it happens with these larger decks. Sometimes you don't draw the right couple of cards, but I mean, Gruul showing its weakness there in game 2 where it flooded out and just didn't have any way of dealing in any reach or any real punch, and then game 3 it just kind of had that perfect 2, 3, 4 curve and just kind of managed to do it what it was about. So
Nice that we got to see both decks do their thing, though.
yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, and Gruul just getting under there, which is what it needed to do. Need to get on the board quick, get a lot of pressure down, and just get that last bit in, finish it off with a cleave. It's the classic Gruul play.
All right, so our next match is actually already firing as well. Do you want to just have a quick chat about this?
Yeah, so we've got Tom D here on a Winota build, bringing a bit of spice to the league. So fairly classic build here. We've got the Kenrith in there and all the Winota creatures. Bone Crushers getting in and out. We've got Rakdos in there as well. So looking pretty stock here. There's too much more to add with this one. But Tom D did very well in the group stage. So yeah, did very well in the group stage, and I'm not sure what he was playing throughout the group stage, but anyway, in any case, yeah, Shorty's just told me he was playing Winota throughout the group stage, so obviously done really well, knows the deck very, very well, and Tom D is going to be matching up against JDS Walker. So if we've got JDS's deck handy. We've got another Abzan build here, but this time we've got an Abzan Yorion build. So another Value Town build here.
They're playing the Scoot Swarm Mutate package is worth mentioning here. So Cub Wardens and Scoot Swarms and Great Horns and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I haven't seen this particular kind of list before. So
Me either.
Yeah, okay.
This looks like a brew, yeah. I certainly haven't seen anything like this, but I like what it's doing.
Okay, so we're just dropping into game 2. Apparently Tom D took down the first one. And so
we're looking at JDS Walker. So we've got
plenty of mana.
A lot of lands again.
Blooming Sands. Whew. You don't see those very often. I guess they're looking to cycle a Triome here. Would be the only reason to not put Yorion into hand. Okay. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. But I mean, we can make this into a 4/4 Cub Warden.
Yep.
Giant Killer won't hit that, will it? Does Giant Killer do... Is it 4 toughness or more? Or power, rather?
Giant Killer, yeah, will destroy with power 4 or greater.
Right, okay. So it won't hit the Cub Warden yet, so... yeah, interesting.
See the mutate go down here.
And Interesting.
Okay.
So playing around things a little bit there.
Heads up play there.
Yeah, definitely.
Tom D flashing that giant killer to us up the top. It's not,
Just-
not doing much at this point.
No.
Very conveniently sized body actually. When we look at the bone crushers in hand and the giant killer.
Yeah, look, we don't know what happened in game 1 and whether there was a blowout there by, you know, like double stomp or something like that. Yeah, I guess that's let's see what can happen. So obviously, oh, it's got reach. Okay, so that also makes a lot more sense now. As far as having what vigilance. No, hang on, it's got reach, trample, and lifelink. But at this point, it's now not vulnerable to stomp either. I have never seen that card before.
Lieutenant.
That's one of the main hits out of the Winota decks these days, isn't it? As far as kind of the values. We've got, what else do we have here for hits? Kenrith. We've only got a single copy of that. The Basri's Lieutenants, Pactos, and Seasoned Hallowblade, it looks like, are the main ones. And the... Hey Chris, did you know that both of our players are playing a card that I've never seen before? They're both playing Skyclave Clerics. Is this like a meta thing that I am completely ignorant of, or like what's going on here?
It's
I mean, it's a land.
it's
I
a
guess.
land. It's a land as well.
It's It's a 1/3 that gains 2. I get it in the Winota deck, right? It's a cheap creature that has some value that attacks and gives you Winota triggers. Cool. I don't know what to say about the other deck. I don't know what to say about JDS's deck at all, actually.
JDS bringing the spice.
Yeah, definitely.
The Amiria's Call.
Yeah.
Making the 2 angels. Very nice there. Can clear whatever's clogging up the board there.
I would have been tempted to just block with a single angel. Whoops. Okay. I wonder what the oops was for there. So Chris, have you ever cast Yorion onto a cupboarden with 2 mutated creatures?
I have not.
I actually don't know how that works. Legitimately not sure. Yeah, interesting that there's no attack with angels there. I don't see how that's correct. We just missed 8 damage here. Particularly when your follow-up is to just blink a bunch of stuff. Or now not a bunch of stuff. Yeah, that seems interesting. I don't know about that. Mutate, stick together, yeah, and right. I don't know. That's why I wanted him to do it. So I guess we don't know. Yeah, for science, exactly. We're all about science here in the finals of this league.
giant killer. So we've got a giant killer Skyclave operation.
Uh-huh. We've got,
Rotate onto that.
and you put it under. So you still got under? Surely. Yeah. Yeah, okay. And so the giant killer can now, you know,
It's a pretty juicy target.
pretty good for that. Bringing the flying beats at this point. Yeah, look, Tom D's in a spot. What can they do? They can Skyclave the Angel and then block the Yorion. They're really looking for a Winota here or something else to get going. Or do you... You don't want to Skyclave the Yorion because it comes back quite large. Whereas the Angel is just gone, right?
I assume because the Angel's on top, when you Skyclave it, it just disappears.
I imagine so. Well, I mean, he killed the one with a cupboard anyway.
Yeah.
So, I would assume so.
Yeah, sorry, I meant if it was mutated, but...
Yeah.
So many unanswered questions in this game, Cracker.
I know, so many... Who would have known that Mutate would have caused a bunch of rules interactions that nobody ever knew about, Chris? They're good attacks here, either. These little cubs are kind of holding down things. I have no idea who's in front. I just can't target tokens, I can't target 5 drops, so I can't hit that. Well, now listen, Pelican Man. Don't be telling us how these rules and cards work. Oh, it's a non-token permanent. Ah, okay. Well, there you go.
That's us reading the cards. Thanks, chat.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. And for some reason I thought it flew because it's an apparition spirit, but it doesn't fly either, so it can't block anything. Well, I guess we know who's in front now, Chris. The double Amiria's call has kind of done some work here.
Yep, 16 in the air is a reasonable spot to be.
It's not bad. But there you go. So I think that at this point, that is our quarterfinals wrapped up. So we will have our 1-1. Oh, Tom D won the first. Oh, so we're going to go to game 3. Oh, apologies. Okay. Gee, I am clearly tired and have no idea what I'm talking about.
All right. So now we get to see what else is sitting here.
Yeah, JDS has a bunch of cards that I have to look up. Archon of Absolution. Flying protection from white. Creatures can't attack you. Oh, okay, that's the Ghostly Prison on a 3/2.
I like that.
Interesting. All right.
Well, we're being treated to no shortage of magic.
That is true.
We're getting magic played. That's what we want to see.
Technically 3 lands in this hand. Seems fine, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh dear. Looks like Tom is taking some severe mulligans here. They're down to 4 cards, I believe, which is rough to say the least.
I mean, Winota can be explosive. But...
That is true. That is true. But it doesn't kind of have the I win button that it used to. I mean, for a 4-card hand, I guess that's not too bad.
About as good as you can hope for at this stage. Okay. Some magic that can be played.
That 1/3 lines up pretty great against this 3/1 though, Chris.
You can give it +1/+1 till end of turn.
Yeah, that's a good point. You can do that.
You might have been.
All right, so get in. Look, Tom D is putting up a good fight here for what they can. Apparition stealing apparition. Get back your. Get a 2/2. All right. Okay, perfect. So we've got a couple of more ICRs to give away. So who do we have here? Bronze Panda. Congratulations, Bronze Panda.
Bronze Panda.
And we also have Masonitas. Congratulations, Masonitas. So we've got a couple of ICRs that we'll be sending away. If you haven't joined already, please type in #BeansGiveaway in the chat. You only have to do it once, and you'll be entered for the rest of the stream. And we're going to see a stomp on an apparition to... Well, it doesn't get back your apparition, though. It just gets you back... it's a 3/3, I guess, right? So...
Okay.
The lack of the second red mana here is pretty awkward.
Yep.
But, I mean, we're going to get in for 6. This is a real clock. Oh. Okay, I was going to say this is a throw, but it's not, because they obviously get the 2 1/1 tokens to go with it. But yeah, it's interesting. We said free stuff and hamburger turns up. You'll love to see it. So, does Haktos have haste? There are a lot of words in that card. I don't remember them all.
I don't think Haktos has haste.
I don't think it does. It just always seemed to have haste because it was being brought in by...
Attacks each combat if able, but doesn't have haste.
Right. Interesting. So looking to get some stomp value here. This little chain of 1/1 lifelinkers is causing Tom some real headaches. They were, I mean, a couple of mana short of being able to like turn the whole team into to cowards and, you know, stomp for the win. But there's just a bunch of lifelink kicking around, which is just making things really awkward.
It's very close.
Yeah, for sure. And Tom's obviously in a position where they just don't have enough mana to be able to. Oh, actually, if they stomp a
I
cub
just
here
love-
and then turn everything into cowards, they get in for lethal. That's the line. Wow. Wow, that was Oh, but it only works. No, never mind. I forgot they have only got one. Interesting.
So if could he have just stomped upstairs and then done the coward line? Oh no, you can only choose one that hasn't been chosen before. Yeah, so you can't. There was no way of being able to.
Well, it's only this turn though, right? Like you can do it.
Yeah. Yeah, so you could only make one creature a coward anyway. So yeah, there wasn't the ability to get through all of that. It makes sense to stomp and try and clear those lifelinkers. They're causing a lot of problems.
Yeah, definitely.
That being said, there's no shortage of options now from JDS Walker's side.
This lack of second red mana source is really just coming to haunt Tom D here. And look, keep in mind, Mulligan to 4, they have he's played very well. You know,
Yeah.
got himself in a real position to have a chance to win. Just isn't quite lining up.
Ooh, ECD there. Pretty good hit.
ECD is definitely a hit. It's a free attack with your Cup Warden. And I guess, yeah, well, sure.
Yep. Missing the value off the die trigger off the Lieutenant. That's a great pull for the ECD.
Mm-hmm.
So swinging back into JDS Walker's side of the table.
Yeah, it feels like it's probably firmly in their spot
Yeah.
now.
Yeah,
Tom
that
D's not going to have the reach to be able to. And look, Pelucranos is obviously going to be a huge problem for Tom to be able to try and deal with as well. Giant Killer will do something, but
Yep, so we can see Orion come down and Blade next turn.
yeah. Or, you know, just a Starix for with massive value.
Wow.
Yikes. They get, what, 8 lifelingers, some lands, and then what does Starix do? Just find a bunch of permanents and put them into play? Yeah, wow, okay. That's, oh, sure, an Ugin. I missed that coming in, I just saw all of the other things.
Amazing. Wow.
That's, yeah. That's quite the turn.
So the gee. That is unreal. So the giant killer, not enough.
No. I think I just played Pelucranos this turn.
Yeah. Well, there's that second red mana.
Yep. It's only 17 turns too late. Okay. So, look, Tom putting up the valiant fight. Uh-oh. That's an unfortunate roll. being weak to that. Yeah,
Wow.
that's
JDS Walker.
yeah.
Dick.
Congratulations
Good.
for there you go.
Wow.
All right, so congratulations to JDS. Well done. That was certainly a spicy game there. Unlucky to Tom that they mulliganed all the way down to 4 there, but valiant effort. So that's going to wrap us up for a minute. We're going to have a quick break shortly. Chris, anything else you wanted to say about the matches we've seen? Some good Magic so far, man.
Yeah. We've got to see a lot of Magic, which is awesome.
Yeah.
But that is all the quarterfinals wrapped. So we're now moving into our semis bracket. Right?
Yeah, we are. Which means we're going to have a switch in the commentary team. It'll be Chewy and Stu jumping in to take you guys through the next little bit. And I think we're going to have a quick break in the stream. We'll be off for about 3 minutes while we make a couple of changes. So thank you all for joining us so far. If you haven't entered already, there's the Moobot thing, #Beans giveaway. We'll give a couple more ICRs away. There's also some spicier stuff going a bit later on in the stream, so be sure to hang around and see if we can get some sweet value.
That's it. Plenty more Magic to come.
Thanks.
Hello, everybody. We are back in the booth, and you've got me again. Polywaffle Chris has had to run to go and have some dinner and stuff with family, so that's fine. We're down to 4 beans, but on with the show, and hopefully we can continue the level of amazing games that we've just seen. Some pretty cool ones there, Cracker. You guys had some pretty cool matches to commentate on. Yeah,
they were unreal. Like the variety of decks and the way that they were played out was awesome. Like some of those interactions were, like obviously they're not decks that we're familiar with for the most part, so it was definitely some trying to make up some reads on the fly. But man, they all really piloted really well. So sweet games. Unfortunately, look, the variants of Magic happened a couple of times. We saw people, with some terrible mulligans because they had lands and stuff like that, or just flooding or just never drawing what they needed. But I mean, that is the nature of the game.
That's why we play best of 3, because it's just better than best of 1 for exactly that reason, right?
Just kidding. I knew I shouldn't have said
anything. We're down to 3 hosts now.
Yeah,
I mean, he's not wrong though. Let's be honest.
Look, no, he's not, and that's why tournament magic.
Yeah,
is,
that's right.
is
Yeah, for tournament magic,
for
definitely.
sure.
Anyway, let's save that for a podcast episode. We can have a nice big argument on a podcast. That'll be should be pretty good. So Cracker and Chewy and Stu, you guys are going to be taking off for the semi-finals and commentating. So we might just have a quick look at our bracket. Chewy, do you want to just give us a run through of where we've gotten or how we've gotten to this point?
So we saw, we'll start off right at the top where I was really happy to see someone from Group Chewy win through to the semi-finals. Bad luck to Yanray, but Aragoth progressed, and we just saw the match we just saw with JDS Walker and the AVK, which is Tom. That was some really heads-up plays there, and a really cool, interesting deck that, how do you play against that deck? I'm not sure. So I guess we'll find out. Aragoth is going to take on JDS Walker.
So hold on, so Aragoth was Group Chewy?
Yeah.
And JDS Walker is Group Stew, so we'll be commentating that match, so it'll be...
I look forward to that.
It's game on.
A bit of a mini game. Someone casts Shahrazad, and you and me will be having a game under the table. And we saw Peugeot and Sinister Duck just Embercleave just did its thing. So I know Sinister Duck outside of the Discord Cracker, so make sure you give him plenty of stick. No, congratulate him on a good finish. Right back at the start, we saw Rocky H and Lab Monkey, and Rocky just rocked into the semi-finals there with a 2-0 win over Lab Monkey. So that will be our first semi-final that we get into here. So Peugeot with the Gruul beats versus Rocky H
Rocky
on
Big Red.
On Big Red, So
Some interesting matchups.
Really interesting. So I guess it comes down to Iron Crag, right? If we get the fast rule start,
kind of.
There's a lot of
they've got. So we thought that in perhaps game 2, you saw that there was no Iron Crag. They just Rocky just hard cast Ugin on turn 9 or 10 or something like that. But I mean, they've got a bunch of stomps to get rid of the early Brushfire Elementals. They've got the Storm's Wrath to deal 4 to a bunch of stuff. So I think it's going to be interesting. I can definitely see Gruul just getting underneath it and getting an early Embercleave and kind of running away. But at the same time, I can see a scenario where Rocky manages to just, kill off those couple of early threats, not let them get established with a board presence, and then just, once Ugin's in play, man, it's going to be hard to deal with. Questing Beast will definitely be a key card in this matchup.
And I think it's both players will be really sweating on the dice roll on who goes first.
Yeah, that's what determines most games in Magic, isn't it? Especially best of one.
Best of one, yeah.
Left that one out there.
All right. I'm going.
All right,
Goodbye.
cool. So let's get into these matches pretty soon. Before we do, just a reminder, we are running a couple of giveaways. So there is the bot giveaway. If you type that hashtag #beans giveaway in the chat, you'll go in the running for some individual card rewards as well as a 1000 gem code towards the end of the stream. And once you've entered it once, you're in for the rest of the stream. So make sure you're in on that. And the other thing that you want to go and enter is we're involved in this year. This is a first for us, but yeah, a content creator thing that's going on at the moment. A whole bunch of other people that are way more famous than us are involved in this sort of thing. People like Alias V and Dana Fisher and people like that. So they are much bigger names than the Magic Beans, but anyway, we're involved this year and we're glad to be a part of it. So if you head to that link, b.link/magicbeanscast, you can enter on there, and yeah, we'll be giving away a pre-con commander deck from a few years ago. It's probably worth a little bit of money now, and yeah, we'll be doing that on New Year's Eve, 31st of December. So keep an eye out for that. Follow that link, and yeah, get in that. Everyone loves free stuff, as we have seen from these leagues that we're running. So I think we'll... Chewy's... Are you sneezing? What are you doing there, Chewy? You look like you're having a fit. You're all good?
I'm coughing. Hopefully I'm picking up
get
on my...
get the mute going.
Here. I've been pretty crook over the last few weeks.
No, that's cool.
Not corona.
No. I think you've been tested about 5 times, haven't you?
Yeah, my nostrils just get like slowly wider and wider.
Nice.
Yeah,
very good. All right, so yeah, we'll hand it over to you and Chewy and Stu. You guys can get into commentating. You can run us through the decks for this first match, and yeah, we'll get into it. So we'll just have our quick video, and then we'll get into the games.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Here we are for the semi-finals. Get excited. We've got some big matches here tonight, and we've already seen some big matches. It's just been incredible so far. A lot of great Magic has been played. Chewy, what are your thoughts?
Absolutely echo that, mate. There's been some really good games being played, and a lot of quality Magic. You know, we haven't seen somebody just get steamrolled. Everyone's kind of been in it the whole time. There's been some interesting decks as well, which is cool. And we're going to see a couple of good decks here as well, battling against each other. So semi-finals are starting from the pointy end. So you know, there's $500 worth of cash and prizes up for grabs here, thanks to our amazing sponsors at Josh and Pat's MTG Bazaar. So they're again, big shout out to those guys. So
thank you very much.
Yeah, let's have a look at the decks that are going to, go head to head here.
All right, here we are. Big Red. This is the surprise deck for me so far, because I've not seen it played at all, and no one in my group played it, and it was fun to watch.
Yeah, it's definitely a new one for me, and yeah, I think it's probably got a good matchup. Now that I actually have the deck list up in front of me, I think Pedro with the Ghoul deck, he's going to be up against it. So Spikefield Hazard, Fire Prophecy, Stomp.
Absolutely, we've got a lot of early removal.
And then the bigger sweepers in Smashing and...
Storm's Wrath.
Yeah, Storm's Wrath as well, yeah. It's pretty good here, and it can do some busted things with Ironcrag Feet. Into Ugin, so it's a... but as we saw in the quarterfinal, it doesn't really need to be doesn't rely on that, and more removal and Brash Taunters in the sideboard as well is going to be going to be a bit tough for our Gruul.
I think so.
So let's have a look at the Gruul deck. So Peugeot from NZ finished 9-2 in the league, and was hoping for some rogue decks, but hasn't battled them yet.
Surprise twist.
Yeah,
not many people were on Meta.
Yeah, no, we're down to one rogue decks or Rogue One for any Star Wars fans out there. So I've been jamming a very similar list to this on ladder, and there are some games where it doesn't matter really what your opponent's doing. You can kind of just ignore them and just kill them. So This deck
So-
has definitely got some explosive potential here.
Now, and we saw that in the quarterfinals that game 3 decider, where Pijor was able to get the Embercleave down on the Mammoth and just, game over. So
Absolutely.
that was pretty early on. The deck can go hard.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, my dog's barking. My wife's on my phone. Excuse me.
Oh,
So
there it goes.
yeah, we can. So it's really going to be a battle of the opening hands. I think some Soul Seers in the sideboard, as JDS has pointed out, I think is a good thing as well. So
Yeah.
a lot of spot removal as well as those sweepers, but we've got some just really early giant threats. If you go like Brushfire Elemental into the Mammoth, into Embercleave, like we saw in the quarterfinals, like especially on the play, there's not many decks in the format that can really deal with that.
No,
So-
it's a fast start.
So,
Right,
yeah,
let's just head over to the match. I think we're about to get underway.
yep, I'm looking forward to it. Let's go.
Oh, I'm pumped. I'm pumped. Early tip, what do you got?
I'm feeling
Without
like
seeing their opening hands, what have you got?
I'm gonna go. Hang on, liberal deck. My money's on liberal deck. Yeah,
Alright.
just get him dead. Play
Yeah.
red, get him dead. Believe the cleave, all of those things. And we'll see how they go. Might be wrong though.
So we've got Pijor. No,
Yeah, that's
Rocky is on
yeah.
the play here.
Yeah, a snap keep there.
Absolutely.
A Spikefield Hazard into Stomp, into a.
It looks like Pijor is just mulligan to 5. Oof,
Okay, so
not quite the start you want.
I put the jinx on him.
Yeah.
Saying,
Oh dear.
can't quite
Oh.
see all of the cards in the hand. So, but it looks like there's a solemn on the side there. So we got a good start though with Brushfire Elemental. A mountain off the top here for Pujol, and we've got game on because the
Well, that's
first
definitely what he's hoping for, right? Like, you don't want to be having to crack that fatal passage on turn 2.
Yeah, exactly. But it's you can just like questing beast.
Oh,
There you go. Yeah,
that's
just
it.
shock yourself and go. Seeing the real
Absolutely.
value of these cards. The bolt lance,
Yeah, they are so good.
and then all those
There's
contemplating
hesitation there.
hesitation to play it untapped and then next turn, but I think it's definitely right to bolt yourself. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's going to go into Stomp here. We know that because we've got perfect information, but
Yeah.
I think it's still the right play.
Well,
And the
you take one stop off the board and it replaces itself. Okay.
And that's a trick that we've seen from Rocky with their Ugins in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, exactly right.
So not a bad skill to have that one.
Yeah, I wish I had that one.
Yeah. So third landed. Do we see Stomp held up here or a Maze Mind Tome?
I think we see Stomp held up. Like, it's hard to not want to play its own at this point, I think. But knowing what you're up against, Gruul with some. Okay. No,
They
we'll go for
decide
it.
on the tome.
Oh, yeah,
Okay, that's a pretty good draw there from Pujol.
Absolutely.
They'll be able to get in for 3. No, for more than
No,
3.
3 plus 2 is it
5?
5? Is it 2 per? Yeah, 2 per land.
Yeah. I
that's-
really like this card, this Brushfire Elemental.
Yeah, it's cool. It's
Good
really
magic
cool.
card.
So that's what I would have been concerned about.
Is that a Maze of Ith, the Labyrinth?
No. Ah, yes.
Yeah, it's a Maze of Ith type effect. Yep. And we're just going to see another Stomp come down here. So Pujol looking for a land here. Any untapped land.
Land will do.
So here we have the option to hold up Stomp again, draw a card off tome, or so yeah. That's a land.
That's what you want.
So the top of Peugeot's decks kept him in the match here.
Which the top of my deck could do that sort of thing. Now this is
Yeah.
this is really good. Get that
Yeah.
4th land into Questing Beast and just chip away. And when I say chip, 4 damage is nothing to be sneezed at.
They're like wedges, you know, like
Yeah,
when you
that's
think about
right,
chips and
absolutely.
wedges. Yeah. It's a big chunk.
I do like wedges. I do like chips.
Bit of sweet chili sauce.
Oh,
I love it. Yeah. Okay, so what have we got here from Rocky?
So you-
Is he gonna scry in his draw step?
See what's there first.
I like this.
And I think you just have to. Ooh,
Can cast that Ox.
can cast it, absolutely.
It does trade with Questing Beast, but there is a stomp in Peugeot's hand. Deciding to bottom it.
Not forgetting that it does also have a couple of Bone Crusher Giants if he's looking for blockers.
Yep. Oh, that's a draw.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
we've
right
got-
there. Ordered some baked potatoes for dinner. Very nice. Yeah, I also had some baked potatoes tonight.
Oh, nice.
They hit the spot nicely. While Chris and Cracker were talking away, I was in the background just stuffing my face.
Baked potatoes are just a vehicle for everything that goes on them, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Although tonight was with a bit of roast pork. It wasn't a standard baked potato, but they were baked potatoes.
So I think Questing Beast trade. Just finish baked potatoes. Just baked potatoes for days here.
It's good. Yeah, perfect trade. Always going to happen.
That's a strength of Bone Crusher Giant, really. Just being able to 2-for-1 like that.
Absolutely.
Red 2-for-1s. Woo. But yeah, here we've got a 5/5. There is a stomp in Rocky's hand to
Yeah.
stop the beast from attacking.
Well, or a spike field for one less. Perhaps.
I think they want the spike field just because they want land drops here.
Yeah, you're probably right.
We might see a spike field solemn, and then
Oh, ooh,
I would take the spike field, play it as a land, play the solemn block with the solemn, and
Yeah.
then just try to progress your game plan up to Ugin. But they decided to bottom the spike field, and Maze Mind Tome's going to work here trying to find lands.
Ooh,
Okay.
there it Okay.
So an early Ugin is no mean feat here.
So-
I'm
so-
sorry, feat. See what
So-
I did
yes, absolutely. I'm pretty sure we saw this exact play in the first match.
Yeah.
Back in the quarterfinals, so it'd be interesting to see. I mean, I think you just do it again.
I think so. What's the hesitation here?
Unless they're
What's their line? What are they thinking? Are they thinking about trying to get on board a bit first?
I think so.
Like, do you want to play the solemn? Yeah, Wangasith in the
Always
chat.
the possibility that you play around Question Beast. That's true.
Yeah.
You know it exists. You know that it's gonna. If you tick down 3, you know that if it comes down, you lose it. But
Well, I think Rocky just ran the mental numbers there and went,
Yeah.
I've already dealt with one. I know there's only
this is
two
it.
that do.
And absolutely, that's the right play there. I think take out the bell
Yep.
and keep Lovestruck Beast from attacking. Absolutely.
Cresting Beast does the straight 4 damage, or if you pump it with Rimrock Knight, does it deal more?
It will deal more if it's pumped.
Okay.
It deals the exact same damage. So
So it can hit Ugin for 6 here. So 6 to Rocky,
Yeah.
6 to Ugin, yeah.
yeah, such a good card.
When this got spoiled, I saw it first on a Facebook group, and I thought someone was making a ridiculously overpowered custom card.
Yeah.
So I actually dismissed it at first. I was like, oh, someone's just made a random custom card, whatever, it's broken. And then I saw it in the actual spoiler, and then I, sort of thought, wow,
It is a house.
it's actually a card. And I've played my fair share of Questing Beasts.
Yeah, me too.
And as you mentioned, with its bestest of friends, Ember Cleave, it's pretty good against range matchups. So you just jam the knight here. Yep.
Absolutely. You're looking to do as much damage as you can. You stop it from being able to exile your Questing Beast.
Yeah.
And you kill it the next turn. Almost.
The Bone Crusher Giant here is a bit of a so we're gonna see an Ugin then Stomp.
I forgot there was a Bone Crusher there. Yes. I was busy looking at the other one that was already on an adventure. I forgot that there was one in his hand as well. This game is far from over though.
It's far from over, but yeah, I guess we're seeing some good plays here by Rocky. Lack of green sources hurts scavenging ooze here.
Yeah.
So I think we need to, it can't pump past the Ugin Bolt.
No, so I wouldn't play it.
I'd run out the Rimrock Knight. I think the Rimrock Knight, threatens to trade up with a Bone Crusher Giant. Pardon me.
Or it eats a bolt, but in either case, it eating a bolt is better than you eating a bolt.
That's right.
I think.
No, well, it's better than your Scoos eating a bolt, but yeah.
Well, absolutely.
It gives you another opportunity to draw another green source. The ideal draw next turn would be a Edgewall Innkeeper for Peugeot.
Yeah. Get that 1/1. Get some card draw. Absolutely need some card draw at this point.
I like Fire Prophecy here.
Yes.
It lets you just handle anything really, and you can put one of those solemns on the bottom.
I feel like this game may have just got away from Peugeot.
Yeah, slipped away a bit, didn't it?
Ugin does that.
Yeah, especially when Ugin comes down ahead of curve. Making sure Peugeot gets all of his game actions in here. Now, I guess, it's not bad that Rocky can't actually attack here, so there is a bit of time, but time is not really what Peugeot wants to happen here. Wants this game done.
He needs some action at the moment. The top of his deck, which was doing so well at the start, it's not really helping now.
Yeah, just couldn't quite get underneath the red deck here. And yeah, it's a more life off the tome as well as an extra card.
Yeah.
And another sweeper.
Yeah. And
that's a fling.
Removal. Yeah, it's a fling.
Yeah. So I think Ugin plus Fire Prophecy bash for 8. Ugin plus Fire Prophecy on the missing beats. Yep. Just get aggressive here. And then probably play one of those cards as a land. Oh, nice. So then you can play the mountain and then follow it up with a solemn. Without taking any damage. So mountain off the top's a decent little draw there. Yeah, Rocky's certainly gonna take round one of this 3-round bout.
Fair to say, Pedro is between a rock and a hard place at the moment.
Yeah, very much so, very much so. Like Rocky's, got the eye of the tiger. He's enjoying the thrill of the fight, and
He's going to win this one. All right.
A robber.
Interesting.
Does
But
that only trigger when you attack a player?
I think it's just when it attacks, right? When it attacks, you've got less cards in hand than your opponent.
We'll see if it triggers here. Arena will tell us.
Well, it just says whenever it attacks, but he's
Okay.
decided to.
Now we'll see a.
I think he's.
Yeah. Yeah. He has hit the concede button.
Yeah.
So yeah, off to sideboard. What comes in here?
What have we got? Oh, sideboard's over the side here. So,
I think.
what have we got other than Question Beast? Is there anything else here that deals with Planeswalkers? No.
No, like Phoenix of Ash can.
Obviously over the top there.
Yeah, try to get in with a. But again, Ugin can exile it.
Correct.
So we've got Storm's Wrath, Solstier, Brash Taunter that can come in for Rocky. So yeah, you bring in the Great Henge. Again, it's nothing here really deals with the Ugin problem.
No,
does it?
and I think Ugin's the real problem.
Yeah.
Nothing else is that much of a problem. I think that game would have been slightly different if we had have seen some Edgewall Innkeepers and some card draw.
Or an Embercleave.
Or Ambercleave is always a good thing too.
Yeah, but yeah, I think the Phoenix of Ash that Pedro's brought in is
Scorching
on the board.
Dragonfire.
That's-
Been
that's
brought up. What does that hit? Does that do damage to Planeswalkers? I think it does. So we've got 4 of him.
And it deals with
Yeah.
the Bone Crusher Giant, the
We
creature
do need
side.
to get under Ugin. That's obviously that's what we want to be able to do.
Yeah.
But it's
And,
pretty
yeah.
hard to do when you've got Ugin coming down on turn 5 as well.
Yeah, Ironcrag Feet, which we saw there, would kind of accelerates that plan. Yeah, I agree, Child Rebel Walker there out of the chat. So you really want to get on the board as fast as you can to get underneath the Ugin, but that also you get hit with a Storm's Wrath. I guess
Okay.
what the deck's missing here is the deck is missing like a heroic intervention or something to give things.
Yeah, something
but-
like that.
But that doesn't again deal with the Ugin sweeper either. So yeah, it looks like this big red deck's actually quite well constructed.
It's good, absolutely. So did we see what Rocky brought in? I missed it because I was focusing too much on the loser and what they can do.
I think we saw some Storm's Wrath and some Solstice. So
J-Mud there in the chat, one of his saltier moments was when Rocky threw down some Brash Taunters. That is a card, man. Like, just anytime I've played against it, it just drives me nuts.
I know Shorty has an affection for that card after playing so much Stuffy Doll. It's an interesting hand. 2 tap lands are Crawling Barrens, but we do have a... Yeah, this is a really interesting one. It might be too slow.
I think
on
if
the
you
draw...
get this, Pedro has a really good chance of getting under. So
Yeah, I'd ship this.
yeah, I think I would as well. I don't think you can afford to be bringing Shadow Skulls in as tap lands or even shocking them in. Like, you don't want to be doing too much damage to yourself too early.
No. The Maze Mind Tome is a good card here. So do we see... So we'll see a forest being fetched here.
Yeah.
Or it's a
Or a mountain. We've got the
red-green pathway. Yeah. Yep.
we've got the footland pathway. That's what they're called. Yes.
Yep. We're gonna go with the robber. I don't
Yes.
mind that. What do we hit here?
Fire
Prophecy, good hit.
Nice. And another one off the top. No, that. So.
G'day, DeBroom. Welcome to
Boom!
coverage. Good to see you. Not land.
We've missed the land.
Yeah, you just jam a brush fire elemental here and get in. It'll get fire prophecy potentially, but this does force the decision.
Yeah, that's right.
They put shredded sails or the feet on the bottom here. So shredded sails deals with the ember cleave, right? It destroys
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Now they brought shredded sails in from the sideboard, right?
I think there's some in the main.
Or are they playing some main? Okay. Yes, destroy target artifact when it deals 4 damage to target creature with flying, which helps against the Phoenix, but you've really got it for Embercliff.
There's a lamp, so we'll get to see some brush fire beats here.
That's what we want.
It's exactly the draw that Peugeot was looking for.
Here we go.
Yep. Put Rocky down to 11. Let's scry that away.
All the sad robots.
So many. This art doesn't look so sad though. Just kind of.
No, it doesn't.
Looking for a land here. Not hitting it. Ew.
No.
Okay.
That's not much help.
So this is exactly what we we're talking about with the we want another land. So we're going to see land Phoenix of Ash here.
Land Phoenix. Just doing as much damage as fast as possible.
And then I think even with the sweeper, there's enough stomps to get the job done after.
We get 6, 7, 8. The 2 stomps get it next turn.
Yeah. Okay. So this is exactly how we drew it up with the.
Yeah, exactly. Just beat him.
Yep.
And that leaves the tome is on 2 and tapped, so he can't gain life off of that in time.
So even if he finds a land here, Storm's Wrath.
Yeah, I think that's
still gets the job done.
that doesn't help.
Yeah, comes into play. Tap.
There's nothing else that can help here, is no,
Nope.
because he needs life. Alright.
Yep. So that's the Gruul deck doing the thing. So in our to keep our boxing analogy going here. It's well and truly dead. Well and truly dead. Now if Peugeot wants to have some showmanship here before damage, he'll double stomp.
No. You swing, and then you double stop.
Yeah, double stop before damage. Yeah. But yep, okay, so that's the Gruul deck doing Gruul deck things. And we did say, we're a bit sketchy on the on that kick.
Yeah. But there you go.
Yeah, so we've
But,
got do we have the Soul Seers in? We do.
Yeah, we do. All 4. I mean, I don't think there's anything else you would do differently. It was just not the greatest hand, and some bad.
Yeah, maybe a mulligan was on the cards there, but hard to say.
I certainly felt it, but then I've never played this deck either, so I don't really know.
Well, I don't think
It's
any
best play.
red deck before, but yeah, it's certainly a difficult deck to play against, and that game is exactly what Peugeot wanted to see. But they didn't have any brash taunters. They stumbled on mana,
Yeah.
so it's a bit of a difficult game at times when you've got the pressure of the Gruul deck just hammering down on you like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've been jamming a bit of this Gruul deck, yeah? On ladder?
Yeah, it's my best of one ladder deck at the moment.
Yep.
And sometimes you just want to put Embercleave on things, and exactly what we've seen here though. Sometimes you just lose, other times you
Yeah.
win, and you hope that you win that coin flip more than 50% of the time, right? So
That's it.
another interesting hand here. Lands that come into play tapped.
Right, so I think we've just seen a snap keep there.
Yeah, they were pretty excited by that hand, I think. On the
At this
play, that
stage.
comes into play, tap lands aren't so bad.
Yeah, yeah.
So they probably go tap land, crawling barons into Maze Mine Tome, then tap land into activate,
Yeah.
and then catch up with the Storm's Wrath. Or if things go differently, they may get Brash Taunter down before the Storm's Wrath, just for some extra value. So
Yeah, well, I think that's certainly an option there. Stupid.
a slow hand here though from Peugeot as well. So I think
Yeah.
they're lucky to draw that Rimrock Knight, and I think they just want to play that as a 3-power threat on turn 2.
Yeah, I think you've just got to get something out there. You've got to have a presence.
Yeah, otherwise they're playing nothing,
Exactly.
which just plays into Rocky's hands here. Now Spikefield has it. They might just want as a land.
Oh.
Deciding to ship it. Fire Prophecy's a good draw here. Now, I guess we've got the forest.
Yeah.
So we'll see a mammoth come down here next turn from Peugeot, I think. Okay, that's a good draw with the Innkeeper, because we know there's going to be some sweepers, and a good way to rebuild from sweepers is to play. Yeah, is to Innkeeper into Bone Crusher.
Yeah, for sure.
But are they not playing the mammoth here? What's happening?
No, it doesn't look like it. I'm not sure what's happening.
I think they're holding up the Shadow Skull Smasher.
Oh, they're deciding on what land to play, I think.
Yeah. Okay, interesting line here.
Maybe thinking of dropping the Phoenix and just getting in.
Oh, they've gone the Phoenix over the Mammoth. Okay.
Yep.
Just choosing haste over the higher power threat.
Which, knowing what we know, is probably not a bad option.
Yeah. But they're drawing a card here rather than activating. Rather than using Fire Prophecy.
Well, they've got the mountain now, so they can Spikefield Hazard on the Knight.
Yeah.
Which is
prevents-
certainly
Yeah, well, it saves 3 life, right?
saves
Healing
3 life, and you don't have to worry about trying to get in a tap land.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, the Seer. We do have a potential Questing Beast coming down next turn. Or we might just see an Innkeeper and just like a straight Bone Crusher without the Stomp. And that sets up for Embercleave really well next turn. So it really does put the onus on Rocky to have Sweeper.
That's right.
And it doesn't hurt too much with the Sweeper because of the extra card off Edgewall, and it means that your Questing Beast will live. So
Correct.
It's not ideal having your board swept, but I think that is,
But it slows your opponent down a turn as well, because they've got to tap out.
Exactly, which opens the door for your Questing Beast.
Absolutely.
And, yeah. So I think that's making the best of a bad situation. So they're going to draw a card off Tome before they make a choice on this Fire Prophecy.
Interesting.
Another land, which is what they want.
Really good. Yep. Tome is doing work.
Yeah,
Get
to
rid
try
of
to get
that.
rid of a land. Yep, okay. Alright. And I think we might see this play that I suggested, which is good. It's always makes you feel good as a commentator.
No, it's the right play. You've got to do it, and you know your opponent. Oh, there you go. There's two of
Second
them now.
Storm's Wrath. Rocky's on fire, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they might play Brash Taunter here, which does open the door for an Ember Cleave. I would be tempted to play Brash Taunter here because it's sweet, but no, they're going for the Storm's Wrath. So we're seeing the same sequence as I predicted. I'd play the Forest, keep the Fable Passage up for Mammoth reasons.
Yeah,
Actually, I might be tempted to just play the Mammoth here.
Well, again, the Mammoth comes down and is a massive threat, or has the potential to be. Again, forcing more removal from Rocky. Interesting.
They're looking at bringing back a Phoenix here.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, JDS, exactly. I think Ember Cleave and Questing Beast are both good answers for the Brash Taunter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay. This game has definitely got a clock on it now.
Yeah.
And no land there for Rocky, so that could be the telling thing here. There's 8 drops in hand and stuck on 5 mana. Flyers and Questing Beasts kind of ignore
little taunter.
Yeah, but I think the Mammoth is the right play. Oh no, going straight for the Cleave. Okay.
Probably still trying to play around removal and sweepers, eh?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, hitting
don't
for
want
8.
to overcommit, and this is, I think this is the right move.
This gets it done in 2 turns.
Absolutely.
So
of
this
course,
is
we see Iron Crag. No?
well. This forces the Storm's Wrath,
Yeah.
but then we will see a Questing Beast come down. No. Ooh, okay. Oh, this still allows the card draw off the tome. So
Of course. Yeah.
well, probably not the time that they wanted to draw a land there. Probably wanted to draw a spell, but I think it's QB time. What's it cost to equip Embercleave? 3?
3.
Okay, so this might be game, right?
I think it's game.
Yeah. So here we've got the
So we gain 4 life. That's it, and that'll do 10 damage.
10 damage. Yeah. Okay.
So we hang on.
They hang on by a whisker.
Ooh.
Okay. At the end of this match, we'll have a quick chat to the winner before they progress on to the final. So yeah, it's going to be a bit of an interesting game here.
Now we don't have. There's nothing in the bin for Pedro, is there, to bring Phoenix back?
No, they've already escaped it once. So
What's the escape cost? 3? 4?
believe it's 4. Yeah.
Okay.
What are we seeing here? What's the play? 17.
So you can. The Storm's Wrath's not going to get it. But Storm's Wrath will do 4 into Hazard into 1 to get Questing Beast off the table.
And yeah, Pedro would need to peel like another QB off the top or something here.
Yeah, that's right. This game's not over yet, that's for sure. It's what you want to see in a game 3. A little bit of, you know what I mean? Change in ascendancy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fair battle going on here.
Yeah,
And
that spike field off the top there was
Yeah, definitely a draw.
brilliant. Get in
Oh,
for
it
one
sends
because-
the message.
You've got to.
Oh, then the Bone Crusher off the top.
Oh,
Oh!
wow. Whew,
What a draw.
man.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Well done. What a match.
Pedro's got the nervous sweats going on there.
I've got the nervous what's going on there.
I feel you. Yeah, that was a really close game. That's
I honestly thought that the ascendancy had switched and that we were going to see Rocky pull that right back.
It was quite rocky there for a little while for him, but it eventually got there. But what a game there! I think we've got our victor after a grueling semi-final match. We've got Pedro with us.
Well
Congratulations!
done,
How's it going? Cheers.
well
That
done.
was-
What a match.
Yeah, I was tripping for sure. That was
Yeah, that was exactly the match that we wanted to see as spectators. That must have been pretty intense for you, like pretty nervous at that last juncture.
absolutely. I normally get crumping, and yeah, got to slow it down a bit against control. So
Well, that's a deck that before the deck list was submitted last night, I've never actually seen. So it was difficult to sideboard against, I'm sure, because like Stu and I were saying, you could bring in all of this stuff to try to get under Ugin, but then things like Stormwrath kind of get you. So what was your thinking there while you were sideboarding?
it was rough. Shout out to Rocky. That was a really well-crafted deck and sideboarder. It's hard to plan against. But I was like, I'll just put in all the hasty stuff and a couple of cheeky removal spells and hope for the best,
Yeah, and got there.
So had you, prior to the match taking off, had you put a little bit of thought into how you would tackle the sideboard game? Or was you purely on the fly once the match was underway?
Not really. I mean, not against Big Red. I was kind of like, I'll deal with that problem later. I've got all these other decks to worry about. But
Yeah.
yeah, and then it was just kind of just big side decks, just try and get in there faster.
Yeah, I think that was definitely the right ploy. Like, you didn't want the game to go long because Ugin. But yeah, as you said, I think Rocky had a really well-crafted deck. I think go back and watch the VOD once this is up on Twitch, because there were some really interesting lines there where you'll be proud of yourself, I think, when you watch it. You made the right play in the right
absolutely.
spot. And and the top of your deck was kind to you when it needed to be, which is what we all need as Magic players from time to time. So well done.
Yeah, that Bone Crusher was unreal.
Yeah.
Whenever I see that, I just think, why does that never happen for me?
Did anybody else hear Randy Bueller in the background going, "Oh my God, Helix"? You had your own little moment like that, Fisher. So that's fantastic. So you get to sit back and relax for a little bit now, because we're going to have the other semi, and then we'll have the battle for bronze, and then you'll get to battle the victor from there.
Grand final.
Yeah. So you're in NZ. You're a couple hours ahead of us here in Oz, aren't you? It's
Sure am.
okay. So it might be a little bit of a late night for you. Do
It's all
apologise.
good.
But the good thing is you're playing Brawl, so you get your matches done quickly. So, but yeah, it's congratulations, our first finalists. You've made
Well
it
done.
through.
Thank you
Well
very
done.
much.
Commiserations to Rocky.
Yeah,
Played an amazing match as well. It was...
yeah, great deck, great magic from Rocky. So, Pedro, what was your final standing in the previous league? Because you're showing us some consistency here.
The previous league, I think I went 8-3 in the group portion, and then
Yep.
I got 4th.
Okay.
In
Yeah.
the finals.
Okay. Well, you're guaranteed to go at least one better than that. So, well done. Congrats. That's what you want to do. You want to build on that. We've seen a few people do that this league, with De Broom working his way up the ranks as well. So, it's well done. That's Magic can be a tough game sometimes, but you've got to celebrate those wins. So, congratulations. Good luck in the finals.
Congrats, mate.
I enjoy the red green beats. So.
Thank you very much.
I did call you actually at the start of the match. Stu and I had to pick a side, and I did pick you. So there you go,
Well,
Stu.
I didn't pick a side. I asked you the question, and I kept silent because I like to sit on the fence and then choose down the track. So, Pijor, I totally picked you. Well done.
Nice, can't go wrong that way.
Yeah, that's it.
Gotta
That's
hedge
it.
your bet.
Well done. Well done, Pijor. Good luck for the final, mate. We will jump into the next semi.
Oh,
So-
another one. We do, of course.
We do. So yeah, congrats, mate. We'll let you go have some dinner and a bit of a rest, and you can come back and start cleaving faces in the final.
Awesome, thanks, fellas.
Have a good
Good
one.
on you, mate.
All right, so yeah, who have we got up next? So
So
we've
next is JDS Walker and
and
Aragon.
Yeah,
Who
so
is here now.
yeah, so repping Team Chewy. So the Rogues deck is something that probably expected to see more of in the top 8.
Yes,
but
but not this variant. I felt, and I think Cracker alluded to it as well, that the deck's quite, it's been around since the start of this new standard, but with the Lurus changes and bringing in the crab and stuff, I expected to see more of that, to be honest.
yeah, although as we saw that this deck is
It's still a good deck.
Yeah, it still plays good Magic cards. It's still got Into the Story to refill and go long. So it doesn't have quite the grinding power of the Lurus version, but it can still go long. But it hits harder because of Nighthawk Scavenger, and just like X-Men, it's a rogue with Death Touch, so it's it could do a lot of work if that's your
If
last.
that's unchecked.
Yeah, if that's unchecked, it can close the game really quickly. And having lifelink, it's really good against other aggressive decks as well. So
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, I think main deck Cling to Dust, a lot of interaction with eliminates Heartless Axe, Drown the Locks. It's pretty good, and the sideboard, has kind of something for every occasion. So I think that's
Be interested to see what that Cling to Dust can do in this match.
yeah. So absolutely, and the Zareth Sand, right? So Cling to Dust and Zareth Sand could be some key cards in this matchup.
Well,
So let's have a
Zareth-Sand's
look-
got a lot of things to hit in this matchup.
Well, let's have a look at the other deck, and we'll see what they, what spicy things they can have here. So, JDS Walker is on the
Urian Mutate?
Urian Mutate. Yeah. So 9-2. So solid record.
Yeah.
Played this deck, Gruul Lamphor and Blue White Urine. So in the group stage, so had a bit of a varied matchup, but yeah, this deck's got some game, and we saw in the quarterfinals, JDS Walker knows how to steer the ship with this deck for sure.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
it's a funky old deck.
and well, we saw a lot of mutate decks early on in the format with what's the name of the Ikoria? Sorry, I had to look at the
Yes,
box behind me
Ikoria,
because I couldn't remember the name of the set. And
Feels
it's
like
kind of
eternity ago.
yeah, fallen out of favor a little bit. But yeah, we've got Scoot Swarm, Migratory Greathorn. We can really flood the board in a big way there. So yeah, J-Mud, JDS is from G-Town. So we'll see if they can bring home the chocolates for you there, J-Mud. So
They couldn't do it last week, but hang on, which Geelong are we talking about here?
well, I mean, it was hard for Gary Ablett to carry the team when he only had one shoulder. But yeah, anyway. So let's go to the match. So
All right,
Aragon
here we go.
versus, I believe we're going to be looking from the Rogues' perspective here.
That is correct.
Where is G-Town? That is Geelong ties. Yeah. Okay, solid start here. I think the Cling to Dust, which is, as you mentioned, an important card.
Yeah, that is a snap keep there.
Do you start with the Triome, or do you and like go the sort of slower match, or do you
Well, I
get
think-
that Enforcer in ASAP?
Yeah, I think you want to. I think you want to get that in as soon as you can. I mean, you've got 80 cards to mill, so I don't know. Maybe the mill isn't the process here, but at the same time, it's good to get some of those cards off the top as soon as you can.
Yeah, well, I guess the benefit of this version is it's not so hard on the mill plan.
Also, you wait and see what your opponent does on the scry there.
Yeah, that is true.
Right, it's always nice to.
Yep, no, that's
you know, if they scry to the top, it's nice to send it to the bottom or to the graveyard.
Yeah. So here we've got the Enforcer. Another land. So we'll see the Thought Thief come in here.
Bring that down, get in for an attack, mill a couple more cards. So
Do
4 from the turn.
Yeah. So doing what the rogue deck wants to do here and get the graveyard filled up as soon as possible. Is it Ugin in the bin there?
It looked like an Ugin in the bin, yeah, at the top there. So do you bring the Skyclave apparition in? Yes.
Yeah, I
And
think
the
you.
Enforcer or the
I think you hit the Thought
Either one.
Thief here. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now you can bounce that potentially.
Is bouncing a good idea?
Well, you get a 2/2.
You get a 2/2, and then they get to then take out your Enforcer as well. Not sure.
Hmm. I guess
Yeah,
yeah, not being able to not being able to cast Brazen Borrower here because of the Triome, and Triome as you might, it always comes into play tapped.
So I'd like to, and I'll often try it. I'll just borrow my own creature.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know how many times I've tried to do that.
yeah, only hits your only hits.
Hits opponents.
Yeah, so I think Borrower on the apparition end of turn then would have been the play I made. Would have let me pressure them a little bit.
Yeah.
You probably want that. That way your Agadeems. This is the tension of the rogue deck, right? You really want the perfect mix of land and spells. Yeah, and they've decided to keep that. And I guess that's why you play the Scry lands and the Triumphs.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think we'll see a Borrower flashed in here, which should be enough now to turn on the Enforcer. Well, sorry, to buff the Enforcer.
Yeah, it should. What have we?
So we've got a Great Horn here. We might see a
I think we see the Great Horn.
and
Oh, actually, yeah, okay. That's definitely.
you
a
play another
there.
apparition. Okay.
Just get those nasty, filthy rogues off the table. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just say goodbye. So here we'll get a bit more
We'll
of a
sneak a
build
couple
going.
in, absolutely. And yeah, as you said, that would be enough.
So we've also got a flyer here. So does Zareth Sand get Ugin?
Yes, any non-land
Oh!
permanent.
Okay. Here we go.
You'll love to see it.
Okay. This is big. This is big.
huge.
Yeah. So just like everyone's favorite rogue, doing the
That's great.
and then we see a sweep here. So
It's
you
a
end up with-
sweep because it doesn't hit your Zareth either.
yeah, exactly. See a sweep, get a couple of so what do you get? You get a 1/1 and a 2/2 as well. Because when it leaves, it's when it leaves play.
It's when it leaves, not when it dies. I think it's when it dies. No, it is when it leaves.
Yep, leaves. Yep. Okay.
Good. Look at
Okay. Zareth Sand, yes, you can. That's fantastic. And a Cling to Dust also up here as well. That's an instant, I believe.
that. Yeah.
So we've got Scoot Swarm, Great Horn, but not enough green sources. Okay, so we want to see. So this could get bounced.
You can get killed.
Yeah. So yeah, just bounce
Okay,
that
okay.
bash, and I'm sure there's some spice in the bin here. So what do we see here?
Vivian or
Yeah, you just start making 3/3s, I think.
absolutely.
I think this is definitely a game that is looking like it's in the Rogue's favour.
Absolutely.
And still with a borrower up, which
You've got a borrow up,
JDS
you've got a
doesn't
drown in the lock available.
it's like, yeah, have that. Yeah, Zareth is pretty OP. But I think that's all just too late now. Bounce your 2-2.
Yeah, that'll do. What a game.
Very well navigated there by Aragoth, I think. So Zareth shouldn't be OP, but you know. Come on, Reese, you've been around long enough. How good was Ink Eyes back in the day? Isn't it just Ink Eyes? So what comes in here?
Alright, what do we got? What have we got? Probably a couple of chain webs, looks like.
Yeah, that's definitely for the rogue matchup.
Gotta be blocking those rogues.
Maybe a scavenging ooze, just a way to try to keep the. Oh, you definitely want to bring in Poly K as well because you're being milled so hard.
Yeah, you need to take advantage of that.
Me too, Peugeot. I love Kamigawa. I've started playing a lot back in Kamigawa, so 6 mana 1/1s, love them. Great draft set. Great draft set, yeah. So yeah, I definitely think Pelucranos comes in. I'm not quite sure what Cragplate Baloth does, but
I'm not sure. Maybe
so
Shorty can get that up in our window.
yeah. Although he's eating dinner now, probably he's been working very hard. All we have to do is turn up and talk about Magic. It's sure he's doing a lot of work behind the scenes. So, actually, can we get like for Shorty doing all of this work? Can we get some Magic Beans logos in the chat for Shorty because he's doing a good job. So, yeah, get everybody to do that. He's
Shorty.
all of these overlays are.
We appreciate everything you do, mate.
Yeah, he's done by Shorty. He's working behind the scenes, constantly in our ears. There we go, getting Cragplate Baloth up within seconds. Can't be countered, Hexproof Haste. Okay, good against the blue decks. I like it.
Okay.
So yeah, well done, Shorty, as always. So we've
They
got.
haven't brought it in, have they?
He's in our ears telling us that he's getting self-conscious about it, so
keep going.
Yeah, keep coming. We're making him uncomfortable, which makes me want to double down. All right.
Yeah, highlight him.
Okay.
Single land.
Yeah, send it back.
You don't keep that. Get it going. Oh.
He's kept it. Ooh, we saw the same thing in the previous match.
Wow.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Hey, thanks for the bits there, Yanray. Appreciate that. Okay, so island off the top one time.
Well,
Ooh.
this I don't know. I think maybe if it was a temple, I might have considered. Oh, okay. Look at that.
Did you draw a card off Cling to Dust, did you?
Just draw a card off of it. Yeah.
Oh.
Hello, and yeah, that's exactly what you want.
Yeah, well played.
What do we know? We don't know anything.
Yeah.
Why Aragoth is in the semi-finals and
we.
commentating.
Oh, Garrick's Harbinger. I like it a lot.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got Drown in the Lock and we've got the flyer here. What do we do? Do we? The other thing, it does have reach.
It does.
Oh, gain life for drawing a room. Yeah. Okay, they're saying oops.
Common oops. I think his plan might have been to see if they block and then, try and sack it for land, but without enough cards in the bin yet. That's not going to happen.
The spider's pretty good against a rogue deck who, 5 mana to bring it back. It's big and it fights some stuff. And
yep.
It's a really good card. But Cling to Dust, well, yeah, is an answer somewhat, but another Harbinger here though. Ooh. Garrick's Harbinger is a pretty good card, really.
Yeah, I think it's really great in this matchup.
It's going to get some card advantage here. Finds a Poly K, the third land, exactly what was needed. So we'll see a mill here, which should be enough to make this. No, it's not.
Not yet. I'm not sure how many cards are in there at the moment.
Maybe this is what's needed because there's
Yep,
a
there it is.
trigger there. Yep. So it can at least.
So we've got Death Touch to take out the Harbinger. Oh, and enough power anyway. So.
Yeah. Enough power, but it's hexproof. Does it have trample? I think it says hexproof.
No, it doesn't have trample. Just hexproof from black. And something when it does damage to
Yep.
black. I forget what that
So
is.
is this a drown in the lock? Yeah.
Well, I think it is, right?
I think you have to. Is Chewie short for Chewbacca? No, no. I am neither tall enough or hairy enough, Hamburger.
Can confirm on both accounts.
Yeah. It is. It's a nickname I got from a kid. Actually, talked about it on a cast a little while ago. It's to do with a bit of an event that happened when I was in primary school. So another.
So are we going to see Zareth here?
Yeah, I think it's Zareth time, right?
Has to be. Actually, what's in the bin?
I'm not sure what they had exiled with the escape. Let's have a look.
Well, I don't think they exiled anything.
They can take the spider, which will stop them being able to cast it, or they can just take a 4/4, which will
Generator
trade with
with
the.
blocks.
Yep. Not bad. And we'll probably see an Into the Story.
Only if there's enough cards in the bin.
Apparition.
Seven, I believe. Nice. I like that.
That doesn't have trample, so no, I didn't have enough to do it. Okay. So I think JDS has definitely got the advantage bar swung in their favour at this point.
Absolutely. I think if we get a swamp off the top here, play your Enforcer into your Nighthawk.
Yeah, we've got a giant killer in the in here.
Yeah, which we just
Gonna
played.
get things tapped down. Yep. So no swamp, but we can.
It's kind of awkward.
Now do you attack with? Yeah.
I think you do.
What's the
That'll,
CMC there? Is it 4?
That's 4. Yeah. So maybe.
Oh no! Nice interaction there. The apparition, it's under its owner's control. So,
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Nice. Okay. So got a 4/4 out of it. Nice. So we go to a game 3.
Game 3.
Oh, bash for Exaxes. Nice.
Well done.
Alright,
JDS Walker, Group Stew. Very nice.
Yeah, just JDS walking into the finals potentially here. So
We've still got a game to go.
a pretty quick sideboarding there for JDS. They know what's up. I guess when you play a meta deck like Rogues, your opponent's probably used to playing against you, right?
Yeah,
So they know their plan. What comes in here? So they took out some Heartless Axe.
Yeah, Wonga Sith, I tend to agree about not keeping one landers. I've done it many times, and I don't think I've ever won a game out of it.
I've done it with Affinity, but I had like...
Well, I think Affinity's a little bit different.
I had like Mox Opals and Springleaf Drums, you know. But yeah, certainly wouldn't do it in Standard.
Probably play Affinity and keep a no lander.
Done that before.
Yeah.
It's like the double Ornithopter, Springleaf Drum, Mox Opal. Oof.
Big
That's-
hello to Hamburger's sons there, Alex and Ash. Thanks for watching.
Hey, and
Hey.
Epic Eki with a raid with 18 viewers. Thanks very much, guys.
Appreciate it.
This is the semi-finals of the Magic Beans October League, even though we're in November now. But yeah, we've got
We're doing all right.
yeah, we're not going too bad. So yeah, we're playing for $500 in cash and prizes. So please stick around. Hopefully you guys enjoy the matches and the coverage. We've got Rogues versus an Abzan Mutate deck, which is pretty spicy. Might catch up to Channel 5 ball. Maybe. Maybe.
We can do it. Not with my mug on here, but anyway.
Yep. Oh.
Yeah, bring in the Nighthawk early. That's always good.
And not really an answer in hand here
Nothing.
for JDS. So bringing
got a
the
lot of
beats here. Bringing the beats here.
We've got a lot of lands. We're going to probably see a Visionary come down and get some card draw.
Yeah, well, it's card draw and mana ramp, which JDS needs to
Yeah.
get up there. And no spiders, so no spiders milled as yet. So as a way to kind of control the graveyard a little. And we don't have a third land for a fourth land for Aragoth. So at this stage, but we could have an Enforcer plus Drown in the lock to. So I think sit back on this and.
Yeah, I think you do. Well, you go for it.
No.
You're going to do a lot of milling here. It's another 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you swing in. Another 2.
It's in for 6. Okay, just trying to get him dead
Yeah,
here.
I don't mind it.
They're probably not going to get a sweeper. They don't have Shadow the Sky.
I think, what are we looking for? Something for Zarath to hit there, I think.
Child Rebel Walker, the middle land for JDS Walker is a forest, I believe. They've got the cool old frame.
Yeah, it's nice.
What have we got here? We got Pelucranos. Oh no, a Gem Razor. Okay.
I like it. Bit of reach.
Yeah, it's just going to get hit with a Heartless Act here, though, I think. Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's 9 power. So they can attack for 13.
With everything, yeah.
And they can put the Visionary in front of one of the 4/2s. That's a fair trade, but yeah, it puts them in a pretty tough spot here. What can they draw? I can't remember if there's a Shadow the Sky in the list.
I remember seeing one. Doesn't necessarily mean there isn't.
No, I think that is all she wrote. Looks like Aragoth might have closed this out with the most aggro of rogue draws. Who needs 4 lands, exactly?
Yeah, I don't see any Shadow of the Skies in the deck list.
So this is exactly what we were talking about, Stu, with the Nighthawk Scavenger.
Yeah.
Where, yeah, it can, if it goes unanswered, it just closes games so quickly.
Absolutely.
So we'll have 7 power Nighthawk Flunksy, exactly. That's pretty amazing. So that's our semi-finals done and dusted. So congrats to the winners. We know our finalists. The others will also go into a battle for bronze. So we will have a quick chat to Aragoth.
Aragoth, I believe we've already got him here in the stream. G'day, mate. Well done.
Hey, thank you.
Well done, Team Chewy. Represent.
Oh yeah, to the finals.
Oh yeah, Team Stew. We are out, but we fought hard.
Yeah, no.
Enough about us. It's all about you, mate.
That was that last game was was savage. I thought Gruul was the aggro deck of the format, not Rogues. So going just a 7 power flyer, getting the job done, not too bad at all.
Well, that's the thing why I've stuck with this one. It's more of an aggressive slant. I can't handle the Lurus version of the Rogues deck. It just wasn't
Yeah.
working for me.
Yeah.
Too many game actions. I feel it. I feel you.
Yeah.
So, a really interesting matchup, that one. And, you know, you're playing against a deck that I believe had Eerie Ultimatum in it, and you're hard on the Mill Clan. So, probably, you know, a couple of nervous moments. But, yeah, you got the job done. But I gotta ask you a question about one land hands.
Tell us
Yeah.
about it. What were your thoughts?
Well, I had 2 plays there, I thought. Well, one, at least in the Cling to Dust. And I thought, hopefully I should land another land in the first turn or 2.
Which you
But-
did off the Cling to
Thank
Dust,
you,
right?
yeah, that was good. But it's always
Yeah.
such a risk, right?
It is, and it's a roll of the dice on that point because
Yeah, yeah.
I've been burnt and then got second one with no lands. You know, so it's like at least I've got a few plays in the first couple of turns and then hope for the best.
Yeah, no, I like it. I
I'll
like
argue
it.
with that. That's fair.
Yeah, and look, it's working for you, right? Like you're in the final. So, you know, who are we to judge? We're not in the final. We're on the other side, you know, backseat driving. So, it's pretty good. So you get a bit of a break now. We've got we're gonna have the bronze match, and then you will be playing against the Gruul deck in the final. So you know kind of what's coming up. So have a bit of a break, have a bit of rest. How do you feel about the Gruul matchup?
Actually, I'm quite happy with the Gruul matchup.
Yeah.
I find that the Gruul one, there's not too many surprises. You know, it is kind of a little bit of a race who gets out of the blocks first, but I've got enough in my deck to deal with it normally. So
You've got the what's the names are escaping me. The two mana black removal spells.
So there's the Heartless Act and
Yeah,
the
that's one.
Eliminate.
They're the ones.
Yep.
So as well as you
Well,
can
Drown in the Lock.
drown in a lot.
Yep.
You've got some bounce spells.
And the Bloodthirst as well.
the
Oh,
Bloodthirst as
Bloodcheese.
well.
Yeah, Bloodcheese
Yeah.
first.
Have you lived the dream yet of bouncing the creature that Embercleave gets attached to?
Yes. That's
Yeah.
why the borrowers are there.
That's it.
Yeah, that's I've had that done against me, and it's just like, you know what, you got me. So no, that's again, that's why they're also a 3-power threat, I guess, which works with your strategy of trying to be a little more aggressive. So I like that. It's a 3 in the air, is nothing to sneeze at. It's evasive threat for your ninja guy. Sorry, rogue jitsu guy.
Yep.
With
Oh,
Zareth's
Zareth,
hand.
yeah, he does wonders, especially in creature-heavy decks.
Yeah, it's great. So, although we did see an interesting interaction there in game 2 where you got the Gem
Eugene.
Razor, they got the in game 1 getting Eugene.
Oh, sorry, I'm a game
Yeah.
behind. Yeah.
Yeah, but where they got the apparition, and they got the 4/4 off the Gem Razor. Like,
Yeah.
I'd not seen that interaction before. So
No, I had to read it. It says owners. The
Yeah.
owner,
Yeah.
the owner gets rated.
it's one of those things where it's like, read the card, right?
Yeah, that's it. That was quite rude.
Yeah. But yeah, you got there in game 3, so that's good. So well
Okay,
played, man.
nicely.
Really,
Thank
really
you.
good. And I'll be cheering for you in the final. I won't be at all biased, just because you're from. No, I will be. I'll be 100% biased for you because you're from Team Chewy. So looking forward to you bringing it home and getting into some of these amazing prizes.
Yeah.
That
Well done, mate.
yeah.
Thank you.
That was fantastic.
We'll let you go, and we've got another giveaway to bestow on our Twitch viewership. So
If
thanks.
you haven't already, guys, enter the hashtag Beans giveaway into the chat before we draw.
Yeah,
It's
so
happening right now.
yeah, we'll give everyone a minute or so to do that, then we'll draw it.
Already
Should we
drawn.
already drew it. Okay.
We've already done it. You've missed
Yeah,
out.
the quick and the dead around here. So
Alf 108.
RL108.
Congrats.
You'll be getting an individual card reward. So a nice little bit of
And
Swag.
JDS Walker.
Hey, JDS Walker, a little consolation prize there. So you will also get an IRC, ICR.
ITR.
Yeah. IRC is the Incident Response Center that we call at work when things are broken. So that's where that came from. So I apologize for that. I'm going to get out of work mode into magic mode. Yeah. So we will have a really quick break before we move on to our bronze match. We're going to have... Sinister Duck is...
Awesome.
there we go. That's good to have you in the chat, mate. And congrats on your finish in the league. Yeah, so we'll have a quick break, just a couple of minutes, and then we'll come back and preview the bronze match. So stick around, and we'll see you all here very shortly. Shout out again to Josh and Pat's MTG Bazaar as we move into the break. Thanks all.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the main booth. Yeah, that was some pretty cool games. You guys got to watch then, so yeah, well done. We now have our finalists, and we're going to be going into our bronze place match. And yeah, people are still playing for relevant prizes. So we'll just touch on a few things quickly before we get into that match. So we might have a look at what people are still playing for. So let's bring that one up. Stu, do you want to give people a quick rundown?
Right, so once again, as we've seen, the Wooden Spoon, last place in each group gets 1,000 gem code, so that's pretty awesome. We appreciate everybody joining the league, and nobody wants to finish last, but sometimes it's nice just to get a little something. 9th to 12th, 3 Zendikar Rising boosters, 5th to 8th, 6 boosters, and here's where we're at now. So 4th place gets $30 cash and a $10 voucher for mtgcardsales.com.au. 3rd place, $50 in Australian cash, which I think is pretty strong at the moment, and a $20 voucher. 2nd place, $90, and 1st place, $130, cold hard cash. That's
Pretty good for
what we're playing for.
Yeah, I'd be happy with any of those prizes.
Yeah, me too.
Well, right now, as it stands, Shorty, there are.
Well, that's true, and maybe I just won't send them out.
You can look at them for a little bit, but yeah.
Oh, we seem to have lost. Oh no, you're back, Cracker. Yep. I don't know. I don't know what you're doing.
Blue screen.
I locked my light, but it shouldn't have taken my camera out.
So speaking of prizes, we've seen a little bit in the chat about our invitational. So if you've just joined us, I know we had some people raid us recently. These are leagues that we run every few months, and they all feed into an invitational event. SCG tour style, where people accrue points during the year, and then they get to play in a pretty
probably bigger than the SCG event, really.
It's pretty comparable. So. Yeah, with the conclusion of this league, we have the last of our points and we have our final standings. So I think it's been popping up in the slideshows, but Chewy, this is where we've ended up. We've actually got a top 8.
Yeah, this is huge. So yeah, as you mentioned there, Shorty. So every league, every match that you win is relevant for an invite to the Invitational. And this is where we've ended up. So Hemsy's been pretty dominant in our leagues up to date, and is top of the table there on 20. Child Rebel Walker and Benny R, previous league winners, have also rounded out the top 3. So they were kind of the expected ones. We were pretty confident those guys were locked in. And then we had a really close run race. Some of the matches that happened at the end of this league didn't really have a bearing on this league, but had a real bearing on the Invitational. So there's a bit of tension there, and it was really like some mini finals going on. So congrats to Tom D, Pijor for consistency's paid off there. J Mudd, who didn't have the best of leagues this time around, but still did well enough previously. Yan Ray, who has been like the most yo-yo Magic player we've seen with with results, and Namburger as well. So clear cut 10 points. So bad luck to Aragoth, Plunks, and JDS Walker for almost,
but not quite.
Not quite. But so there's going to be coverage. It's very similar to this in a couple of weeks when we do this, and we're playing for some pretty significant prizes.
Yeah, we certainly are.
So,
Cracker, do you want to tell people about this sort of stuff? It's that's some fair value.
Absolutely. So the way that this is going to work is double elimination format, and it's going to be a draft for the prizes. So at the end, if you are the winner, you get your first pick from a revised plateau. 8 Zendikar Rising Collector boosters, $200 Australian cash, 4 Zendikar Rising Collector boosters. Wow, tongue twisters at the end of the evening. Double Masters Mana Crypt, which I really want for my commander decks, but unfortunately I don't get to have it, so that's too bad. $100 cash. The Nationals promo Flooded Stream, so that was from the last Nationals that we had.
The one that Chris won.
They've stopped for now. The one that Chris won, absolutely. Really sweet alternate art on that one as well. The foil iconic Masters Horizon Canopy, the trophy for the winner, and custom art token. So I don't know, I know you beans all have, but other people in the chat may not have. But when you buy cards, win auctions from Josh and Pat's MTG Bazaar, you can get your hands on some really sweet tokens. They they've got a bunch of artists that they work with, and they ask the community what they want. So I've got like some sweet Wormcoil token engines. I've got some I've got some zombie tokens. You can get angels. There's all sorts of really cool things. And so,
Just got an Oko, a food token that's got Oko stealing cookies from a cookie jar.
Nice.
That's pretty
exactly.
cool.
And
Yeah.
so, what Josh and Pat are doing for us is they said, hey, what about we collaborate with the winner, and they can tell us what sort of token they'd like, and we'd organise to get an artist to put like part of their likeness on the card, and we can talk about it. And like, that is so cool. Like, I think that is honestly one of the coolest things that we've been able to add to this recently, where like you get your face on tokens. We'll get a bunch of them. You can give them out to your mates and stuff. So very, very cool. And everyone gets a Beans playmat, which is awesome. So
Almost as good as the token, I think. So everybody gets that as a little commemorative thing. We're allowed to play like real life Magic in stores now in Victoria. So having a Sweet Beans playmat rocking up, and you know how there's like the game day winners and things like that, where people try to intimidate their opponents. Is there anything more intimidating than the Magic Beans Invitational playmat? So that's up there with like I won a Pro Tour in my mind.
Yeah, definitely. They're equivalent level events there. So. Very cool. Yeah. So
definitely.
yeah, massive shout out to Josh and Pat's MTG Bazaar. You'll see scrolling along the bottoms of our overlays. The details for them. But yeah, awesome support that they've shown us, and we'd love it if you guys could support them by going and buying some sweet cards. I did see in the chat just before someone asking if we are going to run modern or legacy events. We are generally focused on arena. We have run historic events, and we will likely run some historic leagues next year, but we're not the hugest fans of streaming Magic Online. Chewy does play a fair bit of Magic Online, play some Vintage Cube every now and then, but
maybe we can do.
We can do some one-off events. So yeah, make sure you you follow us and you jump in our Discord so you know when we're running these events, because everything we run, including an event coming up next weekend, which is the No Banley Standard event. Everything has prizes. Everything we do is free to enter, and there's always prizes. The prizes for this event is actually some Zendikar collected boosters. I thought that was quite fitting because the boosters have Omnath on the wrapping, so that fits well.
On theme.
Yep,
Good.
and then obviously the Beans Invitational, which we were just talking about before. So make sure you get in on those and join our events. Grab yourself some prizes. I think my kids are saying good night to me. Good night. Go to sleep. Noisy kids.
Just to answer J Mud's question, the playmats are actually custom playmats that Polywaffle got made up a little while ago. So not the mouse pad, but if you do want a mouse pad, they're 91 centimeters wide. I've got one on my desk at the moment. You can get them from our merch store, on the Stream Elements merch store. The link will come up in the chat.
oh,
Look at that.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Look at
Perfect
that.
time.
Every time.
Every time. How good's that? What they are perfect for is playing Commander via webcam over Discord, which we need to
Yes,
do some
definitely.
more of. So join our Discord if you're not part of that, and get in and play some games.
Yep. So speaking of other free stuff and giveaways that you can get your hands on, there's my daughter.
Hi, Ebony.
Go away.
It's Flax an intruder.
She got her hair cat straightened her hair. She just looks weird. Anyway, so we are involved this year in this 31 Days of Christmas. It's an event that's being run by content creators and 4 other content creators, just as a way to sort of give back to our communities over the Christmas period. And every day in December they will be doing different people will be doing giveaways, and we are doing giveaway on the 31st of December. So we have a pre-con commander deck from a few years ago that we'll give away, and I think there's vouchers from Card Kingdom and I think Ultra Pro as well. So there's some reasonable sponsors, so you get your hands on that sort of thing. But follow that link and enter. You just need to put your details in, and that way they know that you've come from us. But you are eligible to everyone's giveaways. So head across to that, join in that link, and then keep an eye out for the giveaways through the month of December. I think that's enough of the boring housekeeping stuff, as Riley Knight would put it, if you listen to his podcasts. And we'll I think people are here to actually watch some Magic. So Cracker, you and I are gonna take away the commentating for this next our bronze match. So we might change over with our video, and then you'll come back to just Cracker and I, and Chewy and Stu, you guys will be back later on for the grand final. So you get to see who the winner is.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the kettle on.
I'm just going to talk real quickly to the jig is always up. Yes, we will talk to you about running some legacy. That would
Sounds
be
good.
sweet. We all really enjoy playing that, but it's obviously with COVID being much easier to do arena-based stuff. So hit us up in Discord. We'd love to branch out and do some
Absolutely.
other things. Anytime I get to play Turmo and Gristlebrand, I am in.
Hell.
All right, we'll be back with our bronze match, so we will see you on the other side of this video.
Doing things. Okay. Hello and welcome back. What do you mean no turn one?
Good intro there, Cracker. Just get sidetracked
I'm
straight
sorry,
away.
I'm just distracted by this terrible. Listen. Welcome back to the Magic Beans October League Finals stream. It's not a giant mouthful at all. We are here to see the match between third and fourth. So this is our basically we're playing for third prize here, right? Which is pretty sweet. And we've got a spicy one lined up here, man. We've got Rocky H on his big red control, I guess you would have to call it. And he is playing against JDS Walker with their Abzan Yorion
Yep,
Mutate.
and we've got that one up now,
So let's have a
so
look at this.
we can have a bit of a chat about that. So you've obviously commentated on both of these decks, I believe, so far.
I
Yep.
did, yeah. Man, some great matches for sure. Like really, really interesting. I had no idea what to expect out of this deck, and I don't. it feels like it just does a lot of different things, right? Like lots of different lines. Obviously, a really strong mutate engine going on there. We saw early Cup Wardens do some massive work against the Gruul opponent, I think it was, and just be able to really kind of gum up the board and gain a bunch of life and really slow things down. We saw some Angels take over. There was a game where, there was a couple of Emeria's Call cast and, just a bunch of 4/4s, man. The flying 4/4s will get you a win. And also we saw Auspicious Starix mutate for a whole
I
slew
am
of
partial
things,
to doing that
including
myself.
Ugin.
Yes.
Ugin the Spirit Dragon. So this is how do you describe this? It's a ramp deck,
Like
right?
I've played a fair bit of the Simic version of this and like teamer versions. I don't think I've actually played a band version, but yeah, you're ramping, you're playing big stuff, but you've got those synergies of when you mutate and you get those mutate stacks going that it just sort of gets out of hand. So, and when you've got 80 cards to fit in your deck, you've got plenty of space for some really good stuff. So yeah, it's interesting. The downside, I guess, to the mutate decks is the blowout when someone removes your nice pile of creatures that you had there. So, but like the big red deck will be interesting against this one.
I think the mana will be the key challenge with this deck. Like if you have a look at it, you've got like forests and plains and then a bunch of triomes and some scrylands and things. But I mean, they are an Abzan deck for the main part, or in the main, but then they actually branch out just a little bit with a Brokos Apex of Forever over hiding in the sideboard there, which has got a blue mana pip. So I'm not sure. I guess one of the triomes. No, none of the triomes give you blue.
I think the mutate on that one is a hybrid mana.
Oh, the mutate might
so
actually.
I think you're fine with that.
Okay,
so let's have a look at Rocky's deck. So this is the big red. So we saw this one not that long ago.
Yes, we did. And this deck, man, again, like I got to, this was the first match we showed for the stream, and I really had no idea how this would play this out. I played against it during the round robin, and it was a slightly different build, but this thing is just kind of streamlined and looks better. It just looks great. It's a mono red control deck where they're trying to ramp out to an early Ugin the Spirit Dragon if possible. But we've also just seen plenty of games where it kind of didn't matter that they didn't have the Iron Crag feed on 5 into an Ugin. Like if you do that, that's obviously just kind of nutty. But at the same time, like You've got Bone Crushers, Oxes to refuel. There's a lot of just early interaction. Maze Mind Tome has done
Yeah,
some
that card's
serious lifting.
Yep.
It's great, and just you can scry in your upkeep, but just it does a lot there to smooth out the draws. And then a lot of utility lands, which we talked about, like Crawling Barrens can attack for just huge chunks of damage. Shadow Skull Smashing is a removal spell or a land when you need it. So a lot of play to this deck, even though it might seem on its face to be pretty straightforward. It's not just a mono red get them dead. It's definitely
it's not the mono red aggressive decks that I've been playing for the last 3 years. So yeah, it's good. It's interesting. So.
The old fervent champion Ugin deck.
All right, so we might get into that match and get them started.
Let's go.
I'll just let them know.
Okay. I also just pulled up Brokos for my own peace of mind, and yes, the mutate cost is just green, black, and 2. So
yeah,
and you can play it from your graveyard. Using its mutate ability, so I guess it's the sort of thing that would come in against the rogues decks.
All right, well, our players are just about to hit start, so we'll be getting this match underway, and we'll see who gets third and who gets fourth.
All right.
Just seeing in the chat, JDS Walker is saying, "Don't Ugin me too soon."
What is too soon?
Yeah.
All right. So who are we watching here? We're
watching the big red.
Hey, what do you think about this?
Like you've got the tap land in Spikefield Hazard, which is fine. Your Crawling Barrens I think is untapped as well, and mountain off the top. So we're all good.
Much better.
That's just how they drew it up. Yep.
Perfect.
I mean it's slow, but you've got the Fire Prophecy to kill something early if you need to.
And Solemn does work. And what about JDS? We got a couple of Maze Mind Tomes, a Scoot Swarm. It's just going to eat a removal spell, but I guess you're
Chewie's getting stuck into you in chat. Surely you should be going for the big red deck.
I didn't say I wasn't. I'm just happy to watch more Magic, man. This has been great. All right, so we've got ramp going.
I guess the thing with the mutate deck, it's not super fast. Once it gets going, it's pretty powerful. So as long as JDS doesn't go too big too quick, then a couple of board wipes from Rocky will clean it up and put it sort of back in their favour. But they've managed to draw back-to-back lands, I think. So,
which is probably what you were looking for. I mean, you kind of want to Soul Seer this now, right? So that they don't get the extra land drop, they don't get the lifelinking cats. 5 toughness is a breakpoint for this.
Definitely.
Deck, actually.
Well, Soul Seer does do 5.
That's true.
Yeah, you still get the mutate triggers, but you'd rather that.
Yeah, I suppose the cat resolves either way if you kill it from underneath. So you're probably better off just doing it that way.
So looking at JDS Walker's hand, a couple of Maze Mind Tomes, Scoot Swarm. Okay, Scoot Swarm's interesting.
Yeah, I mentioned that before. When does that trigger?
Scoot Swarm is landfall. It's a landfall trigger.
But how many lands do you need?
6, I think. I'll
starts?
put the card viewer up.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it is 6 or more lands. So I guess that's kind of their aim here.
Yeah.
So they have 6 lands now. So we do have the Ugin Mirror here. I don't know who wins that. But we're going to see an Ugin this turn, right? Like, and then I imagine you just sweep the board.
Get a 4/4 back off the Skyclave.
Seems good.
Does Scoot Swarm still break the game, Hamburger? The last time I played against it on ladder, my opponent had like 400 or something Scoot Swarms.
Nice.
It seemed to still resolve reasonably okay. No, I did not win. I was playing mono red. Mono red aggro, not this version of mono red.
It's definitely not going to get you
No.
there. 400 not enough. Yeah, well, I mean, Shorty dies at some point there. But not everyone is out trying to break the client every opportunity they get. I know some people in our Discord.
Yes.
I've seen a few screenshots of Arena just completely.
Yeah,
snapped
actually
into.
crashing, like getting a full error.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, I think JDS is just gonna drop a couple of Mazemon terms, just keep scrying to find what they need.
I mean, it's a plan. It's definitely a good plan. The problem that they ran into there was, I mean, obviously not enough mana to be able to Ugin. I mean, this Vivian is just going to die. You can just plus to kill the
kill the beast and then attack it.
And then man, you've got I think I would just run out my Ox here.
So JDS requested no early Ugins, and Rocky H delivered on the Iron Crag into Ugin. Nice and early.
I mean, it was turn 6,
Yeah,
wasn't
something
it?
like
It
that.
wasn't super early, so yeah, okay. Taking the aggressive line here.
Reese, what is that, Reese? I don't know if that's a compliment or if that's you having a go at me or what.
Who knows with Reese? I mean,
I did in our league match. So Reese was in my group, and we played on stream, and he was kind enough to let me get the double kill. I was playing Omnath Mill, and he let me get the double kill. I got the full mill out, and then actually kill him with damage. Yeah, so where are we? What's JDS? How are they getting out of this? What have they got? They've only got 7 mana.
No, I don't think they are. So you can Fire Prophecy pitching the Kazul's Fury here and get some scry action going. Right, or draw a card rather. Which I think I would do. Like,
So he's got this Boneyard Lurker.
yes.
Trying to target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay.
But Ugin
Yeah.
exiles things.
Well, the Vivian didn't get exiled. That got attacked.
That's true. Is
Yes.
it target permanent?
Trying to target permanent card.
Okay, cool.
It's-
This Crawling Barrens, though, is just going to be...
yeah. You're just sinking excess
Attack.
mana into it.
Yeah, it's just great. I think we saw an oops there because I imagine Rocky did mean to get rid of that Kazul's Fury, but that obviously didn't happen. So what can we see here?
Reese waiting patiently for me to pass the turn so he could die.
If JDS taps out for Ugin here, what happens? Can we see an activation of the land, attack, and then fling, or are we a mana short?
So the Kazul's Fury, that's the fling, isn't it?
Correct. I think we're 1 mana short of doing all that, assuming that this spirit token dies or can't get in.
Yeah, three mana fling, instant speed. Okay.
Okay.
It just doesn't have. JDS just has no way to deal with this Ugin that is ticking up and getting very close to just ultimating.
Yeah, I don't think that oh, he can end a turn Bone Crusher. Yeah, that's a good point.
So end of turn Bone Crusher.
Yeah, that would be
he's on 9.
Base. Ugin bolting for another 3.
What's he got? 5. No, so he's got 7. Yeah, okay.
Cool. So that absolutely does it now. Because it becomes a 6/6, right? So
It's got. Does it have
Yeah.
vigilance? Ah,
no, it
he had
doesn't
the other
matter.
land.
He
Yeah,
drew
okay.
drew the
So it takes 4,
that's
and then
his,
you fling the. No, he's just
he's-
gonna. Yep.
just gonna fling.
That's it.
Sure. Wow. Fling land for the win. I can't say I expected that, but here we
All
go.
right.
So again, the big red deck showing that it's got a bunch of play to it. It has.
It's definitely been
interesting lines.
surprising.
It has.
Like I've not seen that deck at all on ladder. I've seen it floating around, but
I've seen people tweeting about it, but I haven't encountered it myself, apart
Yep.
from in the league. So sideboarding, what do we have? Giant killers.
Yeah. What else have we got? Harbinger. I don't know what
I
the
don't know.
Archon does.
The Archon has
Okay.
pro white.
Yeah, there's just
some other
not
stuff,
much
so-
in there for JDS Walker. No.
Not for this match.
So what's
No.
Rocky bringing?
I mean, there's like a bunch of. I mean, Rocky can bring in Storm's Wrath. They can bring in the Brash Taunters if they want. I think you can cut the Shredded Sails. There's not really much in the way of flying it. I mean, there's the Urions, obviously, but.
Yeah, I think these are 2 decks that when they were built and their sideboards were constructed, neither of them were thinking about the deck that they are playing against.
Yes, I think that they were considering things like rogues
Yes,
and
yes.
Gruul and Practice and maybe some counter spells
Yep,
and
yep.
stuff like that, right? Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not. There's not that much to do. Like, yeah, like I think if I'm Rocky, I'm bringing another Storm's Wrath. That seems good in the matchup. The Soul Seer, that's the 5 damage one, isn't it? So are you better off with Soul Seers over like Fire Prophecies?
You probably are. Yeah, because it deals damage to the Planeswalker
Yeah.
as well, so that's definitely
Giant Killer seems good for JDS Walker. Okay, we
Yes.
are done. So yeah, Rocky takes down the first match. Well done, Rocky. Sorry,
Yeah,
first game. Yep.
I keep this. Tapland turn 1, Maze Mine turn 2, Maze Mine
Yeah.
turn 3.
Bone Crusher Giant and Soul Seer.
Removal spell.
If you just
Yeah.
keep those lands coming,
I
you've
mean-
got Ironcrag Feet, which you're gonna get there.
Yeah.
What's JDS got?
The usual mix of Abzan stuff, it seems
Yeah.
like. So Llanowar Visionary into Cup Warden, Skyclave Apparition to interact, but it's not overall. That's an interesting play. It's going after the tome straight
Yeah,
away.
I
I
guess
like that.
Maybe he's hoping his opponent is stuck on lands and needs the scries from the Maze Mon Tome to get there.
No, I mean, drawing a card here kind of doesn't do all that much. So I like taking the early interaction. Unfortunately, that they just have another one. I would just play the other tome.
Yeah.
I don't know why we're worrying about the 2/2 at this point.
No, that's right.
Because the 2/2 doesn't matter for them, and it also
I mean,
doesn't matter for us.
the 2/2 is
Well,
a target for mutating onto, and that's one thing you learn
Sure.
playing that mutate deck. If people kill your stuff in their main phase, when you get to your turn,
Mhm.
like a lot of the creatures you're playing, the mutate cost is cheaper, so it just sort of screws everything up.
Sure. No, that's fair. That's valid.
Hey Chewy, thank you for the tip. You must be doing doing something right, Cracker, for our own hosts to be tipping us. Cast member tip. Yeah, like looking at these hands, this just all looks good for Rocky.
Yeah, it just does. Knowing that, well, look, I mean, if JDS can get Ugin faster, then they're in a great spot. But the problem is that they've got 80 cards to work through.
And just no.
It's got more that they have to try and just like they've got a Maze Mind Tome. That's great, and they're drawing a couple of extra cards, but they're not applying enough pressure. And this is great. Like a Cup Warden is really good at stabilizing, but I don't know that Rocky overly
and he's got the Soul Seer.
The soul when you draw a card, and if they find Ugin now, like it's game over.
The Soul Seer can kill the Cub Warden as well. Yeah, there's Iron Crag
like,
into Ugin.
It's just, like that's just insane. Yeah, it was a cold shot. It's just. I'm super impressed, man. Like Iron Crag feet always seems like a bit of a meme, but if you're not playing super reliant on it, then that's pretty cool.
there's our other host. Is that just a bit of one-upmanship? I think that's a pretty common thing we see on Josh and Pat's MTG Bazaar. We see beans outbidding each other.
Whatever crew bids, Chewy bids one more. For a while there, Chewy's wife bid a lot more than he was. It was great. Anyway, I guess the reason we're kind of digressing here is like what Bertha Miletus into Lanoir Visionary. How do you beat a result? And like they have no QB.
No,
they have no reach.
They got no haste. Rocky's got Maze Mind Tome and Solemn to continue going, and has 2 5 damage removal spells.
I mean, they can just stick here behind removal spells and
just keep plussing Ugin and killing your creatures. And Soul Guide Lantern. Okay, that was a sideboard in.
Interesting.
That wasn't. I mean, JDS is playing ECD, so there's that.
Yep.
Excuse me.
The Boneyard Lurker. Necropanther does a similar thing, I think. I forget what all these mutate cards do now. Yeah, Necropanther does the same thing, where it brings back a CMC3 or less. So it definitely has some recursion. Plus, Soul Guide Lantern cycles. Like sometimes just drawing a card is good. And in red, where you are somewhat limited in your choices to do that. Usually.
Cycling, effectively. So we're going to mutate on the wall from the Bertha Miletus. Blow up the Maze Mind Tome.
Interesting.
Did he go under the... Oh, I think that... Under? Surely that's an oops. Maybe he wanted it to stay as the artifact so Ugin can't kill it. But
yes.
We've got 3 Soul Seers in hand now, so...
Yes, we do. And get to play a Mazemith. It's not attacking.
It's a 0-4 defender with trample.
Oh no, what I think Plunksy was saying is it'll be a defender either way.
Yeah, it would be, because it keeps all the abilities. Yeah, okay, yep.
Yeah, that's valid.
Oh.
Don't do that.
Oh
no.
Okay.
Okay, I guess this is one way that JDS can get back into this match.
Let's just bring it back to us for a minute, and hopefully they can get back into that. So it looks like he's loading back in, so we might be okay.
Did you see in the what was it, the MPL finals, where Brad Nelson was losing horribly to BB
yes.
together, and Brad said, I have a plan. And he's going, I know I've lost, but I've got a plan. And he like held up this piece of paper and then ran into BBD's room and tried to like get him to concede. He took over. It was fantastic.
Yeah, there's just no way that I can see for JDS Walker to get out of this. Like he's
No.
mute.
No, I mean he's doing
Yeah,
thing,
but
right?
he's mutating onto defenders.
So I mean, the fact that there's not been, I mean, they haven't put Yorion into play at any
Ugin
point
into
either.
Ugin. Yeah, they haven't brought it into their hand yet.
Which I think.
I mean, what are they blinking? Like, did we end up figuring out what the resolution is when you blink a stack of creatures with Yorion?
No.
Someone in chat let us know.
That makes sense. They I mean,
they all break
kind
up.
Of makes sense because when you think about it, if someone borrows,
they all come back.
Right,
yep.
they all go back to hand.
So they all come back as their own creatures. So I guess that's a good way to get all of those creatures separate on the battlefield. But as long as Rocky leaves open 3 mana for Solseer, like that stack is dying before it gets blinked.
Yeah. I mean, just don't care. I don't know. This game is going to go on for a bunch more turns, but it definitely feels
done.
Kind of over. Ugin is at 10. You can ult.
Yes.
Right? So we need.
Also, it's going to be on 11 now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you would just like ultimate Ugin.
Yeah, play the other one.
Put in your other Ugin.
I have not seen an Ugin ultimate for a long time.
In a minute, man. Interesting. So they're just holding up like double removal spell here. There's just no need to make any rush. This game is in a vice, so no need to, just play things out for the sake of it.
The permanents that you're putting.
JDS is just finding a bunch of Scry lands and Solemns, which is not going to get much done.
The permanents you're putting in onto the battlefield are just from your hand, so he's already got an Ugin in his hand.
That's what I mean, but he still gets to draw 7.
I think this one's done, but we've definitely been caught out by that before.
We have. I've definitely made some bad calls tonight about when games were going to finish or not, and look, there we see the stack of all of those creatures just disappearing. So,
man,
it looks like we're doing Ugin maths here, and yes, that is in fact what you should do.
Oh, what is this? What is this?
Let's not play tap magic.
No. We all want to. We want to see an ultimate.
Okay. We do want to see an ultimate. You're in a good spot when you've got an Ox sitting in your hand and you just don't want to cast it because you can throw it and then put the Ox into play. You altered Ugin in KCI once. How? Never mind. I don't want to know. It's going to take 60 minutes. Okay. Never ask how with KCI, people. Just smile.
Just strap in for a wall of text to come from Chewy. So we could see Ugin Ultimate put the Ox into play.
Mm-hmm. You don't
with.
You have to discard.
Yeah, but.
So you're going to 7, go up to 13 cards, put 7 into play, and then discard it? Nah, man, come on.
Got to get all the value.
Yeah, I mean, technically, correct. So what's the play here? We actually have
Yeah,
a
so
decision.
if he lets the Starix resolve and he puts it over the top, he can't Soul Sear it, which is an issue.
He can double Soul Sear it,
Yeah.
or next turn he could like Storm.
So
Wrath
I
and
think
Soul
I would
Sear
let it resolve and see if he puts it under again.
Puts it under.
Be-
I think you put it over because then it
Yeah.
blocks, right? Like then you've got 6 that actually blocks the.
But like either way, it's
I'm
entering
sure.
the battlefield. I guess it's just whether or not you want to. Okay, so he let the trigger resolve and he got a land. JDS Walker got a land from the mutate. Like, do you just?
I guess you could get punished by them hitting Ugin, right? Is the
And that's
thought.
a
But Soul Sear hits Planeswalkers.
yeah, it does. That land is
And
the
doesn't-
labyrinth, isn't it? It's not the.
It is.
Yeah.
No, it's not the
I was
creature
gonna say if you had the creature land, you can just dump a ton of mana into your creature and.
Sure. Okay, so here we're going to see some value happening. I would wait for it to target first. I think.
Does it target? Like, the wording on that, when it enters the battlefield, exile any number of other non-land permanents. So I think you just let the ability resolve.
Oh, okay, sure. No, you're right.
Like, I'm not 100% sure, but no, yeah, it looks like it.
Now, why not do the Starix and then mutate it back onto the Skyclave Apparition?
So the Starix would just come back in as itself. You can't. Yeah, you can't
no
mutate
option
it
to
again.
mutate. Aren't you better still just having like a 6/6 that can attack?
Yeah, yeah, that seems.
I don't know. Like blocking is cool, but I do want to kill my opponent. That's why I can flicker a treacherous blessing. Sure. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, this. You were very accurate in your summation that.
It'll
That
be
this,
many
this
more
match was going
turns.
to go for a lot longer, but it was still very clearly in Rocky's hand.
Yeah, I mean, JDS has no cards in hand. I mean, they've got some tomes, but I mean, this just has to be correct. Just draw all the cards, play an Ugin, play a Bone Crusher, play a Solemn. Just empty your hand out. Don't play 2 Ugins, and then you can just reset the board and start again.
Yeah, I think this game might be done.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way.
So we now have Soul Sear plus Spikefield Hazard to deal with that Starix, which is a bit better.
Gets an
Or we
exiles it
can
too.
Shatter
I don't know
Skull both creatures and then Soul Sear.
Do we have enough mana for that?
What do we got?
Yeah, we have a lot, don't
2,
we?
8, 9,
Yeah, easy.
10,
I think
11.
exactly, actually.
Or enough to Shatter Skull both for 6. Yeah, okay, that works.
Sure.
So
Okay.
is this? Are we at lethal
And then
now?
you can-
Or they? Oh no, they all just came in. We've got what two apparitions that can
No,
attack.
so that
Yeah, so that's
All four
7.
is
That's
still able to win.
exactly lethal.
there you go.
Yeah, because the 2 apparitions can attack, and that's it. That's all she wrote.
There you go. So, Big Red taking down 3rd place. Congratulations, Rocky H. Unlucky to JDS. Just unable to get the early Ugins going. So
Yeah, good games, but just completely in Rocky's hand. Like it just didn't seem.
they never seem
No,
out of control.
not
did
at
they?
all.
Really
Good to
interesting.
see. I don't know. Do we want to have a chat to Rocky? If we haven't already
Sure,
spoken to Rocky,
let's
have
do
we?
No.
Let's get them to unmute. Yeah, and then we're pretty much on to the grand final match. So it's been a long stream. We nearly got 5 hours, Cracker. That's pretty long. So while we're waiting for Rocky, we might do a couple of draws, and then we'll have a chat to you in just a second, Rocky. So if you're not in it already, quickly get in on this Beans giveaway, #Beans giveaway, and we'll draw a couple of codes once we finish chatting to Rocky. So how's it going, Rocky?
Yeah, not bad, mate.
That's very good. What is that accent you've got there?
Yeah, thanks. No, it's not my normal accent.
Very good. So yeah, that deck's that is spicy.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I was on the, I think Cracker mentioned it at the start. I was on the Fire Emancipation version, and I
It just seems better.
Well, yeah, I think like it's a bit cute. I mean, like I think you saw in my semifinals when I lost to Gruul. Like even stuff like Brash Taunter is not great because it can't block questing based. It doesn't stop the trample, and it can't block Brush Fire either. And I think that was So and of course Emancipation's a bit overkill in these matchups where you just need to get control and then get control of the board and then win. So I thought, well, I mean, what better card is there than Ugin to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. And look, it played out that way every time. You were just able to kind of you spot removal spells or your couple of sweepers and just managed to keep kind of everything in check. You played your life total really well where it mattered, and look, I think one of the real MVPs of that deck is just Maze Mind Tome. It just did work over and over again, finding your lands or just helping you dig to your Ironcrag feats and things like that. It really came together very nicely.
Yeah, no, that was a key card because it's like I think some decks that have Channeler in there, but when you play Ugin, Tome's perfect because it's not a colored thing, of course, so your Ugin doesn't exile it, and I guess it also does a better job of card selection early. Since Channeler, you always run the risk of not being able to play or cast the cards off that you exile. So yeah, it's definitely a card that holds the deck together. I think without that, you don't really have anything to do. I mean, like I think someone noted, I'm playing 28 lands, and the Tome's a good mana sink there. Just to hit land drops and something to do if I don't want to, use a removal spell.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other really strong card that you get access to, which a lot of decks don't, is just Crawling Barrens. The ability to, have your land as your win condition is just great. You just can kind of dump mana in and we sort of take big chunks of people's life away. So yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, cheers. No, it's a good card. Yeah, it means like, I mean, you see there's giants in the sideboard. It means you don't really have to play a lot of WinCon's main. It's just Ugin and I guess Bone Crusher beats if it comes to
That's
that.
one way to win.
Yeah, yeah, and of course I got the sweet flee-in game one there.
We were counting the mana on that one. I was like, oh, we're gonna get there.
Yeah, so that one of, I mean, I've probably had the game anyway, but it's always good to win a game with your one-offs.
Yeah. We were actually like, come on, man, like don't play Ugin correctly. Like just ultimate as soon as you can. Like we wanted to do it like a turn earlier or 2 turns earlier, but
I was
probably correct, but it wasn't.
I was thinking about it. I was really thinking about it, but I mean, I think he had 2 tones, JDS, and a Yorion in hand, so I was just a bit nervous about some Elspeth Conquers Death shenanigans or whatever. I mean, I probably should have just done it anyway, but yeah.
No, I mean, we were also saying that it was correct. You were so far ahead at that point that just making a rush decision to like using a removal spell or kind of pushing through when you didn't need to just didn't make any sense. You were better off running the lines you did.
Well done.
So, yeah, well played.
I think this is your first league that you've played. I think you played an event of ours recently, and then this is your first league?
I'm not sure if I played an event before. This is my first league, yeah. I'm friends with actually the last winner.
Very good.
So that's how I found out about it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, we hope you enjoyed yourself, and yeah, make sure you join us for future events, and good luck in those, and thanks for playing.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thanks, guys, will do. Cheers.
All right, so let's got a couple of codes drawn here. We'll do those, and then we might have a short break, and then we'll get into the grand finals. So first up, we have fellow streamer Tanker. Congrats, Tanker. Go and check him out on Twitch and on Facebook. He's another Aussie Brad, his name is, and yeah, streams pretty regularly, so we'll send you a code. And the other one is Pjaw, who's about to play in the grand final. So just everything's coming up Pjaw these days. But yeah.
Must be nice. All right.
All right, so yeah, that'll do us for the bronze match. We will send it back to the booth with all the beans in just a minute. We will have just a quick 3-minute break, and yeah, then we'll be back for the final. So stay tuned and tell your friends it's time for grand final. So get them all on the stream and get them watching because it's going to be a good one. So we'll see you in a minute. All right, we are back in the booth with the rest of the guys and grand final time. Woohoo! It's pretty exciting. So that was an interesting game we just watched there. Cracker was
Yeah, it really was. Yeah.
like kind of could have gone back the other way, but not very likely. But yeah, very, very cool, very interesting decks. And like we said, probably neither of them were expecting to face the opponent that they faced and had no actual sideboard plan. So
no. And look, it kind of didn't matter, right? It would have been really difficult, I think, for that Abzan deck to be able to make enough changes to their game plan to be able to counteract just what Rocky was about with that red deck. So
all right, so
I will be building the red deck and jamming that on better.
nice.
Looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, very
For
cool.
sure.
All right, so this is where we're at now. We've made it through all of our rounds of finals. We've played off our bronze match, which we've ended up with Rocky in third and JDS Walker in fourth. So congrats to them. And all we've got left to play is this grand final, Aragoth versus Pjaw. So yeah, should be some good games. And yeah, Stu and Chew, you guys are going to Stu and Chew. I don't think I'd normally say you guys that way. It sounds weird. Chewy and Stu. I don't know. Anyway.
Chewy and Chewy.
It must be getting late. No, it's 9:30.
Yeah, that's late. Come on. I'm all asleep
so
by now.
you guys are going to take us out. So we'll have a quick look at their deck lists again before we get into that, and then we'll be handing out these last lot of prizes. So where are we at now, Chewy? What prizes are we giving out?
Okay, so Rocky's just secured $50 Australian and a $20 mtgcardsales.com.au voucher. Then we're down to, out of 49 players, we're down to the final 2. So they've had to battle through some pretty stiff competition. So they're playing for either $130 cash or $90 cash. So like win or lose, you're still coming away with some pretty amazing value here. So it's pretty sweet, really. The prize pool for this is the best we've had so far. Shout out to our sponsors again.
Look at that, perfect timing again, right across the bottom. Every time.
I'm so good at this game.
Every time.
So yeah, it's so great prizes, and everyone who's made the finals this weekend has walking away with something. And then the Wooden Spoon has also got their 1,000 gem code for each group. So really good work for everybody who's joined, and we've had a lot of fun this league. It's been a lot of banter. Got off to a weird start with like standard being a dumpster fire and there being some bannings. But as we've seen, we've got 8 different decks in the top 8. So like standard's in a good spot. So it's just been really good, and some really high level Magic being played. So I'm really looking forward to this final because see who comes out on
good.
top.
Well,
So it's a battle between Group Shorty.
is it really? Yeah. It's too. Yep. So Pjaw finished top of the ladder in my group. Rocky H is the lucky one that scraped in with the Funky Breakers in their group, I think.
Yeah, just tipped out.
Just my group.
Yeah, that was Cracker's group. So
Aragoth was.
Aragoth pipped.
Yeah, sorry. I'm looking at the overlay. I haven't updated yet. That still says Rocky H.
I'm sure he's got a little bit of work to do while Stu and I introduce.
Exactly. So yeah, let's get into that rather than sitting here talking about nothing. So yeah, we'll get into the grand final. We'll have the video and then transition over to you guys. So stick around and enjoy because this is going to be a good one.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Here we are, the grand final of the October League. I'm excited. Chewy's excited. Chewy's Mo is excited. Let's get a game going.
Yeah, my Mo is very excited. It's I'm a little bit torn here. So I like my heart says Aragoth, Group Chewy, flying the flag. Knowing that PJAW's Group Shorty. I really wanted to win that little bit extra for bragging rights. But as we were saying when we were covering this this deck before, I really enjoy the Gruul deck. So I haven't really played a lot of the Rogues decks. So I feel like it's my deck playing against my person. So
Yeah.
I'll be happy either way.
I'm in the same boat in that I actually really like both of these decks. I've played a lot of Rogues, I've played a lot of Gruul, and I have a lot of fun with both. So it's kind of fitting that these are the final two decks because I think they're two of the best as well.
Yeah, I think so. So, and it's going to be a pretty interesting matchup because the Gruul deck's got a lot of explosiveness about it. It can hit really hard.
Oh, absolutely.
As we said here, and you know, like hasty threats. Obviously, Embercleave. It's got a bit of reach. But I think the key card in this matchup, well, the key component of this deck, isn't so much the aggression. Whilst that is important, because the Rogues deck that we're seeing is an aggressive build, but the Edgewall Innkeeper adventure package, I think, is the key component. So
Yeah.
I'd be looking for Edgewall Innkeeper in my opening hand here if I'm PJAW.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really key component of the deck. You need the card draw. You just absolutely need to. You need to be able to, I guess, just have answers or options aplenty when you're either being countered or being milled so aggressively.
Yeah, and out of the sideboard, the Garrick's Harbingers dodge a lot of the removal, and Vivian can make a steady stream of 3/3 reach guys.
Yeah.
So there's definitely some.
Before we move to the next deck, where do you think Great Henge sits in this matchup?
I don't think it comes in.
Yep.
I think in the sideboard, the Rogues deck is going to have to be the control deck.
Yep.
And it's going to, want to keep the board clear. So I don't think the Great Henge is going to be particularly cheap. It might be good in that it can draw cards. So yeah, it's a difficult one. I might keep it on the play, but I don't know that I'd want it in on the draw. That's where I would sit with it, not really knowing the matchup too well. But yeah, speaking of the Rogues deck, so we've got this pillar of standard. So what are the key cards here for Aragoth?
It's just so good. There are so many key cards. Obviously, we're going to be looking at needing a lot of removal, and you look at that middle line there. You've got your Eliminate, your Heartless Axe, your Drown in the Logs, Blood Chiefs Thirst. They're just going to work as hard as they can to keep creatures off the board.
It's also 8 Death Touch creatures in this deck as well, which
8 Death Touch creatures. You don't want to sneeze at those. What do we got? 4 the Enforcers and 4 Scavengers. So,
yep. So
but I think again we're going to see Zareth in game 1 at least steal some good stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure whether that is a card that would stay in post.
No, I don't know that it does either. But I think game 1 it'll do some work.
Yeah, and in the sideboard, I could see some Vantress Gargoyles come in that do a good job of blocking the fourth Thirst. So yeah, and some Into Extinction. So both.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really good matchup. So we'll jump in. I think they're ready.
Good on them.
Yeah. So good luck to both of our competitors here, and I think we're gonna.
So who's your tip? Come on.
I gotta go with Group Chewy. I think the Rogues are gonna. Rogues take it down.
Well, I will represent Group Shorty and tip PJAW. I think it's going to be a close match. I can't split them.
But I chose first, so you have to choose PJAW.
Exactly.
I get it. That's fine.
Oh no!
Whoa,
okay. This happened to me earlier today, and I couldn't activate abilities on cards. We may need to reset Arena here. I think they're going to have to. I don't know what this bug is, but it's only just started this week for me.
Okay. Shorty's going to jump in and get the guys to restart. So a bit of a false start. Somebody went before the starters go there. So I guess, we can talk about those sideboards a little more. I think a key sideboard card for for the Gruul deck will be the Scorching Dragonfires.
Yes.
They take down the giant flying Tarmogoyf, and they
Well, they just hit everything, right? Because there's nothing.
Yeah. They kill everything except Zarathan, and they exile it as well,
Yes.
which is less important in this Rogues build than the Lurrus Rogues build, but it's an important thing for just number of cards in the graveyard, and it's just a solid 2-mana removal spell. But the Questing Beast again is a really good card in this matchup. If you get a turn 4 Questing Beast on the play, it's gonna do some work, I think. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this. It'll be a really good match. And we've seen the way that the players have navigated things to date have been really good. They've played some really good Magic.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, I think they'll get there. So Cracker in the chat says he's on Team Rogues. So he's pretty keen for it. So he's jumped on. He's obviously pro Chewy more than he's pro Shorty. That's what that tells me.
No, he's just pro Rogues. I got Cracker onto Rogues right at the start of the league. He actually took my list into the league to begin with, which that feels nice.
He did get the woods.
He did, but they made some changes. Himself and a group of power brokers within our Discord made a bunch of changes, and I think it failed them.
Yeah, I did jump on to that brewing session, but Yanray was part of that, and he crushed with Rogue, so I guess it's, who knows. So it looks, we're back.
All right, here we go. Apologies, everybody, but I just didn't want to see that bug ruin our grand final.
No, good call, man, good call. So we are into it now, so let's see here. We've got lands and spells.
That's not just lands and any spells. There's them some good spells, man. Nice and 1 and 2 cost cards.
Sorry, Craig, just having a jib at you. Yeah, it's this deck is very much a low converted mana cost thing here. So
this is brilliant.
And a good mix of lands and spells. So I think we'll hit the Murkwater side here, so we can double Enforcer. Or do you play the Thought Thief on?
No, I think you double Enforcer.
And then you can.
And then Thought Thief on your next turn when you attack.
Yep. Interesting opening hand. Not a lot of pressure from Pure, but does have the stomp. Going to flash that one in as well.
Fine. Trigger one another. So it gives you 4 cards. You then get another 2 on the next turn, or 4 depending on what land you play. Swing and attack.
I think you play the pathway here, and then that way you can play.
Tax value.
Yeah, and it just gets you on the board, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got to do this. When you're going against Gruul here, that's such a fast deck. You've got to try and be faster a little bit as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just getting in for 4 here as well is.
It's good.
Yeah. So Scavenging Ooze, I think, is an important card here.
Absolutely.
So here, I think we see Brushfire Elemental, land, Primal Might for 0 to take down the Thought Thief. That's probably my play.
I think Thought Thief is the card you want to get rid of.
Yeah. Yep. Choosing not to do that. Okay, just slapping down a Bone Crusher.
Because if you tried to go the Enforcer, you would get hit by the Death Touch, right? That's how Primal Might works. They deal damage to one another.
Is that one the fight or the deals damage? I'm not sure.
I can't remember. I need to see the text. I'm not very good. Yeah, who's the beatdown? Cracker asks. Exactly. I think that's the thing about this rogue deck, is that it can lay the beatdown.
Yeah, absolutely. So, is it Brushfire Elemental plus Fabled Passage plus Primal Might?
Feels like he's going to go Fabled Passage first, so Brushfire is off the table.
Okay.
So what could he do with Shadow Skull? 2 damage. That's not
Yeah,
good.
not enough yet. No. So this will hurt him if he uses the this on the Bone Crusher. He'll take the shock.
You take the shock. That's right.
Yeah, it is fight. Thank you, Shorty, for putting that up in the.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we could see a stomp on the Enforcer, an attack for 4, then a Primal Might.
So does the attack for 4 happen, or does Aragoth Brazen Borrower before Primal Might triggers, assuming that happens?
Yeah, so that's why I think, yeah, I would rather attack first.
Yeah. Yep.
Because you've got the, you do have the stomp. Okay, choosing not to
Okay.
attack.
Interesting.
Now, do we see just Borrower flashed in as a flyer here, or do we see a petty theft? I think we might just see a 3-power flyer. No, just nothing.
Oh.
Okay, interesting place there.
Yeah, I feel like I might have probably flashed it in. But at the same time, he's going to probably want to keep it up for potential cleave.
Yeah, it does
Well,
get Is You're Dead in 2 turns, though.
Well, it does, exactly. Interesting.
There's a few interesting lines here. I think stomping the Enforcer is the line.
Yeah, the turn here. All
I'm
right.
just hitting something with... Okay. Okay, now... It's got to be some stomps.
Has to be. Ooh.
Needs to do something here to stabilize. Oh, Brazen still gets pumped. Good call, Yanray.
Yeah.
I didn't factor that into my maths, even though every other rogue on the board's got that. But I was still looking at it as a 3-1. Okay, here comes the pain.
See, I like this.
But that just gets the job
Gets rid of
done.
the Primal Might. Bring it down again.
I just wonder if Peugeot was a little bit conservative in the plays, like perhaps getting that Brushfire Elemental down and picking off that Enforcer with Bone Crusher earlier, because I think the issue is like they haven't done any damage, right?
Yeah,
They haven't tried to win the game. They've tried to stay alive. They haven't tried to actually win the game.
That's right.
It's all well and good to play the control strategy, but having a having a creature that's chipping in for even 1 or 3 damage a turn can really put the clock on.
Yeah, for sure.
On the opponent. So they're going to do that now.
So do you look for the value here? Mill a couple of cards. Nope, just take it.
We might see an Into the Story energy.
Yeah.
So I think probably what we have here is a smashing. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yep, we can.
Yeah, that can get it done.
Yep, it's a pretty good catch up. There's the Agadeem's Awakening waiting in Aragoth's hand though, but.
So was this game potentially over a couple of turns ago if that Burrower had been flashed in? Is that what we're saying? Or it might not.
It would have gotten in
Wise.
at least one hit.
Yeah.
Okay, here comes the smashing, I believe. I think now's the time. Or do we see a bone crack? Oh, okay. It's worried about
I think you need to. Yeah.
It's worried about counter magic, but
Which is totally valid.
yeah.
Yeah, the use gives life, of course.
Yeah, good call on the targeting Bone Crusher with the fight spell. Really interesting choosing not to smash him there. That's not going to... He's lost his Bone Crusher.
Yeah. Nice.
And oof. That's a lot of cards.
It's very good.
You know, Petty Theft, Bloodchief's Thirst, still got the Awakening.
What do you use?
They can eat 3 cards from their graveyard.
Yeah.
Which not going to be enough to turn off the Thought Thief.
No, especially when it's going to attack and put another 2 in there anyway.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Love that card.
Yeah, it's a good Magic card, that one.
I actually bought the new Zendikar Commander decks.
Okay.
It's got the Rogues one, so I'm looking forward to giving that a test.
Yeah,
Whenever
nice.
we play Commander again.
So what do we see here? Which land do they play? 1, 2, 3. That gives them 5. That gives them Drown the Lock plus Borrower.
Yeah.
Or we could see an Agadeem's for 2, which is, I mean, okay, but not game breaking.
Well, he's only got in the bin. He's only got 1 mana cards anyway. Although they got eaten, so I don't think there's anything in there. Seems good.
I agree, Henry. The tempo is real with this deck. Really real. Okay, a Drown in the Lock. Do you fire that off to kill the Thought Thief now because you can, because you've attacked with Robber?
You have to.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to get countered by...
But you just took away 2 of your opponent's counter spells, so that's pretty sweet.
Yeah. I missed out on a point of damage there by...
Yeah.
Although, do you still do it? Or do you counter this? Counter it. Ooh.
Well, I think that might just be what Aragoth was hoping for. Keep the Thought Thief in play.
Okay.
Interesting.
Ooh, another one. Okay.
That's nice off the top.
I think you played a Temple here because you want to have the Triumph for cycling.
Yep. Definitely.
All right. Here is some beats. If you countered this, would have been lethal, says Yanro. Okay. Would have had the...
Yeah, well, that's right. You would have had the 4 or the 5 damage off of the Borrower.
Yeah, exactly. So, they've got the option here now. Ooh,
Oh.
okay. The Drown in the Lock's going to rain
Let's
on
go
that.
take care of that pretty quickly. But yeah, this game is currently in it's in the balance for both.
Now, do you... I think you've got to go for the... You have to go for the smashing, right? But either way, Drownlock's going to get him.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Going for the land. Okay, okay. Oh.
He's going for the cleave plan.
Yep.
Does he hit another Drownlock here? No.
Imagine that. Would have been great.
Yeah. There it is. We talked about that when we interviewed him. Living the dream. So he will take
5.
5.
I like it. That was Look, that was an interesting first game. It was good fun.
Yeah, that was pretty swingy. Peugeot was more in that at the end than I thought, and maybe played a little bit too conservative at the end there, but at the start, sorry.
Yeah.
But I think not seeing the one drop, the innkeeper, might have hurt a little as well. It's as I mentioned in the preamble, it's a pretty important card. So Snap, 6 cards coming in: Scorching Dragonfire, Garrick's Harbinger, I think.
Yeah. Incidents.
Vivian probably comes in. What comes in here for the?
So Vivian can give you some more reach, right? Like the tokens can come down with reach.
Yeah, makes 3/3 with reach,
which is always good. So I think
Eat to Extinction, maybe Ventress Gargoyle, and the 4th Blood Chief's Thirst, I think. The Phoenix is a good call there, Wangasith. It's something to do with being milled, and it lets you eat your own graveyard, which can keep the rogue thing under control. So it's not a bad option.
So we've got an Ox in play. Was there already an Ox, or that's just the one from the sideboard?
Yeah, I think that's the one from the board.
Okay.
So bringing in Ox and Phoenixes to play the
Dragonfires. Yeah, that's good.
Looks like a Henge is coming in as well.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe just one. So
I don't think you want 2. If you hit a second, that would.
Yeah, I mean, bringing in one kind of just henges your bets a little.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. I appreciate that one. I like it.
That one was for you, Reese. So, I might have just spilled water on my mouse. That's what I get for making terrible jokes.
No, you've got to own it. All right, Here we go. Game 2 with Peugeot on the play. See.
Oh, now sending that back.
Can't do anything with that.
And
Peugeot's hand looks pretty good.
Yeah. Happy with that. It's got 1 drops, 2 drops, removal spells.
Yeah, that's a keep there for sure.
And Aragoth's decided to keep this. Okay.
Take a chance. I don't know. Those Lockthwains are likely to enter tapped unless you crack a swamp, which... Oh, I don't know, man.
Yeah. Arc is the best.
Cheers, bro. I love it.
It's actually a pretty good draw.
Or Hans.
Yeah, Hans. Run, Hans, run.
Arc. Yeah, it's good.
So we see a...
Into Scoos.
Yep. So this is where, the Nighthawk gets less good, unless Arrow find a removal spell. Choosing the swamp, so his Castle Lochthwain.
Yeah.
Man, imagine having a lisp and trying to say Castle Lochthwain.
Castle Lochthwain.
Yeah.
I really have to think about it.
Yeah. Do you play the Mammoth here or the Lovestruck Beast?
I'll probably bring the beast down.
I'm thinking the Mammoth because it's gonna.
It does get bigger.
Yeah.
And if you lose a 1/1, it can still attack. So there's that as well. But in this case, we've gone the removal path, which I think is a good play.
Yep. I think that was a kind of forced play.
Yeah, well that is. That's true.
And here's the Scavenger, and the Scorching Dragonfire is gone. So, yeah. So, but we'll see a card type be eaten here, and potentially another one.
Yeah.
And then we might see the Shatter Skull Smashing being bolted in, which will allow. Okay.
I like it.
So we're going to see a. Is this just a trade?
Yeah, it'll be a trade.
Hmm.
The old Death Touch there.
Just wonder if he could have eaten enough card types to make the Scavenger
Well, no, because the scavenger is 1 plus the card.
Oh,
It's
it's
always
one
got one
plus.
damage.
Okay, it's always got
Yeah.
one. Oh, plus one. Yep. Okay.
Always got 1 power. Sorry.
And then in comes another beast. Yep. So more lands for Aragoth here, which is what they're after. The Cling to Dust doesn't seem too ideal, but
Get you some cards.
yeah, it draws a card. And knowing that, ooh, okay, so the Mammoth probably wants to come down as a land to guarantee Vivian next turn, and then to play a 4/3.
Yeah.
No, going the Lovestruck Beast. Okay. Sticking the 4/3, trading with the Scavenger lets you have more power because you know something's going to die
Yeah, that's right.
to the Scavenger.
The old double scavenger.
Strictly better than Tarmogoyf, says Cracker.
Gains your life. That's always nice.
So drown in the lock up here. Oh, there's a Dragonfire, which will probably get drowned in the locked. So I'll Dragonfire before I attack. Don't want to commit.
Yeah, for sure.
Don't commit the Lovestruck Beast until you know what's going on with the Dragonfire. Or do you want to just jam the Vivian? Which I think either one would get met with drown in the lock, but you can Dragonfire plus Lovestruck Beast.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you're worried about them having mana open and what counters they might have up, you want to get as many spells in as you can. I think.
I can see you've got the second Lovestruck Beast. You just want to, yeah. So I would Lovestruck Beast here,
Yep.
or Giant, either or. Like play another
Let's get another body down. Yeah.
Yeah, rather than a Vivian because it gives you a double spell, but play into.
So that's what I thought.
Oh, not enough cards in the bin because. Ah, okay, sorry.
Ah, very good. Very
Okay,
good.
sorry, I couldn't see the graveyards to count that. So, 3/3 reach guys are pretty good against Tarmogoyf, but I think Drownlock's going to destroy it, and then we're going to see a double attack here into Vivian and. Ooh.
Or what's in the bin? There may not be anything of great value yet.
Oh my, says Yenrei, yeah. Phoenix of Ash is a good
Oh, that's
card.
good.
So, only 2 red spells, red lands here. So, okay, so we're going to see this in the main phase.
Okay. Okay.
Interesting timing. And then we'll see an attack for 7. I think. Putting some pressure on here. No, just for 5. Okay. Knowing that there's so many flash threats, that's fine. Yep. Now, does Zareth just come down now?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, Yenrei's hit on the money
Yeah,
here. I
it's on
think.
the, still Vivian. I think that's definitely the go.
I think you do,
Got enough mana here to attack,
and
flash in, and then drop a
and
card.
then
right?
gargoyle. Yeah, yep. So things are looking good here for our Rogues player.
Yeah.
Ooh, big game.
That's it.
I'll have your Planeswalker. Thank you very much.
They're always a nice thing to steal.
Yeah. Knowing you've got an Into the Story on the top of your deck is always nice as well.
Yes.
So probably a reach, going for reach, knowing that there's Phoenixes at some point. So it's a heads-up play. Now, do you just play the Nighthawk again? Yeah.
You've got the mana. You might as well.
Okay. So we can Scorching Dragonfire, and then you can attack Vivian dead.
Yeah. Yeah. Get it dead. Get it gone.
That was a pretty good draw. Yeah, attack Vivian dead, just deal with that problem. And then, yeah, back it up with another 4-3. So you just let the Planeswalker die at this point, keep your 3-3 around?
Yep. Interesting game, this.
It's a really interesting game.
Because there's not enough in the bin for the into the story to get cheap.
No, but it does have the mana to cast it.
It does, but nothing else.
But yeah, that's right. And the clock on the other side of the board is significant.
Exactly. Yeah, still can cast it. I don't know. And yeah, so the gargoyle can't do anything either. So this is... Alright, so we get a land for turn.
And Embercleave off the top, and this game is done. Alright, okay, Scoos is okay. So you attack with with 14 here, right?
You bring, you bring the Phoenix in, don't you?
Yeah.
It can be blocked, but that's fine. Although, yeah, Scoos...
Yeah, you can't pump it, though.
Yeah.
So Phoenix kind of gets trumped here by the...
Yeah, it does. It's a 3-3, yep.
So I think you're better off playing the Scoos and just having 2 eats up. And just to keep those graveyards under control. Although, yeah, I mean, we know that there's a whole bunch of removal coming in, but yeah, okay.
I like it. I like that a lot.
It's a good bit of damage. Aragoth's not out of this though. He's got a lot of mana.
No, absolutely.
Okay, so we'll probably double gargoyle, double removal spell.
So Tofu makes a really good point there that if he had brought in Phoenix and swung with everything like he did, that would have been game.
It would have been lethal, yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
And an extra 2 power on the board. Yeah, good pick up, Tofu. So if we see, so what have we got? 2, 4, 6, 8 mana. So we can go double gargoyle, double removal spell. Yeah, I agree. You know, that's the line I'm thinking. Double gargoyle, get your blocks done. Although if P-Jaw draws or Embercleave is kind of...
in hand.
Yeah, it's all timing, exactly. Yeah, you're right. They're still going to take 2 damage from the 1/1s. What does Agadeem's give? Not enough. I think this is.
I think that's it.
I think that's it, and this will move us to game 3. So very deep in the tank here, Aragoth. Game 3 says Tofu. Yep, that's what we wanted to see. Old mate Edgy. Kill the 1/1s before attack, says Child Rebel Walker. That does stop a lot of the damage.
That absolutely does.
And he did not. Okay. Oh, there's not enough creatures in the bin for the gargoyles to block. Right, okay.
So it was always game. Gotcha.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a would have been good to have the gargoyle up on the thing there to have a word to our producers, but
that's fine. This is what this matchup deserves. It deserves to go to a game 3.
Yeah, cards in hand to block, says Cracker. Yep, okay, that makes sense. Interesting little matchup there. So with Edgewell Innkeeper, the last card in P-Jaw's hand, he edges his way closer now to the final spot. Oh, there's $40 on the line here.
Do these things just flash before your eyes. It's uncanny. I don't know how you do it.
They flash in like half the creatures in the rogue stick, mate.
There it is.
Just
There
straight
it
in
is.
there. Did you like how I had to try to work that into the story?
No, it's good. It's good.
Yeah,
You need this.
that's good. All right, keep. What ahead?
What's a removal?
Stu finally snaps. Yeah, he's had enough. Had to put up with this for a long time. Ooh.
And keep. You got
Yeah.
keep everywhere. This is what you want to see.
Yeah,
Keep and 7-handers.
this is what I call it. Yep. So I mean, the innkeep is probably just going to die.
Of course. Always.
It's now I think the right thing to do is just like Lotus. Hey, look, no Lotus Cobra in the finals at all. That's interesting.
I love that card. It's a shame it's not here.
Yeah, just an interesting omission from the decks. I think you just jam Rimrock Knight, have a 3 power.
Yep.
Or do you play the Brushfire Elemental and just get it in? No. No Uro either. Funny that cracker.
It's nice not seeing Uro, I've got to be honest.
No third land here from Aragoth. Haven't seen Oko in a while.
Well, we'll be seeing Uro and Oko next weekend, everybody. So
Yeah.
get on board.
So at least 3 damage coming over here. I can see old mate Rushfire Elemental
Definitely going to kill it.
being eliminated. Yes.
Yes.
But that's okay. And then we've got the bell here. Oh, we have a blocker. That's okay. Now, what's the play here? Do we
can kill that blocker.
We can kill the blocker, or we can play Lovestruck Beast. But either way, yeah, I think killing the blocker, playing the smashing as your land, and kind of just getting in for 4 damage here is.
Yeah, you need to.
Yeah, Aragoth does need to draw a land here, specifically a Swamp Cracker or a Black
A
Sword.
swamp. Oh,
Swamp.
he's entered tapped. Okay. Okay, no, that's all right.
Yep.
Do a trade instead. That's all right.
Yep.
Saves you taking 3 damage, I suppose.
And then follow that with another 1/1.
That's good.
Okay,
That's a land.
Yep, I think that's going to cost 3 life, but
Sure is.
it's going to come back.
So Dragonfire.
Dragonfire, a land off the top there is actually really good. It's allowing the Dragonfire plus Lovestruck Beast.
That opening hand of Aragoth's is doing too much, but there's another land. But you cannot really shock that in. Not that you need to.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Get a blocker.
Yeah, a Phoenix.
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah, no, you just attack with the beast here, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then you just play another beast. Yeah. No blocks there, interestingly. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now we've got some lands.
Well, we can take control of a creature here, can't we? No, not enough blue. Okay.
Got some life back. And we'll see a petty theft here, I think. But
Yeah.
I think the Phoenix of Ash here, I think has enough to play and pump, plus attacking for 12 in addition to that. So yeah, drawing the land off the top there was
Very nice.
good. So I think missing that land drop has cost the and not enough blue, so can't bounce the Lovestruck Beast and block the Phoenix of Ash.
No.
Oh, mana
That's
game.
it.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's how it's done. Unfortunate end there for Aragoth, not getting not hitting that land when they when they need it in their deck.
Yeah.
See a pump here from Phoenix. They don't. It's not necessary, but it.
You've got to do it. You've got to.
So
Well done, Pedro.
yeah, well done, Pedro. Congratulations. Took it down. Unfortunately, Aragoth couldn't quite get there for Team Chewy, but it's yeah, should be pretty proud of what they've done there.
Absolutely.
Group
Well
Shorty
done, Group Shorty.
in our ear, because yeah, it's unfortunate, but you know, well done, Shorty. You team got there. You've got the bragging rights, but yeah, most of all, yeah, the Gruul beats. As I said, I was a bit torn at the start there, so getting the others in was. And we've got Pedro joining us. Congratulations, our victor.
From 4th place in the last league to 1st in this league. Well done, mate. Congrats.
Cheers, fellas.
Yeah, well done. How did you feel about that matchup? It's on paper looks pretty tough, but yeah, got there.
I think it's great fun, to be honest. You got to play around all this stuff and try and not to. Game 1's a bit rough because Imbercleaves and Brazen Borrowers are horrible things.
Yeah. So we sort of said it before the match started that it felt like it was going to be a tight match. Did it feel that way yourself while playing?
Game 1 definitely. Game 2 and 3, I think it's a bit of more of a coin flip. I can kind of interact a bit better. But Game 1's definitely pretty hard.
That opening hand of Game 3 was pretty sweet as well. So that's. That was a nice one to get. We were saying that you know, with all of the 1-for-1 removal that the Rogues deck has, getting the Edgewall Innkeeper. I know it meant an untimely end, but the Innkeeper getting some value off that can help you pull away. But what do you see as the key cards in the matchup? Is it just interaction, or is there something in your main deck that you always want to see in your opening hand?
I definitely like seeing Edgewall and that 3/1 dwarf fella on turn 1. They're quite nice. But that Elemental, the red green one that I forget the name of right now.
Brushfire Elemental. Yeah.
That with the Fabled Passage is just the nicest thing.
So much of their deck can't block it, so yeah, it's very, very good.
And like being able to throw the Edgewall out turn 1 and it decides what path I do. If it eats removal, then I'm going down the landfall path, and if it doesn't, then I'm going down the adventure path. So it's, you can kind of changes the way you play. How they answer the Edgewall. That's
really interesting because there are some Magic players out there that go, oh, aggro, it's kind of mindless. You just do this and that, but there really is a lot of play to in modern Magic. There's even like mono red aggressive decks. There's a lot of game to them, isn't there? It's changed a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Mono red in the last, pre-rotation was actually quite an interesting matchup.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So how long have you been playing? How long have you been slinging spells?
Oh, since 8th edition.
Okay, yeah, a little while now. Yep.
Champions of Kamigawa, the greatest set of all time, etc., etc.
I love that set. We were talking about that before, and I'm looking forward to going back there. I have a lot of fond memories of casting 6-mana 1/1s with Soul Shift in Limited, and yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I still have my Way of the Warrior theme deck on my shelf somewhere.
Nice. Yeah, really good. I drafted one time at my LGS. My wife came and opened a foil Jitte. That was pretty good.
Oof, so, that would be great.
Yeah, she enjoyed that. So, yeah, it's but back then it was like a foil Jitte was like $30. That was an expensive card. Anyway, we're not reminiscing here. So, really good work in the finals here. You kind of came in with a deck that was a bit of a known quantity against a field of different decks than we probably expected to see, and so you had to play against a lot of decks that didn't necessarily have a lot of practice with or against, and sideboard plans, and just played really, really well and got the job done. So hats off to you. Did a really good job.
Thank you very much, and cheers to Aragoth, great opponent.
Yeah, he played really well, and 130 Australian dollars. And I did recall A, by your accent, and B,
It's
by
about $8,000 New Zealand. So
it might be up around 150, so not too bad. Yeah, you'll get might be able to buy some magic cards from Josh and Pat's MTG Bazaar with that. So
get a Commander Black Lotus.
Oh,
Yeah.
fantastic.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, you played really, really well. So I mean, you played so well. In fact, you must have a secret lab gaming chair. It's the only way that you could have played that well, I think. So it's
How good are they? That's great.
Sorry, I have a list of puns that and jokes that I needed to get through tonight, and I didn't get a chance to fire that one off, so I had to get that in there. So, yeah. All right. So congratulations. We'll wrap it up, and we've got one last giveaway. So we'll be in touch and get you your cash. And yeah, I hope you had a lot of fun in this league, as much fun as last league, and yeah, we'll definitely see you as a contender for next year's Invitational if you continue this form.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thanks, guys. You guys ran a great event, and all the leagues and Discord. It's just been great.
Not only next year's Invitational, PGR made it into this year's Invitational.
True. I apologise. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you could take your 130 cash, and you might be able to roll that into a share of the $1,500 in a month or so when we do that event. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So congrats, and we'll see you then. And yeah, I'm glad you've enjoyed our little Ty's missed a thing. Gruel 1 Ty's. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying our events. We really enjoy running them. They're a lot of fun. And the community we've got in Discord is really good as well, and you're a big part of that. So yeah, love having you around, man.
Yeah, cheers.
No worries. All right, we'll let you go. Congratulations. Go and enjoy your spoils, and we'll go back to the main booth with the other beans, and yeah, we'll roll the dice. So if you haven't already entered, jump into the Twitch chat and type in hashtag beans giveaway, and you'll get a chance to win some 1,000 gem code, right? So we've done that. So get in on that. So congratulations to our winners. Commiserations to Aragoth, but well played Aragoth. You did Team Chewy very proud.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Alright, we're back in the booth, and just like that, we are all done. And man, what a game to finish off that league with. That last game was awesome. I'm glad that most of my button pressing duties were done and dusted by then, and I could just actually sit there and watch that game, because yeah, that was great. Awesome fun.
Yeah, really good match. Well done, guys.
Yep. And
really well played by both competitors there, and yeah, I enjoyed that. Enjoyed watching the matches. Enjoyed commentating. Love the interaction with the guys in the chat. Please keep that up forever.
Very good.
Group shorty for life, says Pijor. So
good work,
we'll
Pijor.
Yep.
First group to finish, and we won. So just saying, best group. Got to be in my group next year for the draft. We'll get it done. All right, so yeah, it's been a lot of fun. We've just got a few things to wrap up, and then we're all done. So yeah, massive shout out to everyone who played and joined us for all of this. It's been great fun, and yeah, everyone coming and watching our stream. I know there's plenty of other good streams going on at the moment, but heaps of people have stuck around and watched ours. So yeah, we really appreciate that, and yeah, massive thanks for joining us in our leagues and just being part of our Discord and part of our community. So. Yeah, and huge thanks as again, perfect timing. Massive shout out to Josh and Pats for their support, for helping us put these leagues on and giving us the prizes and stuff that we have. So speaking of that, we've got a few things upcoming that Josh and Pat are also helping us with. So Chewy, we'll just put up quickly what's coming up. You can talk about this event that you're championing.
No ban list standard because we've got more cards banned in standard than like ever before. So I thought, why not just put them all together and see what Magic would have been like if we didn't have these bannings? What were the R&D team playing with 18 months ago when they were testing this that they thought was good to release? But yeah, so jump in. There's a channel dedicated for that in our Discord. You can sign up through Challenge. Once again, it's free. There is prizes. The prizes are pretty awesome. When I say awesome, think collector boosters. As Shorty said, they've got Omnath on the front, so we expect to see some Omnath.
all Omnath all the time.
All Omnath all the time. You've got Omnath, you've got Oko.
If I play, I'm playing Cat Oven for sure.
Yeah, Shorty's just running back Cat Oven. It's a...
See how that goes in the turd for Urgan.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's going to be really fun. We're just going to do some powerful, broken, silly things, and on a Saturday afternoon, and get some prizes. So we'll have some giveaways along the way, depending on family life situations. We might stream it as well. But yeah, and then that'll move into a couple of weeks after that, the big finale for the year. So, which is something that all of these leagues have been building towards, which is the 2020 Magic Beans Invitational. So, first weekend in December, we'll stream it and do coverage like we've done here. $1,500 worth of cash and prizes, like, blows my mind. And 8 players sharing in that. Everybody gets some pretty amazing swag just for showing up in the Magic Beans playmat, and then a chance to win an OG dual land or a big fat stack of collector boosters or whatever else you want to get out of that. Every prize is amazing, and we'll do coverage like this again and have a lot of fun. Should be good. So
yep.
Yeah.
Stu,
really
do you want to congratulate the top 8 that we have that have qualified for this awesome event?
So huge congratulations from 8th all the way up to 1st. Namburger, Yanray, J-Mud, our current league winner, Pijor, Tom D, Benny R, Child Rebel Walker, and Hemsy. Well done, guys. You've all been incredible players throughout our leagues, and really looking forward to seeing what you guys can put together at the Invitational.
Really looking forward to commentating on lines I don't see coming, because every one of these guys is so much better than me.
I can give you some tips. Just watch this whole cast back where I've been talking. That's all I do.
Nice one, Cracker. All right, well, you can give us a quick rundown on some of these prizes.
Absolutely. So as we said before, it's a draft for the winner. So we've got a revised plateau, 8 Zendikar collector boosters, $200 cash, 4 Zendikar rising boosters, collector boosters. I just can't talk. The Double Masters Mana Crypt, $100 in cash, the Nats promo Flooded Strand, the foil Iconic Masters Horizon Canopy, plus a trophy for the winner and the chance to get your mug put onto a custom art token by Josh and Pat's MTG Bazaar. And everyone gets a Bleens playmat, which is, we know, the real prize.
Yeah, very good. So gonna be a lot of fun. Make sure you've got that in your calendar and you're tuned in for that, because it's gonna be pretty awesome. So we will just finish off the night with some stuff for some giveaways. So I'm just gonna quickly draw. So we might do 4 of the individual card rewards, and then the 5th one will be the 1000 gem code. So if you're in our Discord, it's easy. I can quickly shoot those over to you. Otherwise, I will message you on Twitch. So make sure you check your Twitch messages. So first up, we have old Plunksy, who sadly missed out on the Invitational. So there's one coming your way. And then someone who did make it into the Invitational, J-Mud. Congrats, J-Mud. We have Eldarth, who is not actually following us. So if you're there, Eldarth, make sure you follow us on Twitch so you know what we're doing and when we go live and stuff. But I will contact you. And our last ICR goes to Hamburger, all the way from Northern Ireland, I believe, via the Philippines.
Awesome.
And then, lucky last, and the 1,000 gems is coming to someone who probably doesn't actually need the 1,000 gems, because I know they're very regularly in Mythic, and I think currently top 500 Mythic, and that is Map.
Hey.
Who, sadly did not play in this league,
Well
but
done.
has definitely participated in our previous league. So, Map, 1,000 gems coming your way. Congratulations on that. And, hopefully that helps keep you up in Mythic. So,
Map stream as
Yep.
well, regularly streams, and does some great content as well. So shout out to Matt, look him up and give him a follow.
And always giving us good lists in Discord of where they're playing and how, and always happy to provide sideboard tips and stuff. So, sick resource to have access to it, for sure.
while we're talking about giveaways, the last one we'll talk about is this 31 Days of Christmas. So this is something we're getting involved with as content creators. So follow that link and register. You'll go into the draw every day through December. Different content creators will be doing giveaways. The whole bunch of different things are being given away, but there are also vouchers from places like Card Kingdom. We'll be giving away a Commander Precon that I've got sitting in my cupboard. And that'll be on the 31st of December for our giveaway. But sign up there. Once you register, you're in for all of the draws. And grab yourself some sweet Christmas presents to put under the tree for yourself and unwrap on Christmas Day. So get involved in that, follow that link, and support it and support the other content creators. So I think that's going to do us for tonight. We will raid someone if one of you boys can quickly find someone to raid, and that's going to do us. Now I've lost how to talk. Massive shout out to you guys for your awesome job commentating. You guys did a great job and made my job easy in the background pushing buttons. But thanks again to everybody for tuning in and watching. Make sure you're following us in all the usual places so you know when these events are happening and when we're going live. So that's pretty much from me. If we got somebody there to raid, we will go and raid them, and then we'll get out of here and stop talking because it's been a long night.
It's been a day.
Who have we got?
Just trying to find. Thanks
for the follow.
Thanks for the follow.
Thank you.
Sylphia. He said it.
I've got Mangucci in my list. Why don't we raid Mangucci?
This is meant to be your job, Cracker. I'm pretty sure MP Numbers is streaming at the moment, so
They are. They're streaming Among
okay.
Us.
A name in the Discord there too.
that'll do. All right, cool. Well, thank you everybody for tuning in. We'll go and raid this person, say hello to them, and we'll see you on all the next things that we do and various content we make. So thanks again.
Thanks,
See
everybody.
you
Bye.
next time.
Shorty.